Chapter 797. After inserting an Emperor Jade into the head-sized groove, a gentle radiance flickered and tore through the void, swallowing the old blind man and Duanda. They disappeared just like that. Back then, Yi Fan retreated from the Purple Mountain like this. He crossed an underground river and climbed to the surface. It was difficult to enter and exit the Purple Mountain. Unless an extreme Dao weapon was used to blast it open, there was no hope of opening it. This was a natural cage. Alho! Sinister ghosts appeared in all directions. Every single one of them was withered like firewood, skin wrapped around bones. There were those with dragon heads, phoenix wings, crocodile bodies, and deities. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Mournful cries rang out everywhere, as if they were in the underworld. These creatures were all strange and unique. They represented the glory of their clans and were chosen by the undying heavenly emperor to become his subordinates. One could imagine how terrifying they were when they were alive. Yi Fan retreated again and again. Even with the heaven-devouring demonic jar in hand, he didn't dare to kill them on the spot. Fighting against so many ancient corpses by himself would exhaust his body in no time. He arrived at the most spacious area of the Purple Mountain. The Wuxi Bell was suspended above, covering this place. This was a restricted area, and all of the malicious ghosts stopped their advance. Yi Fan was fearless. If he allowed the Wuxi Bell to ring for 3 months, perhaps all of the creatures in the Purple Mountain would cease to exist. They would all be turned into powder by the bell waves, and it would be difficult for even the undying Heavenly Emperor's subordinates to survive. Roar! Archaic divine generals roared in all directions surrounding this place. Every single one of them was withered and black, their hair disheveled like grass. Some were surrounded by divine rings, while others had black moons above their heads. Every single one of them was unordinary. One could see how powerful they were when they were alive. If they were reborn, they would definitely make the mountains and rivers lose color and the sun and moon lose their radiance. They were powerful enough to flatten the world. It was because they were undefeated divine generals. They all had great statuses in the past, and they only listened to the undying Heavenly Emperor's orders. They were the ancestors of the 10,000 archaic clans. Motherfucker, even Yi Fan couldn't help but curse out loud. The more he looked, the more terrifying he felt. Some of these creatures' bodies seemed to be made of divine materials, and there were great Dao patterns circulating within them. That was the embodiment of magical power reaching the pinnacle, sublimating to the extreme. Dao patterns were engraved into the bones and flesh, and the body shell became the carrier of the Dao. Not to mention a group of such existences, even a single one of them was enough to cause chaos in the world and sweep through an entire region. Yi Fan really suspected that there might be gods in the supreme, ancient, immortal realms. The subordinates of the undying Heavenly Emperor were simply too powerful. No wonder he had a supreme position in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. Roar! A group of malicious spirits roared. A black moon suspended in the sky, an Een river winding around their bodies, a blood sun traversing across. These were all scenes that accompanied them, shaking the ancient stone palace until it was buzzing and swaying, as if it was going to collapse. Fortunately, Dao patterns appeared, stabilizing it. Yi Fan clearly felt that something wasn't right. These ancient creatures were restless, as if they received orders to enter. Who are they? Come out and meet me. Withered corpses were everywhere. Jet black claws were waving about like weeds dancing chaotically everywhere. The mournful cries were even more terrifying, just like in the dark Azura temple. A wave of cold laughter transmitted over, and a wave of resentment rose and fell like a tide. In the end, it covered the sky and covered the earth, making one's entire body go cold. Behind the withered black corpses, a tall figure walked forward. The temperature in the great hall dropped rapidly, as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Sinister and strange, his entire body was covered in terrifying red hair that was over half a foot long. Even his face was like this, and only a pair of malicious eyes could be seen. His red hair was extremely long, as if he was the most tyrannical devil. He gave off an incomparably vicious and resentful feeling, as if he wanted to kill all life. Yifan's scalp went numb. His body produced a reaction, and he couldn't help but cry out, "You are Zhang Lin." A whirlwind of red hair blew on the ground, carrying with it woo-woo sounds. The entire interior of the purple mountain became gloomy, becoming increasingly dusky. What was the netherworld? This was it. There was no difference. All of the malicious spirits were howling and walking forward together. They wanted to enter this forbidden land and tear him apart alive. In the outside world, there are endless disturbances these days. It could even be described as a violent storm. Valley of Divinities was overflowing with vitality, but the mountain range outside was barren. However, in a single night, verdant plants spread out for tens of thousands of miles, becoming a source of life. They had officially appeared in the world. A dignified voice rang out. Whoever brought Yifan's head here would forever become a guest of Valley of Divinities. This was a human who wanted to kill the Saint Physique. At the same time, they displayed their iron-blooded side. They declared that if Yifan didn't kneel down and ask for death, they would slaughter the entire Yi clan within 3 months, causing rivers of blood to flow and mountains of corpses to flow. Strong and tyrannical, the order from Valley of Divinities shook the world. Everyone knew that a great upheaval was about to arrive and that it couldn't be stopped. Valley of Divinities was only one of the ancient races. There were even more terrifying races with ancestral kings presiding over them. A single race was already so tyrannical, and if anyone dared to rebel, they would be exterminated. A violent storm raged on the great earth. A bloody storm was about to begin. Everyone was in danger, and a few great races even made preparations to rely on the ancient races. In this great world that had never been so terrifying before, even the holy lands and ancient families were silent. The dark upheaval was about to arrive, and what they were considering now was not how to prosper, but how to survive. During these days, the Southern Mountain barbarian race suffered great pressure because archaic creatures would come to investigate from time to time. Someone spread the news that Valley of Divinities wanted to uproot the barbarian race, but they didn't dare to take action. It was because they knew that there was a war god within the barbarian race. Many great sects were alarmed. The barbarian race displayed such great strength, yet Valley of Divinities still wanted to take action against them. Their domineering side was completely revealed. Southern Mountains barbarian race, my Valley of Divinities needs an explanation. Finally, these words came from the northern region. They were going to make things difficult for them. The archaic king race questioned. Their domineeringness overflowed into the heavens. This was a signal to start a war of extermination. It made the cultivators of the world keep quiet out of fear. Many people were terrified. Why do you all dare to flatten the Northern Plains Wong family? Why do you all protect the human race's holy physique in the Southern Mountains? Are you all provoking my race's dignity? Valley of Divinities asked 3 questions. They were overbearing and aloof. It was a completely unequal conversation, as if they were looking down on the world. When these words were spoken, the entire world was shocked. This was a sign that war was about to start. Even the Southern Mountains barbarian war god couldn't intimidate the ancient races. In that instant, the Southern Mountain barbarian race was going to face off against Valley of Divinities. The curtains were about to be drawn on the first battle. The Southern Mountains barbarian race was about to face off against Valley of Divinities. The most violent dark turmoil was about to descend, and the curtains were about to be drawn on the first battle. The barbarian race was extremely unyielding. When faced with accusations, they didn't try to defend themselves one by one. They directly said, "Motherfucker, if you want to fight, then fight." The Southern Mountains barbarian race's unyieldingness exceeded many people's expectations. It also made quite a few people's blood boil. They dared to act like this in front of the archaic king race. They truly lived up to the reputation of their ancestors. Their words were powerful and sonorous. In the eyes of the people, they were true heroes. Even if they were defeated in the first battle of the dark turmoil, there was nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, it would make people admire them even more. Valley of Divinities was silent for a while after hearing this. Then, they spoke again, asking the barbarian race lord to come to the north and give an explanation. Everyone could clearly feel that Valley of Divinities had somewhat softened and was a bit afraid of the barbarian race. However, they still had an arrogant attitude, asking the barbarian race lord to personally explain. There's nothing to explain. Our barbarian race does things in an open and above-board manner. We won't lower our heads to anyone. How can the lord of a race be ordered around by another race? Stubborn. He's just an ancient saint who's about to transform into the Tao. There's nothing to worry about. We'll flatten him in one battle. This was the voice from inside Valley of Divinities. Although it hadn't come out yet, it had already leaked out. Everyone could see that Valley of Divinities was going to attack the southern mountains and defeat the powerful barbarian race. Not long after, an extremely powerful voice came from Valley of Divinities. They wanted the barbarian king of the southern mountains to personally come and beg for forgiveness. They also wanted to tie up the saint physique of the human race. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? This was the barbarian race's straightforward reply. Within the race, men, women, old, and young were all mobilized. Each of them carried a wolf fawn club on their back and prepared for a life and death battle. They were fearless and united. On this day, the roar of the ancient king of the north shook the mountains and valleys. The entire land was shaking, shocking everyone. Flatten the southern mountains barbarian race. Kill them all. This was an extremely domineering aura that shook the endless mountains and rivers of the north. It quickly spread to the 5 regions. Everyone heard the news that a great battle was about to begin. Unless the ancient emperors come back to life, no one will be able to save you. Arrogant and domineering, this was Valley of Divinities. It was a powerful royal race among the 10,000 ancient races. Today, they were going to start a war. Demonic clouds billowed and battle intent soared into the sky. Ancient warships from Valley of Divinities rose into the air, about to enter a huge realm gate and head towards the southern mountains. A world-shaking battle was about to erupt. Although the barbarian race was powerful, they could not be compared to Valley of Divinities. This was because once a life and death battle began, the other ancient royal races might be implicated. If that happened, the result could already be predicted. People seem to have already seen rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Let the barbarian race become history. We will eliminate them in one battle. This was the cold and aloof voice of Valley of Divinities. It announced to the entire world that after sweeping through the barbarian race, they would go and kill the Yi clan. This was an iron-blooded operation. However, at this time, a very discordant voice came from the northern region. Valley of Divinities, you bunch of grandsons. This daddy here is the human race's sacred physique. I have personally come to the northern region to kill you. I, Yi Fan, have come and will definitely exterminate your entire race. I will kill every little one of you that comes out. If a pair of them comes out, I will kill both of them. Everyone was in an uproar because they saw that this was undoubtedly the true body of the human race's sacred physique. The kind of golden blood energy and exuberant aura could not be mistaken. Valley of Divinities was furious. Many experts came out together, and with a roar, mountains and rivers collapsed, shaking the entire northern region. Human race's sacred physique. Where's the great human emperor you spoke of? If the ancient great emperor doesn't appear, no one can save you. Dang, at this time, a bell sound spread throughout the northern region, suppressing all other sounds. It spread out for who knew how many tens of thousands of li, causing the world to immediately calm down. All the restlessness and killing intent disappeared. Everyone was trembling with fear, and they were all dumbfounded. Between the heaven and earth, only the sound of the bell lingered, as if it came from the ancient past. Valley of Divinities stopped all the departing warships. The faces of everyone on the ships were stiff and trembling. They were incomparably terrified. Chapter 798. At the Purple Mountain, the sound of the bell echoed throughout the ages, piercing through the void and shaking the past and present. The moment the bell rang, the world was subdued. It was unknown how many people were petrified and how many powerful cultivators were trembling. The entire northern domain was silent except for the sound of the bell. It was like a wisp of primordial divine light that pierced through the boundless earth, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. After many years of peace, the Wushur bell rang once more as if it was going to collapse the heavens. All cultivators trembled from the bottom of their souls. At that moment, countless people knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the Purple Mountain. Their respect for him was sincere. Many human cultivators had tears in their eyes and sincerely kowtowed, as if they were worshipping a deity. Their bodies were trembling. The dark chaos is coming. The Wushur bell waves will stabilize the universe. Many people murmured superstitiously and continuously worshipped the Purple Mountain. All of them knelt on the ground, not willing to get up. The most glorious period of the human race was the time when the last great human emperor, Wushur, was born. He suppressed the 8 desolates and swept through the outer realms. He shook the entire ancient starry sky and was at its peak. What forbidden zone chaos! What supreme existences! What undying existences! If they dared to appear, they would all be killed without any suspense. His appearance pushed the glory of the human race to the peak. All 9 heavens and 10 earths were subdued. However, it also seemed to have exhausted the fate of the human race. Ever since the death of Wushur, the human race declined. Great emperors rarely appeared again, causing the world's origin energy to change and the Grandal laws to reappear. During these hundreds of thousands of years, the situation of the human race had been deteriorating. In the present era, even saints were almost impossible to see. They could no longer be compared to that period. Dang! The sound of the bell rang endlessly, resounding through the heavens and earth. Hearing the bell waves again, all human cultivators were excited. Could it be that great Emperor Wushur was still alive? This was the first thought that came to many human cultivators. Their blood boiled. Great Emperor Wushur had reappeared and suppressed the 10,000 ancient races. Just thinking about it made people's blood boil. They couldn't help but want to roar. The human race was in an uproar, but the 10,000 ancient races were completely silent. On this day, they were all horrified. Many of the slumbering ancient kings were roused awake and remained silent. The Mother of Asterisk Human King was the same as the primordial emperor, invincible in the entire world. The moment Wushur's bell rang out, there was no one who wouldn't feel fear in their hearts. The ancient sovereign mountain was a pure land in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. It was a place of pilgrimage because the God in their hearts, the undying heavenly sovereign, resided there. However, later on, it was occupied by great Emperor Wushur, making every single ancient creature furious and fearful. Just how great of a spirit did one have to be to dare do something like this? It has already been more than 100,000 years. Could it be that he is still alive? An archaic ancestral king muttered to himself. The bell chimed unceasingly, causing their expressions to change again and again. This was an extremely bad omen. Could it be that the ancient emperors were still alive? The ones who were the most worried were none other than the Valley of Gods. This was like a heavy blow, a slap to their faces. Not long ago, they were still arrogantly looking down on the world, saying that unless the ancient emperors came back to life, they would flatten the Southern Mountains barbarian race and exterminate the Yi clan. But as soon as they finished speaking, the Wushur's bell rang. Was this a coincidence or a warning? The bodies of everyone in the Valley of Gods froze. The bell chimes at this critical juncture made them feel incomparably terrified. How were they supposed to set out now? All the warships in the air landed, and a few bell waves stopped their expedition. The faces of everyone in the Valley of Gods were ashen. This time, they had mobilized a large force, but ended up with a weak finish. They felt that they had lost all face, but they didn't dare to act recklessly. Everything had to wait. If the ancient sovereign mountain was really the great emperor of the human race coming back to life, not to mention them, even the alliance of the various races would be useless. An incomparable deterrent force. This was Great Emperor Wu Shi. Even though he had disappeared for so many years, the moment his bell rang, the entire world became silent. Everyone quietened down. No one dared to resist. The ancient races that were about to come into being were all well-behaved. They hid in their lairs in the northern region and didn't dare to take any further action. Everyone was waiting for a definite result. Within the ancient sovereign mountain, Yi Fan confronted the terrifying red-furred creature for a day and a night before finally striking the Wu Shi's bell. The bell waves were unending. In the outer regions, large amounts of dried corpses turned into powder and scattered like ashes. It wasn't gorgeous at all, but it was extremely terrifying. What kind of existences were these? The troops of the undying Heavenly Emperor. Every single one of them could contend against the sacred shell, but in the face of the Wu Shi's bell, they were nothing. Their annihilation was silent. The bell waves spread through the entire belly of the mountain, not letting go of a single corner. It was incomparably terrifying. If news of this spread to the outside world, even the ancestral kings would be horrified. This kind of scene was truly terrifying. The divine might of the great emperor was boundless. However, the red-furred creature retreated immediately. It led the strongest group of corpses to the depths of the purple mountain and gathered in front of the crystal coffin. Then, 81 great black banners rose up and fluttered about. They surrounded this place and protected them. This was the most powerful ancient treasure of the malicious spirits. It was personally refined by the undying Heavenly Emperor back then. The 81 great banners merged into one and possessed the unmatched might of an ancient emperor. Even though the years were merciless and the great banners were damaged due to the passage of time, they were still refined by the ancient emperor. They still possessed an undying divine nature. Dark light curled about them, blocking the sound waves. Kacha! The 81 great banners released noises. Fine cracks appeared on their surface. If this continued for a long time, they would definitely collapse. It was true that they had ancient emperor patterns carved on them, but they weren't cast from immortal materials like phoenix blood gold or all life source energy. They couldn't stop the emperor might released by the Wu Shi's bell. The bell waves were released streak after streak. Fine patterns appeared and extended in all directions like ripples, destroying everything in their way. A mournful cry sounded from within the great banner. It was incomparably painful. I am Zhang Lin. After a final rumbling sound, the bell waves disappeared. Purple Mountain gradually recovered its tranquility to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Ta-ta sounds could be heard from a quiet and secluded path. An incomparably lonely figure walked over, arriving at the most spacious area within Purple Mountain. At this moment, Yi Fan's face was pale. Only after the bell waves stopped for a long time did he calm down. He gazed at the distant figure and spat out 2 words, saying, "Ancestor." Every inch of Zhang Lin's body was covered in thick red fur that reached half a foot in length. He was sinister and terrifying like a devil. However, at this moment, his expression calmed down. There was no longer any gloominess or viciousness, only endless sorrow. I don't have much time left. The Wu Shi's bell waves are so loud that even the deaf can hear the deaf, but can only allow me to temporarily regain a moment of clarity. The bleak voice and helpless mood carried a type of loneliness. The 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master had disappeared for more than 10,000 years, turning into an unknown red-furred monster. Today he woke up. Yi Fan's mood was complicated. Under such circumstances, he met with the ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's lineage. He was half demon, half human, and no longer had the demeanor of a peerless genius of the past. Back in the stone stronghold, Zhang Wuye had told him everything about his ancestor. In his later years, the Yuan Taoist master would encounter all kinds of extremely inauspicious and terrifying things. Finally, on the night he left, a whirlwind of red fur blew outside. An indescribably terrifying creature howled incessantly, howling for an entire night. What exactly happened? Yi Fan asked. He didn't have much time left. He wanted to clearly understand the inauspiciousness of the Yuan Taoist master's later years. That night, I saw the previous generation Yuan Taoist master. Zhang Lin arrived calmly and sat on a boulder outside square. He seemed to be immersed in a distant memory. How many tens of thousands of years has it been since the previous generation's Yuan Tian master died? How could he still exist in this world? Yi Fan had endless questions in his heart. He clearly remembered that the fourth generation Yuan Taoist master exhausted all his efforts and plotted for many years. He hid in the absolute beginning forbidden area, hiding in a place where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. But in the end, he still couldn't escape the calamity, and an inauspicious event happened in his later years. That night, the terrifying whirlwind of red fur was very strong. It sounded like the weeping of ghosts. Outside the window, there were a few creatures with terrifying fur all over their bodies walking and howling mournfully. Although I never saw them, I knew they were the ancestors. Yi Fan's body shivered. What kind of power could allow people from tens of thousands of years ago to live until now and turn into such monsters? In my later years, I was in the Netherworld realm. I saw all kinds of strange things, such as Nether soldiers borrowing the way. Thousands of Nether soldiers and horses appeared from underground, borrowing the way of the human world to kill their way to the unknown. The ancient sages made way for them and quietly waited for them to pass. Zhang Lin saw many terrifying things. It was incomparably strange. In his later years, he couldn't control his body and mind. He went to the ruins of God, to the immortal mausoleum, and the more those places were, the more terrifying the things he saw were. Muddle-headed, it's been 10,000 years. I don't even know what I've done. In the end, Zhang Lin let out a long sigh. The Yuan Taoist master's fate couldn't be changed. He was half demon and half human, and he didn't know his past. That night, he heard the howling outside the window. First, red fur grew on his arms, and then it quickly covered his whole body. Then he lost consciousness. Where are the other ancestors? Yi Fan asked. After that night, I never saw them again, Zhang Lin said. Yi Fan felt a little apprehensive. An inauspicious event happened to the Yuan Taoist master in his later years. He was actually called away by the ancestors from tens of thousands of years ago. Why did it sound like a ghost calling a soul? And he was lured away when he was old. Why did such a thing happen to us? Yi Fan asked. When heaven and earth intersect, original essence is born. Our lineage has cut open too many strange stones, stolen all the mysteries of heaven, and unearthed too many secrets. It's all predestined. Zhang Lin's whole body was covered in red fur, and he looked very terrifying. He sighed and said, "Let me ask you, have you ever cut open an unformed Holy Spirit? Have you ever unearthed the truth of being sealed in prehistoric times? Have you ever seen a strange stone that you didn't dare to cut? Have you ever dug out the dark underworld?" All the previous Yuan Taoist masters had such experiences many times. The inauspicious event that happened in their later years was already predestined. Yi Fan was stunned, and then he said, "I just want to know what it was. It's hard to explain, but I only hope that you don't have such an old age. Some of the pain is unbearable," the fifth-generation ancestor said seriously. "It's too late. I've already cut open a 9-holed stone man, and now I'm not too far away from the Yuan Taoist master's realm. I want to visit the ruins of God, the immortal mausoleum, and the ancient origin mine. It's unavoidable. I hope you never meet the previous Yuan Taoist masters." Zhang Lin could only let out such a sigh. The two fell silent, and in the end, it was Zhang Lin who broke the silence. "Why did you come to the Purple Mountain? The 10,000 ancient races have appeared, and the dark upheaval is coming. I want to postpone this day, and let the Wushi bell waves shock the world," Yi Fan said truthfully. "Is the dark upheaval coming again?" The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master muttered to himself. He then raised his head, his red fur trembling, and a cold light blossomed in his eyes. Then let me display the last of my strength. Yuan Taoist master's lineage. You and I will guard the northern region together. Just the two of us. Yi Fan was surprised. Zhang Lin said calmly, there's also a group of death gods. Although they only have one night to live after leaving the Purple Mountain, and will scatter with the wind at dawn, becoming the dust of history, it's enough. Chapter 799. The northern region was quiet. The 10,000 ancient races were all afraid and didn't dare to come out, not daring to take any action. However, the world was boiling. The Wushur bell was like the first ray of light at the beginning of time that pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead of the human race. The resurrection of great Emperor Wushur would suppress the 10,000 races. This was something that everyone was talking about. There were discussions everywhere, breaking the peace that had lasted for many days. Perhaps it was because they had been suppressed for too long. Many people believed that the ancient great emperor was really going to appear and break the current situation. However, the bell didn't continue for long and came to an abrupt end. Many people were nervously waiting, and some were even afraid that it would be an eternal silence. Why is it like this? Is Wushur really still alive? The human race was worried, while the 10,000 ancient races were indifferent. Everyone was paying attention and waiting silently. At this moment, the people of the Valley of Gods let out a long sigh of relief. Their nerves relaxed a little, and a cold, killing intent appeared on their faces. 2 days had passed, but there was no movement from the Purple Mountain. It was as if the bell had never appeared. The cold smiles on the faces of some ancient race experts became even thicker. The people of the Valley of Gods relaxed, and the warships gathered. Although they hadn't moved yet, they were ready at any time. Inside the Purple Mountain, Yi Fan and Zhang Lin sat together. The heaven-devouring evil jar floated above them and floated up and down. Tens of thousands of strands of black light descended and covered them. Yi Fan was using the ancient Great Emperor's weapon to suppress the 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master. He wanted to help the 5th-generation Yuan Taoist master shed off his red hair and expel the evil energy in his body. However, 2 days had passed, and Zhang Lin's fate was still not changed. The red hair had lessened, but his body emitted a rotting smell. Don't waste your energy. When I return to normal, it will be the end of my life. The Yuan Taoist master sighed. Who in the world could avoid death? This one sentence had stumped countless geniuses. Even the ancient great emperors had collapsed with the passage of time and returned to dust. The Yuan Taoist master walked proudly in the world of nature, digging up all the secrets under the ground. He could obtain astonishing treasures that could prolong his life, but he could not decay. Zhang Lin disappeared in his later years, and it had already been 10,000 years since then. Ordinary people could not live for so long. He did not have a great completion saint physique, nor was he a great emperor of the human race. If he had not become a demon, he would have died a long time ago. Now, Yi Fan wanted to forcefully expel all the mysteries in his body, but in the end, he could only let him rot and become a corpse. Zhang Lin was not disappointed. He had lived for such a long time, and his lifespan had long since dried up. He did not yearn for longevity. The weapons of the ancient emperors are truly tyrannical, able to suppress the profound secrets in my body. Now, I can finally maintain my consciousness for a period of time. Senior, why did you steal the Medicine King from my hands not long ago? Could it be that you need it? Yi Fan asked. Right, why do I have to do this? I'm so muddle-headed. Why do I have this kind of instinct? Zhang Lin said to himself. Then he suddenly grabbed his waist-length, blood-colored hair. He revealed a pained expression and muttered to himself. He plucked out strands of terrifying red hair and paced back and forth. In the end, his eyes revealed a terrifying expression. Ow! In the end, Zhang Lin let out a beast-like roar. His eyes became scarlet red as he ran like the wind. He passed through one ancient cave after another and disappeared at the end of the small path, howling like a wounded beast. After a long time, he finally reappeared. In his bosom was a huge source, and within it was a beautiful woman. She was like a lotus that had just emerged from the water. She was flawless, elegant, and otherworldly. It's her. Yi Fan was astonished. Years ago, when he entered the Purple Mountain, apart from the divine King Jiang Taishu, he also saw a woman sealed in the source. It was this woman. Save her. Zhang Lin's voice was hoarse. Yi Fan immediately understood. This was the Jade Lake Saint Lady Yang Yi from 10,000 years ago. He had heard Zhang Wuya mention her before. Yang Yi was Zhang Lin's confidant. After learning that something bad happened to him in his later years, she was heartbroken. Disregarding her own life and death, she resolutely entered the Purple Mountain and never appeared in this world again. Back then, I let her down too much. After I died, I even implicated her in a dangerous situation. Zhang Lin's voice was trembling, and his red hairy hand were trembling. This source was suffused with a divine aura, and its brilliance was restrained. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Back then, he had truly misjudged this. This was clearly a special divine source. Normally, divine sources were golden in color. At that time, he hadn't studied the Heavenly Origin book yet, so how could he know that there were divine sources of other colors? However, this wasn't formed from divine source liquid. Zhang Lin sealed Yang Yi inside after breaking it apart. He used the 6 seals against immortals technique and other divine source powder to embed it into those cracks and seal it for 10,000 years. Yang Yi entered the Purple Mountain to die for Yuan Taoist master. Zhang Lin was half demon and half human. After becoming a red-haired monster, he lost his consciousness, but he still had an instinct to save Yang Yi. This made Yi Fan sigh. Dang! The Wushi bell rang out again. This time, the sound didn't stop, shaking the entire world. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, more than 10 days had passed. The bell continued to ring, shaking the 5 regions and stirring the human race. This was the fame of the Wushi bell. No matter how many years had passed, when the bell rang, it still shook everyone. Everyone became nervous. The 10,000 ancient races were truly afraid this time. Who could make the bell ring for more than 10 days? This was unimaginable. If they were to get close, they would definitely be blasted into pieces. The Divine Spirit Valley was completely subdued this time. Their restless thoughts immediately turned cold, as if cold water had been poured over them. They didn't dare to act blindly without thinking and only calmly lay dormant. Dang, 2 months had passed, and the Wushi bell was still ringing. The entire northern region was peaceful, and not a single ancient creature dared to come out. They were all subdued. This was a huge commotion. Many people believed that the Wushi Great Emperor had appeared. Otherwise, how could there be such a long bell wave? In the Purple Mountain, Yi Fan's face was pale. He had coughed out countless mouthfuls of blood during these 2 months. Every 2 days, he would take a bite of the Medicine King. He was inside the heaven-devouring demonic jar, which blocked all of the bell waves. However, the extreme Tao weapon was unmatched, and even the slightest tremble was fatal. The demonic lid sealed the jar tightly. He was inside, but even so, he still suffered greatly. If not for the 2 pieces of green copper in his hands, he would have long become a bloody paste. The 2 emperor weapons were facing each other. Every day, he would activate the demonic jar and shoot out a strand of black light to strike the great bell hanging on the stone wall. If not for the extreme Tao demonic jar and the green copper, even a saint would have become dregs long ago. No one could block the bell waves, which are destructive. The Wushi bell could ring on its own. This was unimaginable, as if someone was activating it. This made Yi Fan deeply understand how terrifying it was. No wonder so many emperor weapons couldn't do anything to it back then. In the present world, perhaps only the heaven-devouring demonic jar was like this. After merging together, no one could control it, but it could still ring on its own and resist the Wushi bell. Dang, the bell waves didn't stop ringing for more than 2 months. The divine shell that Yi Fan was in already had cracks on it. In the end, he was still affected. However, his harvest during these 2 months was also great. The great bell rumbled, the demonic jar shook, and Tao patterns crisscrossed everywhere. He sat inside the heaven-devouring demonic jar with the 2 pieces of old copper in his hands, protecting himself while silently comprehending and cultivating. These 2 months were better than 20 years. Only at this moment did he understand how difficult the 3 immortal slashes was. Not to mention 2 months was equivalent to 20 years. Even 200 years was the same. 3 immortal slashes. What exactly was he trying to sever? Yifan was stuck here, and he was almost at a loss. He discovered that he had too many fetters, and his entire being should be severed. Since ancient times, it was unknown just how many outstanding people have been stopped at this hurdle. Ancient books recorded that there were several heaven-defying geniuses who shocked the past, present, and future, but they all fell at this hurdle. Otherwise, there might have been a few more great emperors. Moreover, there were legends saying that even among the great emperors of the human race, there were some who almost died at this hurdle. One could well imagine how difficult it was. It was impossible for a mediocre person to pass, but the stronger the person, the greater the resistance they would encounter. The so-called talent might become a heavenly moat on the road ahead. Listening to the Wushur's bell chime and watching the heaven-devouring demonic jar tremble, Yifan quietly comprehended and remained motionless. Even though there were more cracks on his body, he was fearless. In the space between the Saint Shell's brows, a golden deity sat cross-legged. That was him. He embraced the cauldron and merged with the Tao, listening to the rhythm of the bell waves and the demonic jar, comprehending his own Tao unceasingly. 3 immortal slashes. One had to use one's entire life to stake it all. However, if one didn't work hard, it would be difficult to obtain any results. The heavens slashed the Tao, destroying the foundation. Since ancient times, no one had been able to succeed in one go. No one had ever successfully passed this hurdle. The ancient emperors were the same, using their lives to sever the Tao. For more than 2 months, listening to the Tao sounds, the little golden person in the Saint Shell's immortal platform became more and more resplendent. It embraced the cauldron and released 9 immortal divine rings. He stepped onto the 9th minor step of the 2nd layer of the immortal platform. Yes, if it weren't for the confrontation between the 2 monarch weapons, if it weren't for the fact that he was in the flesh shell of a sage, he would have already passed the tribulation. He believed that once he returned to his original body, his physical body and vital spirit would be one, and he would immediately pass the tribulation and become the strongest expert on second heaven. As for 3 immortals, it was too difficult. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take this step. In the end, he sighed. Dang. With the last bell chime, the purple mountain slowly returned to peace, and the bell waves disappeared on this day. It had been 3 months, and Yifan finally made it. The vital spirit in the immortal platform became more and more resplendent, and it was much stronger. Hugging the cauldron, it was like an immortal god. Even the powerful body shell of an ancient sage hid in the extreme monarch weapon. Cracks appeared on it, but it wasn't destroyed and survived. However, the king herb was almost exhausted. Yifan didn't treat this experience as a trial. Instead, he used his heart to comprehend it. Facing the Wushur bell waves and the sky-devouring demonic jar for the past 3 months would benefit him for the rest of his life. At this moment, the entire world was subdued. There wasn't a single person who wasn't frightened. The 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to act rashly. In these 3 months, countless human cultivators knelt to the purple mountain. It was almost like a pilgrimage, kowtowing with every step they took. As for the 10,000 ancient races, they kept quiet out of fear and hid in their nests, not daring to take a step out. The Wushur bell rang for 3 months in a row. The world was awed, and everyone trembled in fear. However, they didn't know that an even greater storm was about to arrive. It's far from enough. Only the bell waves and no monarch techniques. How can they be awed? Yifan muttered to himself. Then, he transmitted his voice to the sky-devouring demonic jar. Ancestral Master, you and I should take the Grim Reaper with us. Chapter 800. Wait, kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. We have to raise the fattest one and kill it while dripping with blood. Only then will there be the greatest deterrent force. Zhang Lin said calmly, but there was a type of terrifying killing intent pervading the air. The Wushi bell continuously sounded for 3 months. The northern region's clans were absolutely silent, and even the powerful archaic ancestral kings were alarmed. This was the power of the human race, Great Emperor. When the bell sounded, it shook the world. The 9 heavens and 10 earths. All creatures were intimidated. Divine Valley, 10,000 Dragon Nest, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, they were all subdued. Many undying king clans were worried. If an ancient great emperor appeared, who could contend against him? During these 3 months, there were ancient creatures that went out as well, all of them contacting the great sects of the human race. Their attitudes were extremely low, wishing to understand the situation through them. However, all of the king clans were disappointed. No one knew the situation of Purple Mountain, and they couldn't find out anything at all. During these 3 months, the human race was the most excited. From the beginning, their eyes were brimming with tears, but in the end, their blood vessels surged. They all wished to reproduce the human race's past glory. Many human race cultivators hurried to the northern region from all directions, kowtowing with each step as they approached Purple Mountain. They were all worshipping with sacred hearts. Why is it like this? Who can stop the passage of time? Who can live past the endless ages? Even the undying heavenly emperor disappeared. So what qualifications does the human race's Wushi have? In the Valley of Divinity, a terrifying king roared, causing the entire valley to tremble. It was as if the sky itself was about to fall down. This is a conspiracy. I don't believe that the human race great emperor can survive. No one can live for so long. The terrifying ancient king said softly, making everyone in Divine Valley tremble. Many lower-level individuals were trembling. Ancient king, why don't we send out a few people without revealing our identities and slaughter them in all directions, wiping out a few great sects of the human race to test things out? An ancient creature suggested. That ancient king looked over. It was as if tens of millions of years had passed. His eyes seemed to have the power of reincarnation. The one who spoke immediately flew outwards, almost turning into a pile of mud. At this critical juncture, even if there were some suspicions, no one would dare to act recklessly. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the Mother of Asterisk King, Human King, were to truly revive, they would be courting death. It wasn't just Divine Spirit Valley. The other clans were like this as well. Even though they were fearful, they were also suspicious. If one didn't become an immortal, one's lifespan would eventually reach its end. Even the archaic emperors couldn't live for more than 100,000 years. Based on what? What right does the Mother of Asterisk King, Human King, have to exist for so long? No matter how strong Wushi is, he can't live that long. After everyone calmed down, the various ancient tribes all had their suspicions. But not a single person dared to jump out. No one wanted to be the first bird to take the lead. If they were struck, they would all die. There is a limit to one's strength. There is no way one can activate the Wushi bell for 3 months. Without an emperor appearing, how could he do all of this? What exactly is going on? There were also ancient kings who felt fear, not knowing that the Wushi bell could ring on its own. In the following half a month, the Northern Territory was deathly silent, yet great waves were rising and falling in secret. The various clans communicated with each other, and undercurrents were surging, adding on the human cultivators who went to Purple Mountain to make a pilgrimage. The situation in the northern region was complicated and shrouded in a strange atmosphere. It's impossible for Wushi to still be in this world. He has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Finally, a person stood out and clearly stated his position. The Heavenly Prince stood out and said this in the Northern Divine City. It wasn't a private statement. This sent a clear signal to the 10,000 ancient races. Immediately, the northern region that had been peaceful for many days was stirred up, and the atmosphere became much more tense. Among the ancient races, who was the most qualified to say such words? It had to be him, not only because he was the son of the immortal heavenly emperor, but also because he came from the ancient sovereign mountain. During these days, he went in and out of the various royal clans to clearly explain his point of view. Wu Shi had already passed away many years ago, so there was no need to be afraid. For a time, tempestuous waves surged into the sky, and the tranquil northern region seemed to be about to welcome another violent storm. In the present age, if there was someone who hated Wu Shi the most, then it had to be the Heavenly Prince. The ancient sovereign mountain belonged to his father, but in the end, it was occupied by Wu Shi. This was a great disrespect and a humiliation to his father. In the eyes of many ancient races, the dove occupying the magpie's nest was a compliment to Wu Shi. Blasphemy against a god was the truth and a great crime. Wu Shi is dead. If we're talking about a god, it can only be my father. The Heavenly Prince firmly believed in this. What was Wu Shi? He had already been dead for so many years. If there was someone who could become an immortal, then his father, the immortal Heavenly Emperor, was the only one. The Heavenly Prince's status was revered and special in the hearts of the 10,000 races. Even many ancient monarchs were respectful to him. There was no other reason than the divine blood of the immortal Heavenly Emperor flowing in his body. The Heavenly Prince's words caused a huge commotion. Many ancient races agreed with him, and many were waiting to see if there would be any more movements from Purple Mountain. How laughable. It's just an ancient emperor who has been dead for so many years. It's one thing for him to be deified, but even his son is putting on an act and calling himself the son of a god. Great Emperor Wu Shi flattened your father's grave. So if you bear a grudge, then just say it. Why is there a need to splash dirty water and drag the archaic kings down with you? However, what kind of status does Great Emperor Wu Shi have? Why would he care about an ant like you? However, it's hard to say for the various great clans. At this moment, someone from the human race stood out and spoke like this. Many people were shocked, and even the various ancient races were paying close attention. There are people who personally saw golden blood energy surging from the one who spoke, drowning out a part of the world. Human race's holy body, I'll kill you. The Heavenly Prince transmitted sound. He stood out in this delicate situation without any fear, not fearing the human race's emperor's might. Heavenly Prince, you egg. Back then, I cut you out from the jade pool, yet I didn't think of repaying you. Come, I'm going to kill a thankless wretch like you. The human race's holy body responded powerfully. Only, his words were a bit sarcastic. The northern region was no longer calm. What kind of identity did the Heavenly Prince have? What kind of physique was the human race's holy body? This was equivalent to a confrontation between the future seeds of different races. Yuan Guyu Watermelon, get out here too. This time, I'll kill you as well. Before people could wake up from their shock, the human race's holy body called out again. He called out the other ancient emperor's son to fight. The northern region was in an uproar. The humans were shocked, and the ancient races were furious. The human race's holy body was truly audacious. Challenging an ancient emperor's son was one thing, but calling out two in succession was a bit excessive. Holy body, I'll personally kill you. Yuan Gu stood out and coldly and ruthlessly responded. You watermelon and that egg, hurry up and get over here. I'll stew you all together. The human race's holy body clamored. However, what made people's jaws drop was that these three people who were destined to meet on the road to becoming a heavenly prince somehow missed each other. The Heavenly Prince killed his way from Divine City to Kaiyuan City. The human race's holy body killed his way from Kaiyuan City to Divine City. Yuan Gu killed his way from Demonic Mountain to Divine City, and the human race's holy body killed his way from Divine City to Demonic Mountain. Yuan Gu, you watermelon. Heavenly Prince, you egg. What are you running for? Wait for this seat to crush you all with one stomp. Don't run. The human race's holy body's aura devoured the mountains and rivers, shocking everyone. The Heavenly Prince was indifferent and unmoved. Yuan Gu's eyes became even colder. All of them stopped in their respective areas, waiting for the other party to attack. Valley of Gods, you bunch of hammers. Do you really think you're the emperors of the ancient times? You want to command the world and make the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe come and worship you? Did you hit your heads on the wall or your butts. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the human race's holy body would be this arrogant? He left 2 ancient emperors' sons behind and went to provoke the divine Spirit Valley. In the southern region, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Ji Ziyue, and the others were all stunned. They felt that this was a bit strange and didn't seem like Yifan style. The divine Spirit Valley was furious and wanted nothing more than to kill Yifan immediately. They sent out a large number of experts on the same day, but to no avail. Divine Spirit Valley, you bunch of hammers. You want me to kneel outside the valley and beg for death? I'll invite you all. Zetian was the first one I killed. Next, I'll trample every one of your little ones to death. In the future, I'll wipe out your entire valley. Too damn arrogant. This was what all the ancient races wanted to say. He was just a human, yet he dared to act so arrogantly in the northern region. The human cultivators were also dumbfounded. The holy body was so ferocious that it didn't matter who he met. He would trample whoever he met. That watermelon and that egg. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? After cursing the divine Spirit Valley, the holy body began to provoke the 2 ancient emperor's sons. The heavenly prince's subordinates and Yuan Gu's followers were so angry that their noses were crooked. They wanted to curse out loud. You were the one who wanted to fight here, so why did you change your mind? However, the heavenly prince was very calm and went straight to the divine Spirit Valley. Yuan Gu's eyes were also incomparably cold and emotionless. Go kill the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe. Let blood flow like a river and corpses pile up into a mountain. At that time, the human holy body will definitely come and fight with all his might. The heavenly prince's words were simple but full of murderous intent. This was the only suggestion he made after arriving at the divine Spirit Valley. His identity was too illustrious. As the descendant of a deity, he was treated as an honored guest by the ancestral king. That's not very good. The Wuxia bell has been ringing for 3 months. Who would dare to act rashly now? If the great human emperor really comes back to life, it will be a disaster for the entire race. An ancestral king of the divine Spirit Valley frowned. His huge body was as majestic as a mountain, so oppressive that people almost stopped breathing. There were dozens of huge wings on his back. The more terrifying an existence was, the more they wanted to preserve some of their race's characteristics. Go and destroy the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe, and take the human holy body's myriad chi cauldron. I'll lend you the first volume of the Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture. The Heavenly Prince said indifferently, "What? The first volume of the Divine Spirit ancient scripture?" One of the ancestral monarchs of the Valley of Divinity stood up in shock. His mountainous body was incomparably intimidating. Dozens of pairs of wings unfurled on his back, covering the bright moon in the sky and creating a monstrous demonic cloud. The undying Heavenly Emperor was the only deity in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. The Heavenly Emperor scripture he left behind was called the Divine Spirit ancient scripture. It was a supreme immortal scripture that they had to worship. Legend had it that one only needed to look at the first volume to pry into the mysteries of life and death. There was an ancient path to become a deity. To be able to look at the first volume of the Divine Spirit ancient scripture was too worth the risk. He believed from the bottom of his heart that the great human emperor would not be able to live to the present world. No one could live for such a long time. This was a fatal doubt. Good, it's time for those barbarians to disappear. Let's wash the Southern Mountains with blood and give the humans a head-on blow. Let them wake up from their fantasies. This ancestral king said calmly. In his eyes, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun and moon sank, and blood flowed like a river. There was the vicissitudes and power of the eternal cycle of reincarnation. Very well, I'll wait for you to take the first volume of the ancient Heavenly Emperor scripture. Don't worry, God's child. I'll send the head of the sacred physique along with his cauldron to wash the southern mountains with blood. However, I need time. The Heavenly Prince left. This ancestral king was still standing there. His demonic energy filled the sky like an immortal and majestic demonic mountain. Ancestral king, if we act now, isn't it? Didn't I say I needed time? Wait patiently until the news from the Purple Mountain is confirmed. However, we can test it now. Gather the battleships. The northern region was terrified because some well-informed people had learned that the Divine Spirit Valley was about to start a war again. The battleships rumbled and were ready to set off at any time. Under the moonlight, there was a group of terrifying figures outside the Purple Mountain. They were all wearing loose black clothes and black cloaks that fluttered in the wind. From afar, they looked like death gods. They were motionless, and only their black clothes fluttered. It was as if they had been petrified. A huge godly source was cut open by Yifan. He had learned Genesis arts and was close to the acme of perfection. He was not far from the Yuan Taoist master, so he naturally wouldn't hurt the person sealed inside. This woman had entered the Purple Mountain to search for the 5th Yuan Taoist master. She died of love and only had a sliver of vitality left. Zhang Lin sealed her in the godly source. Yang Yi lay on the ground, motionless. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and she looked like a sleeping beauty. She was extremely peaceful. Although Yi Fan had exhausted the king medicine, he still had the immortal true dragon medicine. For those who still had a sliver of vitality, it would be difficult for them to die after drinking it. He poured a few drops of the true dragon medicine into her body. A radiance like the bright moon bloomed and ignited her vitality. She woke up after only a few minutes. The divine moon hung high in the sky, shining brightly. She was extremely confused. Her large eyes slowly regained their spirit, as if she was recalling everything. "Don't ask anything. There's someone who wants you to live well," Yi Fan said. "Zhang Lin, is that you? Where are you going? Why won't you meet me?" Yang Yi stared ahead with tears in her eyes. The man in the black cloak didn't turn around. He led a group of death gods and strode forward. "Zhang Lin, I know it's you." Yang Yi sobbed and chased after him. The 5th-generation Heaven Source Ancestral Master used a large cloak to tightly cover his terrifying red-haired body, not revealing a single hair. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else." This is already 10,000 years later. Zhang Lin died on a morning when the sun rose, and his body dispersed with the wind. After saying this, he didn't stay any longer and quickly led the group of death gods into the distance. He only had one night to live. When the first ray of dawn appeared, he and the death gods would be turned into ashes. He had no time to waste. The 5th-generation Heaven Source Ancestral Master roared, "Kill! Kill until the world is clear." Yi Fan fell silent. He didn't want to see this scene, but he couldn't change the 5th-generation Heaven Source Ancestral Master's determination to suppress the northern region with his death. Zhang Lin didn't want to see Yang Yi in this state. He wanted to leave her with a beautiful memory and not touch the present. "Zhang Lin, come back!" Yang Yi cried. "Zhang Lin told me to tell you to live well." The 5th-generation Yuan Taoist Master shouted one last time. His voice was trembling as he charged into the distance with a group of death gods. Yi Fan followed in large strides. Chapter 801. The moon was cold, the night was quiet, and the mountains and rivers were undulating. Under the moonlight, a group of death gods walked on the ground. Their loose black clothes covered them tightly. Even their heads were covered. They were silent, and every one of them was filled with the aura of death. The underworld fog rose, and the gloomy aura became even thicker, drowning them in darkness. Yang Yi chased after them with tears on her face. She had just woken up and had already thrown away her shoes. She ignored her appearance and stepped on the cold and hard ground with her jade-white feet as she rushed into the group of death gods. She wanted to catch Zhang Lin and get to the bottom of it, but his figure was too fleeting and unapproachable. The current Yuan Taoist master's strength was unimaginable. After 10,000 years, his body was as deep as the sea, and his evil aura overflowed the heavens. He was half demon and half human, and had long since become an unimaginable existence. "Zhang Lin, no matter what happens, it doesn't matter. Just stop," Yang Yi cried. Yi Fan couldn't bear to see such a scene. He sighed and said, "Patriarch, if you don't turn back now, it might be the biggest regret of your life." The gloomy fog covered the star domain, and the world was pitch black. Zhang Lin slowed down his steps and stopped. His whole body was covered in the loose black clothes. Yang Yi walked forward with tears in her eyes as she looked at him quietly. Zhang Lin slowly took off the black hood and the black cloak, revealing his true appearance. His whole body was covered in long, blood-colored hair that was more than half a foot long. Even his face was covered with it, and his true appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Yang Yi slowly stretched out her jade-like hand and touched his face. With tears in her eyes, she said, "No matter what you become, you will always be the Zhang Lin of the past. No matter where you go, I will always follow you. There's not much time left. I will disappear at dawn." Zhang Lin's voice was hoarse as he continued on his way. "I'll go with you," Yang Yi said. "No." Zhang Lin shook his head. "Why? I only have one night to live. Why won't you let me follow you?" Yang Yi looked at him with tears in her eyes. Yi Fan was also puzzled and looked forward. "Unless you want to live forever, you should leave now," Zhang Lin said in a hoarse voice. Yang Yi burst into tears, her heart wrenching. Zhang Lin stretched out his hand, wanting to help her wipe away the tears on her face, but he soon froze in midair. It was a claw covered in red fur, with jet-black, sharp nails. Yang Yi grabbed his hand and placed it on her face. She was heartbroken and cried loudly. "I've let you down too much." After a long time, Zhang Lin finally said these words while trembling. He stood there looking up at the sky, not allowing his tears to fall. The wind blew, and the underworld fog filled the air. It set off once again. There was now a white-clothed beauty among the black-clothed reapers. Zhang Lin had also taken off his black clothes and transformed into a red-haired monster. The two of them walked side by side. The mist surged into the sky, ghastly and terrifying, blotting out the stars and moon. They were like spirits from hell, wielding the scythe of the grim reaper to reap the lives of the mortal world. They only had one night to live. When dawn broke, they would turn into ashes, never to exist again. There was no time to stop. They moved as fast as lightning, and during this process, Zhang Lin continuously captured the dragon veins. This was a terrifying scene. Each dragon was thousands of feet long, and they transformed into a beam of divine light. The Yuan Taoist master easily caught them in his hand, capturing the dragon veins and casually grabbing the divine essence ores. How terrifying was this scene? Along the way, who knew how many dragons had been captured from all directions, and they were easily caught in his hand like bugs. Yi Fan was shocked. The current Fifth Heaven's Source Master had not died for 10,000 years. As expected, he had become an inconceivable and unparalleled existence. He couldn't help but think of the third Yuan Taoist master. An ominous event had happened to him in his later years, and he had turned into a monster. He had died in the dragon cave of the Qinling Mountains, and in the end, the Azure the Arch had to kill him. See, our lineage can also prove the Tao. It's just that this path is more remote. Clearly, the Fifth Heaven's Source Master was guiding him. In the end, he pointed out a mark, which turned into a beam of light that entered Yi Fan's immortal platform. This is what I comprehended in my later years, as well as what I thought of recently. I'll pass it all to you. I hope you won't have an ominous old age. Back at the Violet Mountain, Yi Fan had listened to the Wusher's bell waves, observed the heaven-devouring devil jar, and comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. Zhang Lin had not imparted these to him, and only now did he teach them all. Yang Yi and the Yuan Taoist master traveled side by side. They watched as he plucked the stars and the moon, restrained the earth's draconic qi, and changed the direction of the mountains and rivers. It was as if they had returned to the past, and no one could stop them as they traversed the northern region. They were about to attack the Valley of Divinities, a gathering place of the supreme ancient imperial clans. They would definitely encounter unimaginable enemies. Zhang Lin was making preparations. The Valley of Divinities was located in the midst of thousands of mountains and valleys. Originally, not a single blade of grass grew here, but today, everything within a 10,000 li radius was filled with lush greenery. An ancestral king was like a small mountain, unmoving as he sat cross-legged on an immortal altar. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time, the evolution of the universe, and the creation of the heavens and earth. He was incomparably terrifying. In the distance, ancient palaces could be seen one after another. There were many ancient creatures there, and each and every one of them was incomparably powerful. They couldn't compare to the few great clans that produced ancient emperors, but they were still a true royal clan with the power to rule over the world. Ancestral King, we've already investigated. The Southern Mountains barbarian race's war god is their 17th generation ancestor. His magical power is truly monstrous and incomparably powerful, but he has already transformed into the Tao. As long as he walks out of the divine origin, he will immediately become a law of the great Tao, returning to nature. A malevolent-looking ancient creature with 4 heads and 8 arms knelt on the ground, his face filled with reverence and sincerity. Killing this type of Southern Mountains barbarian race won't take too much effort. Completely wiping them out in a single battle and dyeing the Southern Earth with blood is quite easy to accomplish. Another ancient creature said. His status was extremely high, and he sat below the altar. Purple Mountain is most likely like what the Heavenly Prince said. No great human emperor has appeared, and there is no imperial aura leaking out at all. It has always been peaceful in the past half-month. Another ancient creature spoke. Then what are we waiting for? Kill, massacre the Southern Mountains barbarian race, capture the human race's divine body, and have him kneel outside the valley to wait for death. Someone said coldly, "That's right, we have to make that human race's divine body kneel outside the valley. Directly cutting off his head is too lenient." Even further away, there were a few ancient creatures that didn't have the qualifications to kneel, and they all agreed. On the altar, the ancestral king's eyes swept over. It was as if tens of millions of years had passed, making everyone keep quiet out of fear, not daring to speak again. Kill. We naturally have to kill. We have to make the great earth flow with rivers of blood and make all schemes useless. However, we still have to wait and make sure that nothing goes wrong before taking action. The descendants of the ancestral king spoke. Perhaps only they dare to speak at this time. Do as you see fit. If you want to kill, then kill them all. The ancestral king said coldly. Dozens of pairs of wings spread open behind him, and a monstrous demonic aura rushed up, drowning the altar. He didn't say anything else. In this quiet and cold moonlit night, a group of death gods descended. Fog blew silently, but there was a murderous aura. They stopped when they were still an endless distance away from the Valley of Divinities. Yifan and Zhonglin walked out, telling them to wait and not to act rashly. The demonic mountains were like pillars that supported the sky, towering and majestic. At the center of the mountain range, a spiritual light soared into the sky, exceptionally bright in the night. That was the Valley of Divinities. This is really a good place. Yifan sighed. This place was surrounded by giant dragons, and there were many divine veins. There must be divine source or is underground. 10,000 years ago, I stepped here and discovered that there was an ancient king sleeping underground, so I didn't act rashly, Zhonglin said. The two walked forward side by side, injecting the dragon veins and Genesis chi they had captured along the way into the mountain range, into a special peak. The Yuan Taoist master's technique was amazing, strange, and mysterious to the extreme. Thousands of small dragons flew out from his palm with a raise of his hand, and when they neared the ground, they grew endlessly. Yifan knew that the Valley of Divinities was finished. Not to mention anything else, just this terrifying Genesis technique alone was enough to burn everything. The endless divine source underground, coupled with the dragon veins that had been captured, was enough to destroy the world according to the forbidden formation of heaven's source. It was enough to burn ancient saints. Today, the Valley of Divinities will be erased. I, the Yuan Taoist master, will suppress the northern region and return peace to the human race. Zhonglin's voice was sonorous and powerful. After this battle, The shock of the ancient race could already be predicted. Once the Valley of Divinities was wiped out, the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other places would definitely be shaken. A great storm that would sweep through the world would begin. What kind of person was the Yuan Taoist master? His wondrous techniques could shock the world and dominate an era. In particular, the current Zhonglin, who was half human and half demon for 10,000 years, was even more unimaginable. Not to mention Genesis techniques, just his strength alone was amazing. At this moment, he and Yi Fan were working together, and they were naturally silent. Apart from the ancestral kings of the Valley of Divinities, the other ancient life forms had no idea. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and the two ancestral kings in the Valley of Divinities woke up one after another. Their eyes were cold and emotionless, and they turned into four terrifying beams of light that pierced through. Clang! The Yuan Taoist master flicked his fingers, turning the four beams of light into nothingness. "We can do it now," said Yi Fan in a deep voice. Boom! The mountain range was dazzling, an endless divine light soared, piercing through the clouds like an eternal divine furnace, burning fiercely. The divine light drowned the place, turning it into a terrifying, forbidden land. The forbidden, ancient formations of Heaven's source were all activated, and all kinds of patterns interweaved and densely covered the area, sealing off all directions. "Kill!" Yi Fan roared, and a dagger axe flew out from the sacred shell. He grasped it in his hand, and there was also a damaged bell that floated above his head. As he waved the dagger axe, black-robed death gods appeared one after another, surrounding the Valley of Divinities. Roar! The Yuan Taoist master seemed to be possessed. His red hair spread out, and he was incomparably terrifying as he attacked the Valley of Divinities. The Valley of Divinities was as bright as day. Yi Fan and Zhonglin had set up the ancient Heaven Source formation to catch them all in one fell swoop and burn them to ashes. However, the ancestral kings obviously couldn't be killed just like that. They were too powerful, and they might break out. A terrifying roar rang out. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. An ancestral king rushed out and faced Zhonglin. Thousands of earth dragon veins flew out from the Yuan Taoist master's palm. At first, they were like tiny rays of light, but when they bloomed, they crushed the world. Boom! These are the inscribed, forbidden, heavenly Tao patterns, and they all exploded after flying out. It was unknown how many times more powerful they were compared to the ones Ouyang Yi had carved in the past. Ah! The ancestral king screamed. Although the giant claw had turned into a small palm-sized world with mountains and rivers flowing within, it still exploded in the end. At the same time, Zhonglin roared and transformed into a Tao demon. He rushed over and grabbed the ancestral king's arm. "Who are you people?" The ancestral king couldn't believe that he had suffered such a great loss in the first exchange. Zhonglin, the subordinate of great Emperor Wu Shi, the Yuan Taoist master, attacked again. The human race's saint physique, Yi Fan. Yi Fan also roared. He entered the sacred shell and was completely fearless. He punched forward, and golden blood, energy, surged into the sky. Inside the Valley of Divinities, shouts shook the heavens. The death god had come. In the distance, on a cliff, a white-robed woman was blowing a jade flute. She was extremely beautiful and sorrowful. Chapter 802. Tens of thousands of mountains stood tall and majestic. In the middle of the night, the brilliance of the Valley of Gods rushed into the heavens. It was resplendent and dazzling like the burning divine furnace of the ancient heaven. At this time, shouts of war shook the heavens within the valley. Blade lights and sword shadows could be seen everywhere. This was a sad song of blood and life intertwining. Many people had gone mad from the slaughter. Who would have thought that the archaic imperial clan would be attacked? It had always been them ruling the world, slaughtering in all directions and overlooking the earth. But now, on this cold night, a group of death gods descended from the sky and slaughtered their way into their territory. This was beyond their expectations. Puffed. Blood dripped everywhere. This was a blood-stained painting. Yi Fan brandished the halberd in his hand. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. A group of ancient creatures was cut in half at the waist and sent flying more than 10 meters away. A large number of corpses fell to the ground. There were no words, no indiscernible reasoning to speak of. There was only a battle of life and death, using blood and bones to perform a hot-blooded war song. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master roared towards the sky as if he had turned into a demon. At this time, he had already gone mad from the slaughter. The long, blood-colored hair on his body spread out like an immortal scarlet ape as he fought against that ancient monarch. Countless heavenly origin patterns appeared beneath his feet. They flickered with a terrifying brilliance and curled around him. They extended in all directions, causing many ancient creatures to collapse. At this moment, the Valley of Gods, this immortal divine land, became the source of his power. All types of draconic energy and origin power were like rivers flowing into the sea, gathering towards him. Boom! A fist shaking the heavens. Zhang Lin's head of red hair was like a tide. They danced about crazily as he attacked this archaic ancestral king. He didn't seem like a Yuan Taoist master at all, but more like a battle saint. This archaic ancestral king's torn-off arm had long since regenerated. The dozens of wings on his back unfolded, and endless black, demonic energy overflowed into the heavens as he roared and rushed forward. This was a battle between saints. Between their fists and palms, traces of the great Tao burst forth one after another. They turned into a blazing light, and all kinds of wonderful sounds rang out. Each of their attacks evolved the origin of the great Tao, as well as the mysteries of opening the heavens. This became a terrifying battle of the great Tao. Pop! Like a heavenly blade cutting through rotten wood, Zhang Lin put his hands together and emitted a brilliant rainbow. It cut open the net of interweaving Tao marks and pounced forward. This was a close-distance confrontation, a scene of blood splashing everywhere. The Tao radiance that flew out from his hands seemed to have hacked off half of this ancestral king's body. Several pairs of divine wings were sliced apart, falling down. Divine feathers fluttered about, stained with blood. Even though this archaic ancestral king was injured, he was indeed extremely powerful. A pair of enormous claws tore through the Tao radiance and fiercely pierced through, stabbing into Zhang Lin's shoulders and almost tearing off her arms. Decaying blood surged and released a strange light. The archaic ancestral king's terrifying demonic claws were almost corroded and quickly withdrew. This was a battle between life and death, a battle song of life. It was interpreted through blood and bones, using bodies to fight, using Tao laws to clash. To be able to become the ancestral king of the Valley of Gods, he naturally wouldn't be a docile person. When he truly went crazy, it would be hard to find anyone in the world who could suppress him. He was at a disadvantage against Zhang Lin, and this was something that was hard to accept. He could not believe that this was a subordinate of Wu Shi. How could the mother of asterisk King Human King have survived till now? Clang! A cold gust of wind hacked over. Yi Fan wielded the black heavenly spear and rushed over again. He hacked down like a streak of black lightning, breaking apart all obstructions. Pop! This ancestral king opened his mouth and spat out a Tao flower with 7 petals. Each petal was dazzling and beautiful, translucent and resplendent, blocking the black battle spear. Hong! The battle spear in Yi Fan's left hand hacked down. His right fist was like the head of a dragon within the boundless golden sea. It broke out from the sea, bringing with it heaven overflowing golden blood energy as it smashed towards this ancestral king's head. Dong! A muffled sound rang out. The Valley of Gods shook intensely. If not for the innate formation patterns, it would have long collapsed. This was a confrontation of physical strength. The ancestral king's claw that flickered with Tao patterns flowed with blood, and then it began to break down. Flesh and blood peeled off first, and then the bones cracked. Pooh! In the end, this ancestral king's claw couldn't stop the golden blood energy that was like a sea. It exploded, and white bone fragments and bright red blood flew into the air. It was a ghastly sight. His body flourished with light and rumbled with heavenly sounds. Expanse after expanse of Tao marks rushed up as if an ancient deity was singing. It was deafening. Yi Fan retreated. He didn't have the comprehension of a saint's divine laws, nor did he have that level of magical power. This archaic Tao light and divine laws were incomparable and fatal to him. Pooh! He rushed to the other side and swept out with the iron spear in his hand. Who could stop the flesh shell of a saint? A single sweep was all it took. Magic treasures, flying swords, and secret techniques were all useless. He killed them all with a single blow. Blood dripped everywhere. Broken bones flew everywhere, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This was a terrifying scene. At the same time, the fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master fought against this archaic ancestral king again. He had the upper hand, and from time to time, a string of demonic blood would flow out, dyeing the earth red. Zhang Lin went crazy. He didn't have much time left. When the sun rose, he would turn into ashes and never exist again. The divine valley and the mountains in all directions were dyed in draconic energy. All of the heaven-origin ancient patterns appeared, becoming as bright as day. The patterns interweaved, covering the sky. It was as if he was receiving help from the heavens. Even though his entire body was covered in red hair and his expression was sinister, there was the aura of a deity flowing around him. His entire body shone with resplendent brilliance. 6 seals for immortals. There was no divine source or stone skin. He used his hands to form this type of profound mysteries, merging them with the Tao. A hazy radiance erupted and swept outwards. All of this archaic ancestral king's Tao laws and endless divine force were sealed and flowed backwards, causing him to suffer a backlash. He cried out loudly and flew backwards. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master walked up and kicked out from the air. This ancestral king was almost kicked into pieces and sent flying high into the air. Blood flowed continuously, and more than 10 of his bones were shattered. Under the cold night moon, on a distant cliff, a white-clothed beauty was playing a flute. The notes were indistinct like sobs, mournful yet beautiful. Her eyes were filled with tears as she played a heavenly tune. Her heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife, and her liver and intestines were being torn apart. Yang Yi knew that this was the last night she would see Zhang Lin, the last time she would be able to appreciate his style of looking down on the world. After this night, everything would turn to smoke when the sun rose, and they would never meet again. She watched in a daze. The faint sound of the flute tore through the cold night sky and lingered around the entire battlefield. It was as if she was weeping and complaining. In a daze, she seemed to have seen the heroic and imposing Zhang Lin from 10,000 years ago. On the day he became the Yuan Taoist master, all the Holy Lands came to congratulate him. The great gamble in the divine city, the great battle in the ancient mine, the heavens were set in the forbidden region, and he fought alone against enemies from all directions. He was heroic and unyielding, as if he had entered an unrivaled realm. In the blink of an eye, everything became empty. An inauspicious event happened to the genius of a generation in his later years, and he was no longer heroic and heroic. Now, he was old and inauspicious, half demon and half human. His entire body was covered in scarlet fur, but his unyielding blood was still there. He was going to use his last bit of strength to suppress the Valley of Gods and return peace to the human race. In the final battle, he would disappear with the wind. This was the life of the Yuan Taoist master. Yang Yi's eyes were blurred by tears. The jade flute was placed horizontally by her mouth, and her sorrowful sobs turned into a song. It resounded in the night sky and drifted into the distance. Zhang Lincheng roared crazily. His blood-colored hair danced about. Even though he wasn't as heroic and imposing as before, now only ugly, His heroic spirit was still matchless. When the heavenly origin divine technique entered his hands, not only was it a source-seeking stone-cracking technique, it was also an offensive holy method. He fought a great battle against the ancient king, suppressing him with absolute power. Pooh! There were patterns everywhere in the valley that interweaved and shone brilliantly. He became an undying deity at the center. His attacks were like lightning, striking half of the archaic ancestral king's body, almost smashing it to pieces. This archaic ancestral king roared. All of the wings on his back trembled, producing ripples one after another. Ear-splitting Tao sounds rang out, as if a magnificent army was galloping. He released his true flames. He had always been suppressed, and this was the first time in his long life that he had experienced such a thing. He began to fiercely retaliate. Punk! Zhang Lin turned his hand over. Streaks of light scattered down from the gaps between his fingers. He descended like a deity. His right hand pressed down, and the heavenly origin Tao patterns appeared. The archaic ancestral king felt as if he was struck by lightning. That hand covered in Tao patterns was like the right hand of a deity. It possessed a strange demonic power, slapping him over and causing his body to crack apart. He couldn't help but cry out. The divine wings on his back were shattering, and the feathers were dyed in blood as they drifted about in the air. Suddenly, the great earth collapsed. The other ancient king finally took action, rushing out from the earth veins. He possessed world-defying power, and a world appeared in his palm. Primal chaos and thunder rumbled within, splitting apart heaven and earth, destroying everything. He wanted to kill the Yuan Taoist master. This was an even more powerful ancient king that possessed endless magical power. It made both Zhang Lin and Yi Fan's expressions change. This was an aged ancient king with a stooped figure. His purple hair scattered down, and behind him were 49 pairs of divine wings. There were over 100 divine rings surrounding him. He was emaciated, but his spirit was hale and hearty. His voice was resounding like a bronze bell as he said, "You came from Purple Mountain. Are you Zhang Lin under Wushi?" "Correct. Wushi's Zhang Lin has solemnly obeyed the great emperor's decree. Today, I will suppress the Valley of Gods and return peace to the human race." Zhang Lin's voice resounded through the air. Then, he turned around and said to Yi Fan, "Time is precious. Kill them all." Yi Fan nodded. With a wave of the war spear in his hand, grim reapers appeared in all directions. They were the undying heavenly emperor's subordinates, and every one of their flesh shells was terrifying. They tore through all obstacles and killed all enemies. Since ancient times, this is the first time the human race has invaded the Valley of Gods. However, none of you will return. Let's see how you're going to kill everyone. The ancient king that appeared later let out a loud roar. The sonorous voice of the heavenly Tao rang out, and the 49 pairs of divine wings released ancient characters one after another, suppressing all directions. "Why can't I kill them?" Zhang Lin responded. His hands slowly moved as he said, "Today, I will kill another ancient king in front of you." Suddenly, the injured ancient king screamed. He was like a puppet being controlled by someone, and he was uncontrollably floating in the sky. His entire body was covered in heaven origin divine runes that were rapidly cracking apart. The Genesis Heaven Masters had already injected Genesis Chi into his body during the previous battle to set up heaven origin divine runes. He screamed and struggled with all his might, but he couldn't move an inch. It was as if he was frozen in the void. Another even more terrifying ancient king made a move, but he couldn't save him. Zhang Lin unleashed a supreme Genesis art, and as if he was using a knife to cut open a Genesis stone, he gently slashed across the air. Blood spurted out from the ancient king's body as he was disintegrating. This was a peerless origin secret art. It had already planted origin Tao marks on the opponent's body during the battle. Now that it was activated, it was like cutting a rotten stone. With a final scream, the ancient king's body crumbled into pieces. Yi Fan followed closely. Golden battle chi surged around his body, drowning the entire Valley of Gods. With a punch, he smashed the flying head into pieces. On a distant cliff, Yang Yi couldn't help but cry. Seeing that Zhang Linxiong's heroic spirit was just like before, she felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Why'd he only have one night to live? I won't be able to see you again, she sobbed. The sound of the flute first sounded like she was sobbing, but it suddenly became high-pitched. Dying on the battlefield, burying one's bones in the blade light was the final destination of heroes. There would always be a time when the curtain would fall. She played a battle song, crying as she bid farewell. Chapter 803. Inside Divine Valley, the blood of the ancient kings splashed outwards. Miserable cries sounded everywhere. Everything that came into contact with the blood evaporated. This damaged body possessed a terrifying demonic nature. Every drop of blood seemed to possess a type of undying power that could destroy everything in its path. This was precisely a saint. Their bodies contained a sea of spiritual essence, a random bit of flesh enough to kill a holy lord-level figure. It was terrifying beyond compare. Zhang Lin's origin heavenly Dao technique was unmatched. It broke apart the body of a saint like cutting through a rock, decisive and forceful, clean and efficient. This was a terrifying scene. All of the ancient creatures were stunned. At this moment, even the head of the ancient king was blasted into mush by the human race's holy body. For them, this was shocking and terrifying, unimaginable. Since the ancient times, this was the first time a human dared to invade. Moreover, so powerfully. Even the ancient king was smashed to pieces, making many ancient creatures shiver in fear. In the void, within that shattered flesh, a streak of resplendent light erupted. A dazzling rainbow radiance rushed out from the crushed flesh. I knew you would have this move, Yi Fan inwardly mocked. He had previously fought a great battle against Zi Tiandu, so he knew that this race had a strange ancient technique. Why did this race name their residence Divine Valley? It wasn't without reason. What they mainly cultivated was the divine spirit. The flesh was just a relay station. Divine Valley ultimately cultivated the primordial spirit, refining one's own divine spirit. When one reached the highest cultivation realm, they would abandon the flesh. As a powerful ancient king, his cultivation definitely reached a horrifying height. His primordial spirit was powerful beyond imagination, completely able to abandon the flesh shell. Yi Fan had his own plans, long knowing all of this. He naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of fear as he rushed forward. Ignorant human, in front of a divine spirit. So what if you have the sturdiest sacred shell? To me, it's just a body, just a relay station, just a place to stop for a short while. Now, I'll take it and use it for me. An expanse of blazing light appeared. A brand new archaic ancestral king stood in the void, rushing out from the crushed flesh and throwing himself forward. He looked like he was cast from light, impossible to look straight at. The entire world rumbled. All sorts of heavenly Tao patterns appeared. What undying, what eternal, what ancient, all seemed like they were about to be destroyed. At this moment, even Zhang Lin's eyes shone with a strange light. He furrowed his brows. If he wasn't careful, he would most likely suffer a great loss. This was the most powerful forbidden technique of the Valley of Divinity. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world. It specialized in destroying the primordial spirit and seizing the human body. It was a terrifying secret technique that destroyed one's foundation. Buzz! Yi Fan spread open his arms and took the initiative to welcome it. It was as if he was opening the door for a thief. He didn't resist at all and allowed the immortal spirit light to fly over. What? He dares to be so arrogant? Is he courting death? Even if it's a sacred shell, so what? It's equivalent to a relay station for our clan's ancestral king. Would he dare to open the door and face the attack? Many ancient creatures laughed coldly. Just now, they suffered greatly, and now, they finally saw a scene where the battle situation was going to be reversed. However, the archaic ancestral king was extraordinary after all. When he saw this scene, He realized that things weren't looking good and wanted to retreat, withdrawing his attack. However, everything was already too late. Yi Fan's body was like a bottomless pit. This was especially true for the area where his immortal platform was. It was incomparably deep and had turned into an abyss, swallowing the ancestral king's primordial spirit. Oh no! He screamed in fear as if he had discovered the most terrifying thing. He felt as if he was facing the ancient emperor of the archaic era, and his guts were about to rupture. He had only experienced such a feeling once in his life, and that was during the last phase of the archaic era. When he went to seek an audience with the Battle Saint Emperor, he felt a supreme heavenly might and couldn't help but sink into it. He knelt there, not daring to move at all. And now, when he entered the abyss, he had the same experience. He screamed in fear and finally understood what had happened. He must have rushed into the weapon of the ancient emperor. Or to be more precise, entering the supreme emperor weapon of the great human emperor was like a moth flying into a flame, courting death. Evidently, the Saint Emperor of the human race had dug a trap and was waiting for him to use this ancient technique to seize his Tao body. This was a fatal blow. A final miserable scream rang out. The center of Yi Fan's brows flashed with a black light as everything returned to normal. Not even a single ripple could be seen. Everyone was dumbfounded. The people from the Valley of Divinities felt their guts shattering. This was the foundation of their sect, a transcendent divine art. Yet, it was disintegrated. This was a primordial ancestral king, yet he was silently devoured by someone, turning into dust, no longer existing. There wasn't even a splash of water. The heaven-devouring devil jar was the weapon of the ancient emperor, let alone an ancestral king. It could even devour the sun, moon, and stars. Rushing in was naturally a path of death. Roar! At the side, an even more powerful primordial ancestral king roared. Surging devilish chi gushed up, blotting out the moon and stars in the sky. He stomped on the ground with a single step and rushed over. His entire body shone with light as devilish chi towered up into the sky. In his eyes, mountains and rivers collapsed. The sun and moon sank, appearing incomparably terrifying. These were traces of the great Tao. He used supreme magical force to slash at Yi Fan's primordial spirit, wanting to split open his immortal platform. Ding! Zhang Lin moved. With a light flick of his finger, countless heavenly origin runes appeared in all directions, turning the entire Valley of Divinities into a sacrificial altar. Divine light shone like flames. They were going to sacrifice all the living beings in the valley as a living sacrifice. At the same time, Zhang Lin used this supreme forbidden origin formation to block the ancient king. Then he calmly rushed over. The ancient king's eyes flickered, filled with the vicissitudes of time. The power of reincarnation blasted out as he roared. Tribulation, Tao, Samsara. This involved the Tao of tribulation and Tao. The two alternated, turning into a cycle of reincarnation, destroying the restraints of space and severing the karma of time. It contained boundless divine might. Facing this divine law, the fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master displayed a cultivation base that could look down on the world. Genesis runes covered his body, fusing with heaven and earth. His feet stepped on the boundless earth, and his hands held up the sky. His entire body glowed like an eternal god. Heavenly essence and earthly chi rushed over from all directions, and the great Tao imprints turned into divine rivers that interweaved in the void. 10,000 mountains moved, countless earth veins revived, the sky hummed, and mysterious light poured down. All of these were used by the Yuan Taoist master alone. Every move he made represented the will of heaven and earth. Boom! He gently stretched out his hand and pressed forward. It was as if this world was collapsing, and the ancient king was instantly pressed down, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as his bones shattered. The beginning of the Tao, the end of the origin. Genesis techniques were also a type of Tao. When cultivated to the extreme, heaven and man would become one, wielding the heavenly Tao, omnipotent. This ancient king was emaciated and incomparably powerful. But at this moment, he was coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering from great Tao injuries. Myriad things floated in his eyes, and after that, everything collapsed. He became even more terrifying. Yi Fan was about to use the sky-devouring evil jar on the spot, but was stopped by Zhang Lin, who warned him in secret. Make people think that you have come under the decree of great Emperor Wu Shi to suppress the Valley of Divinity and intimidate the myriad races. Don't use the sky-devouring evil jar recklessly, or else it will be difficult to erase great Emperor Ruthless' aura. Kill. At this moment, there was no need for superfluous words. He could only use his life to compose a war song and fight to the end. There was a broken bell above Yi Fan's head, and he held the black spear in his hand. He went on a killing spree in the Valley of Divinity as if he was invincible. The spear swept across a large area. Black light flashed, and 6 or 7 blood-stained heads flew up. Their faces were filled with unwillingness and fear, and the headless corpses fell into pools of blood. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions. The spear struck out as if it was cutting grass. Ancient creatures were sliced at the waist one after another. Blood dyed the ground red, and corpses covered the road ahead. Wherever he went, it was difficult for anyone to stand up to him. He fought in all directions alone. Blood surged, forming small rivers. There were corpses everywhere beneath his feet. Meanwhile, those death gods were also extremely terrifying. The main reason was because their flesh was too sturdy, not any weaker than a divine shell. It was because they were the undying Heavenly Emperor's former subordinates, a group of divine generals. Even after endless years had passed, they were still unmatched. All types of weapons and ancient treasures struck over. When they landed on their bodies, it was difficult for them to leave behind even a scratch. They were terrifying beyond compare. They were like a steel flood that couldn't be stopped at all. A single person was enough to stop a magnificent army, sweeping through everything in their path. Since the ancient times, the archaic king race had always been high up above, overlooking the world. When had they ever been attacked like this before? Now, they fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance. Ghosts wept and deities howled, and the Valley of Divinity almost became a ghost valley. There were corpses everywhere, and a foul wind and rain of blood were endless. This was the first time the human race stepped into this place. This was a heaven-shocking change. On the other side, Zhang Lin released a long roar. The proud blood was still present, and the battle was boiling. He forcefully suppressed the archaic ancestral king and was about to kill him. This ancestral king displayed his most powerful attack. 49 pairs of divine wings moved, and the sonorous sounds of the great Tao rang out unendingly. An undying deity appeared behind him. Dazzling lights surged, and divine rings appeared one after another, revolving around him. The divine wings flapped, and that deity moved in unison with him, attacking forward together. It passed through the universe's great wastelands and condensed heaven and earth black and yellow. The creation of heaven and earth, the beginning of the Tao, and the laws of deities were all hacked over. Pulse-setting heaven and earth locking. Zhang Lin still used the Origin Heavenly Book's ancient technique when facing the archaic ancestral king's exceptional technique. Streak after streak of divine light poured down from the cracks of his fingers like silk and strands. They turned into streaks of gentle light that penetrated every opening. They pierced through the void and entangled forward. This was the mountain stabilizing dragon vein technique, and it could also bind the sun, moon, and stars, changing heaven and earth. Now, it became a murderous divine law. The archaic ancestral king's divine wings were bound, and the deity that appeared behind him was locked down. It was as if his body was trapped in purgatory, locked in place. A miserable cry rang through the night sky. His body was torn apart, as if there were divine chains binding him, causing cracks to appear all over his body. Zhang Lin seemed to have already merged with the Tao. With a turn of his hand, endless divine light descended. The great Tao rumbled, rumbling as it descended. It was terrifying beyond compare. Pooh! This ancestral king was crushed by the heavenly Tao divine chains. His primordial spirit flew out, wishing to seize the Tao body, but was blasted into pieces by the rumbling Tao sounds. Pung! However, at the same time, the Yuan Taoist master also suffered serious injuries, almost torn in half. An ancient ancestral king that was aged beyond recognition appeared, tearing off the remaining half of his body. Divine Valley's final ancestral king appeared. He had always been asleep, and only now did he wake up, breaking through the divine origin. He had no hair, and his skin was wrinkled. It was clear that his lifespan was near its end, and he was like a lamp that had been extinguished. However, he was still extremely powerful and terrifying to the extreme. This was the present age ancestor of the Divine Valley. Zhang Lin's entire body was covered in blood, and the blood-colored hair on his body was dyed red. However, he was still calm and didn't connect the other half of his body, calmly facing forward. Zhang Lin. On the cliff, Yang Yi's face was covered in tears. The Yuan Taoist master, who was no longer heroic, was still as unyielding as before. Ancestral master. Yifan walked forward, wanted to take action. Zhang Lin stopped him and said, "The 81 great banners can destroy heaven and earth once. When to use them is up to you. However, after being brought out, they're about to collapse and can't be used for long." After saying these words, he calmly faced the most ancient ancestral king in front of him. The night was almost over. The silver moon was setting in the west, and there wasn't much time left. Zhang Lin looked at the sky and then at the earth. He didn't say anything, and then he turned to look at the distant cliff. There was a beautiful figure there. Dawn was approaching, and there wasn't much time left. He was about to disappear. "Zhang Lin!" Yang Yi cried and rushed over without a care. She threw herself into Zhang Lin's arms, letting the blood stain her white dress. She hugged him tightly and didn't want to let go, afraid that he would disappear in an instant. "Promise me, live on well." Zhang Lin patted her back and slowly wiped away the tears on her face. At this moment, the strongest ancestral king of the Divine Valley finally attacked again. The great Tao suppressed the sky and destroyed everything. Through the ages, one dream severs the Tao. At the same time, Zhang Lin shouted. His body turned into an immortal light. There was no sound, no ripples, and it was boundless and extremely peaceful. This Tao slashed the entire Divine Valley. The ancestral king bore the brunt of it and was quickly evaporated. Then the other beings in the valley collapsed one after another, turning into this immortal light. What should be done has been done. The Yuan Taoist Master's faction will wipe out the Divine Valley, suppress the North, and return peace to the human race. Zhang Lin's words were sonorous, like the ringing of swords. Finally, he reached out and gently wiped away the last drop of tears on Yang Yi's face. "Zhang Lin." Yang Yi hugged him tightly, afraid of losing him. A ray of dawn broke through and tore through the sky. Zhang Lin's body was dyed in a layer of golden light. The red hair on his body all disappeared, revealing his heroic appearance. He smiled brilliantly, just like in his youth, full of confidence and extraordinary style. The Jade Lake Saintess Yang Yi was stunned. She was heartbroken and tears streamed down her cheeks. She wanted to hold on to him. However, everything was in vain. This imposing young figure turned into sand between her fingers, becoming fragments of light that slowly dripped down and gradually disappeared. "No, Zhang Lin, come back!" Yang Yi cried. Her tears flowed down her cheeks. She wanted to hold on to the last ray of light, but she couldn't do so no matter what. The fragments of light flowed continuously, seeping through the gaps between her fingers. That imposing figure was becoming blurry and disappearing. The fifth-generation Genesis Heaven Master, who had a peerless elegance, had left the world. It was hard to forget. He had killed his way out of the darkness and returned peace to the human race. In the end, he transformed into the Tao in the morning, turning into an eternal ray of light. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master had completed his mission and done what he had to do. He left just like that, leaving behind endless sadness. This morning would forever remember his achievements, everything he had done. Chapter 804. The resplendent glow of dawn was eternal. Zhang Lin's body turned into fragments of light that scattered with the wind, vanishing forever. The fragments of light continued to flow, unable to be stopped no matter what. Yang Yi's heart was torn. Her tears fell like rain as she wailed. The entire world was filled with her sorrowful cries. This was a depressing morning that would become an unforgettable memory, one that would never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. Yi Fan felt a wave of sourness in his heart. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master had passed away just like that. A hero's downfall was like a mournful song, making people feel extremely sad. This was Zhang Lin's final destination. That radiant smile, that supreme demeanor, that golden silhouette that shattered under the first rays of dawn, became eternal, becoming an immortal scene that would be imprinted in the hearts of the people of the future. Zhang Lin, I don't want you to leave. As long as you can come back to life, I'm willing to sink into hell for all eternity to pray for you. Yang Yi wailed in despair. She knelt on the ground helplessly and used her fingertips to touch the ground where Zhang Lin was standing. She used her pure white robe to collect the osmium soil. She trembled, cried, and sobbed as she knelt there, burying her head in the soil, never wanting to get up again. The first rays of dawn shone into the Valley of Divinities. The grim reapers turned into ashes one after another, only leaving behind pieces of loose black robes that drifted down to the ground. At this moment, everything ended. The invincible battle team from the Violet Mountain had turned into dust, no longer existing. The Valley of Divinities was annihilated. Bang! Yi Fan acted with lightning speed, tapping on the center of Yang Yi's brows, stabilizing her crumbling immortal foundation. On her fair forehead, a trace of red flowed down. Yang Yi's eyes dimmed as she murmured, "You've already left. What's the point of me living on?" She didn't want to live alone in this world. She only wanted to die, to end this life and follow Zhang Lin. Ancestor Zhang Lin's only wish was for you to live on well. Yi Fan spoke in a light voice. Yang Yi was filled with grief. Her tears fell like rain. She hugged the soil and caressed it, placing it on her chest before pressing it against her face, as though she would never let it go. She sobbed sorrowfully, tears blurring her eyes as she thought of the past. 10,000 years ago, she was the Jade Pool's holy maiden. She was peerless in her generation and reigned supreme in the northern region. All the geniuses in the world went crazy for her. Zhang Lin, on the other hand, was heroic and imposing. He had mastered a peerless Genesis technique and possessed the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. He stood proudly in the world, full of vigor and confidence. 10,000 years ago, the Jade Lake Saintess and Zhang Lin were a perfect couple. One was a peerless celestial beauty, while the other was the center of attention. However, due to various reasons, the two missed each other in the end. Yang Yi was sad. Later, Zhang Lin married and had children. Many years later, he became the protector of the Jade Lake, protecting it in silence. In the latter half of their lives, they could only be bosom friends. Although they would occasionally meet, they could only stand respectfully. It was difficult for them to get close again. It wasn't until the grievous news came that Zhang Lin encountered an ominous event in his later years that he turned into a demon and passed away. Yang Yi finally broke free of all her shackles and rushed into the Purple Mountain, dying her own life for love. 10,000 years had passed, and the blue sea had turned into mulberry fields. However, to them, it was still the moment of separation. Their hearts had never changed. The eternal morning glow froze this sad scene. Yi Fan didn't want to watch anymore and turned around to enter the depths of the Valley of Divinities. Along the way, there was fresh blood and corpses everywhere. Skeletons were everywhere. All the ancient existences had died. Not a single one survived. At the moment of daybreak, Zhonglin unleashed a world-shaking divine law. Through the ages, one dream severed the Tao, slaying the entire valley of divinities. This was an immortal divine light. The three great ancestral kings were completely annihilated. Countless ancient existences were crushed and completely wiped out. This kind of battle prowess and style was hard to find in this world. He had killed 3 ancient saint-level existences in one night. What kind of divine courage and tyranny was this? Yi Fan entered the depths of the Valley of Divinities and entered the various ancient palaces. He carefully searched and, in the end, took away an ancient scripture and some rare treasures. However, he didn't sweep everything clean like locusts because that didn't match his status as a disciple under Great Emperor Wushi. Not long after, he walked out of the valley. Divine flames throbbed behind him, burning fiercely and drowning the heaven and earth. He activated the heaven origin forbidden formation that he laid down together with Zhonglin. Endless draconic energy surged within the mountains and ravines. This place became a furnace that burned continuously and then collapsed. "Senior Yang, Yi, it's time to leave," Yi Fan said softly. The matters here had already been settled and couldn't stay here any longer. Yang Yi stood up and used her pure white clothes to wrap up the yellow soil. She wiped away the last drop of tears on her face and said, "I know, I understand." Yi Fan was astonished and didn't understand what was going on. She stopped crying and a trace of luster appeared in her eyes. She became unswerving. Light flashed and an expanse of Tao patterns flickered. They stepped into the Void Realm Gate and disappeared from this place. The endless mountain range was burning. The draconic energy underground rushed up and turned into resplendent light. Many mountains collapsed and smoke filled the sky. It continuously collapsed as if the end of the world had arrived. This place became a wasteland. What happened? Why is the Valley of Gods overflowing with flames? Are they carrying out a holy sacrifice? What powerful divine might fluctuations? Could it be that they are refining an unmatched ancient weapon? Ever since the Valley of Gods appeared, this place had long become a demonic land. No one dared to approach, and those who dared to intrude were killed without mercy. Everything within a range of several thousand li was a forbidden land. Something's not right. Look at that mountain collapsing and that valley caving in. It seems like it has been destroyed. Who are these people? Could it be that they're launching a large-scale attack on the Valley of Gods? Finally, everyone noticed the abnormality. Some people began to gather their courage and approach to see what kind of changes were taking place. What? There are corpses everywhere in the Valley of Gods. Blood has formed a river and dyed the ground red. There is not a single survivor. Everyone was horrified. Who exactly did this? To completely wipe out an archaic imperial race, this was simply unimaginable. The mountain was collapsing, the valley was sinking, and the great earth was caving in. Everything was being destroyed. This place became a land of disaster and could no longer be as grand as before. Wushi's subordinate Zhonglin has solemnly carried out the great emperor's decree to suppress and destroy the Valley of Gods. Everyone was horrified. These words were like a demonic curse that resounded through the mountains and ravines. They rumbled and resounded through heaven and earth. This was the heaven origin forbidden formation operating. A clear imprint continuously supported this place, activating unmatched heavenly might. It was as if a great emperor was roaring. The tremendous voice rumbled through this great earth. It was as if a celestial emperor's ancient war chariot passed by and crushed through the heavens. It stirred up everyone's bloodlust. The Valley of Gods has been wiped out. Who can tell me what exactly is going on? News immediately spread out, triggering a huge commotion. Divine City was the first stop, and then it spread in all directions. How is this possible? At first, everyone didn't believe it at all. What kind of place was the Valley of Gods? It was a great imperial race among the 10,000 archaic races. Even though it didn't produce archaic emperors like the Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, or Fire Cheeling Cave, it was still incomparably terrifying. It was a glorious great race. It really has been wiped out. Not only is the divine valley burning, even that region is collapsing. All the great mountains are collapsing. There are people who swore to the heavens that they saw everything with their own eyes. This triggered a tremendous commotion. Soon after, the news was verified. It was unknown just how many cultivators hurried over to personally see what was going on. There were humans among them, and there were even more ancient races of different shapes and appearances. All of the creatures here were shocked. Everything here was too terrifying. Not a single one of them was left alive. The Valley of Gods has been wiped out, and it was a single clan wipeout. This was a piece of news that shocked everyone like thunder. It made everyone's ears ring with wong-wong sounds, and even their souls were shaken. The northern region was immediately thrown into chaos. It was too shocking. Everything was just too inconceivable. An archaic imperial race was wiped out, becoming history in a single night, forever disappearing. Great Emperor. The human race still has a great emperor that hasn't died. It was Wu Shi who gave the order to wipe out the Valley of Gods. When this news was released, it was even more shocking than the Valley of Gods being wiped out. Everyone was stupefied, almost petrified. Wu Shi's subordinate, Zhang Lin, has solemnly carried out the great emperor's decree to wipe out the Valley of Gods. This divine voice, after being supported by the heaven origin divine formation, became louder and louder. In the end, it was even more resounding than heavenly thunder. It rumbled and collapsed tens of thousands of mountains. This was a voice comparable to the berating of a great emperor. Everyone who heard it felt their souls tremble. They wanted to prostrate themselves and worship and kneel for eternity. In the end, the mountains and valleys collapsed. An incomparably mysterious heaven origin, forbidden formation disappeared without a trace. The traces left behind by Yi Fan and the others were completely erased. Everyone fought to spread this news, making many ancient races tremble in fear. The entire northern region was thrown into an uproar. Zhang Lin had already passed away, but this name was like the heavenly emperor's divine mark. It would never be erased, and it was engraved into everyone's hearts. Zhang Lin suppressed the northern region and wiped out the entire Valley of Gods. Exceptional style. The one under Great Emperor Wu Shi is indeed extraordinary. It's unimaginable that he killed a great archaic imperial race. The entire northern region was in an uproar. All the races were discussing this like boiling water. It was difficult to calm down. The mountains collapsed and the valleys collapsed. The ancient heaven origin formation disappeared without a trace. Many cultivators and countless experts rushed into the Valley of Gods in search of the treasures. In the past, no one dared to step into this place. But now all the living beings rushed in together. Many human cultivators and ancient race experts opened up one burnt stone palace after another in the sunken earth veins and searched through the ruins. There were people who found many treasures and some rare treasures. Dozens of great treasures were opened one after another. On this day, the northern region was in chaos. The hearts of the ancient races trembled. They were all uneasy and fearful. The Valley of Gods was plundered in less than a day. Many people felt their hearts ache because the true divine treasury had already been burned to the ground. Only when the ancestral king personally arrived did the mountain range calm down. All the cultivators retreated in fear. Such a great event had shaken the northern region and shocked the entire world. It was impossible for the awakened ancestral king not to pay attention. In truth, there was an indescribable fear in their hearts. No one knew better than them how terrifying the three ancient kings of the Valley of Gods were. But they had been killed just like that. They had no choice but to personally come and investigate. They wanted to find out what had happened. Is the human Wu Shi really alive? Even his disciple can suppress the Valley of Gods. This Zhang Lin must be the all-knowing great sage. On this day, many ancient kings gathered in the ruins. They all felt a chill run down their spines. They felt an indescribable fear and their bodies were frozen. In this battle, only one woman from the Valley of Gods came out. She wasn't killed while the others were all killed. The survivor was called Zi Tianfeng. She was Zi Tiandu's sister. Ah, the heavenly prince roared. His face was ashen as he smashed a teacup. Many ancient races knew that he had persuaded the Valley of Gods to send troops to the southern mountains to massacre the barbarian race. But now such a thing had happened. How can Wu Shi still be alive? He gritted his teeth. The destruction of the Valley of Gods this time was a great blow to his prestige. As the son of God, he had a halo that others couldn't compare to, but he couldn't afford to squander it like this. Chapter 805. A person's life is but an instant in the long river of time. But if you die, it is forever, even longer than the ages. Don't talk about death so easily because life is much shorter than death. It is worth cherishing. These were the words Zhang Lin had said before. Yang Yi thought about it in a daze, and her eyes became blurry again. In the end, she hugged the yellow soil and walked away step by step. Where's her next stop? Perhaps it was the old home of the Yuan Taoist master. Perhaps it was where Zhang Lin's descendants lived, or perhaps it was the Jade Lake. Yi Fan watched her leave and could only sigh. He couldn't help her because many things had to be done by oneself. Only then could one truly pass this trial. The northern region was in chaos. The unfathomable Valley of Gods had been wiped out and removed from the myriad races. This overturned everyone's thoughts and exceeded everyone's expectations. As one of the great ancient royal races, they had experienced thousands of tribulations and had existed since ancient times. What kind of enemies had they not met before? The archaic era was extremely cruel. The ancient races were like trees in a forest and had experienced bloody battles. The battles between the races could easily last for tens of thousands of years. They were the cream of the crop. Otherwise, how could they have been passed down? The more they fought, the braver they became, and they were given the title of royal race. They were used to great scenes and had encountered countless great enemies. After passing through the great calamity of the archaic era, they thought they could rule the world and slowly cultivate for thousands of years. Who would have thought that they would be destroyed as soon as they were born? Moreover, this was done by the human race they looked down on. One had to know that in the archaic era, this race was not looked upon favorably and had faced extermination several times. They had reached this day with great difficulty. They had just woken up from their slumber and thought that their glorious era had arrived, but this was the end. Many ancient races gasped and felt a chill in their hearts. The entire northern region was not calm. Only the human race was excited and their blood was boiling. The people under great Emperor Wu Shi's command had moved everyone's hearts. The impact of this battle was too great. All the ancient races were scared. Even the powerful Valley of Gods had been destroyed. Who wouldn't be scared? Yi Fan was gratified after hearing this news. Zhang Lin did not die in vain. He had suppressed the northern region in one battle, and everyone was afraid. He did not waste any time and hurried to his burial place to retrieve his true body. Back then, considering that it was too dangerous to enter the Purple Mountain, he left behind his physical body and a wisp of his primordial spirit before he left, leaving behind the hope of resurrection. The mountainous area was tranquil. Not a single blade of grass grew, and not a single sound could be heard. Yi Fan dug through the soil layer and went several thousand meters underground. His expression changed on the spot. Someone has been here. He immediately became anxious. This was his Tao body, the foundation of proving the Tao. He couldn't bear the slightest mishap. Who was it that came here? When he came to the deepest part of the underground, he saw a thief's hole. It was as if it was made by nature. Yi Fan's nose almost became crooked from anger. He cursed. That dog Duanda. This immoral fatty wasn't in front of him. If he was here, he wouldn't mind hanging him up and beating him up, turning him into a thug, and turning him into a mad demon. I'm a great archaeologist. There was only this line of words in the underground stone chamber, and the origin heaven formation pattern that Yi Fan had set up was disintegrated. Fatty Duan. Yi Fan grinded his teeth. Where is this bastard now? How would he find him? He left this place and used the heaven and earth transformation technique to rejuvenate this flesh shell. He then walked towards the human city, because he wanted to know what had happened during the month he was missing. He didn't know if he didn't understand, but now that he understood, he was shocked. This fatty really dared to make a fuss. The heavenly prince was called an egg, and Yuan Gu was called a watermelon. He challenged everywhere and threatened to fight a decisive battle. But each time, he would brush past the enemy and never fight. This damned fatty had been provoking and clamoring everywhere for a month. Even a valley of gods was cursed like a hammer. He had the spirit of being the enemy of the whole world and being the only one in the world. It was also a kind of ability that he hadn't been killed and was still alive. During this month, the human race's saint physique was in the limelight. If not for the destruction of the Valley of Gods, he would definitely be the topic of discussion. Yifan was speechless. Even though the people Duanda had provoked were all people he wanted to kill, this bastard was really asking for a beating. He chased all the way, wanting to find traces of him and seize his true body. However, this bastard seemed to know that he had made too many enemies recently and that it was somewhat dangerous. He had hidden himself, and it was difficult to find him. In the following half a month, the northern region was in chaos. All the races were thinking and investigating in secret, wanting to know the truth. Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and Fire Cheelan Cave had produced ancient emperors before. It was hard to say whether there were emperor weapons or other hidden resources. Even they were shocked and searched everywhere. Whether or not the great ancient emperor was still alive became a sore point for all the ancient races. According to reason, he shouldn't be living in this world, but this battle was too frightening. Why is it like this? The archaic ancestral king muttered and pondered for a long time without saying anything. During the archaic years, ancient trees towered into the heavens and strange beasts ran amok. Great battles often broke out between different races, but it was rare for it to be this easy. The Valley of Gods was completely destroyed in a single night. In the following month, the northern region was still in chaos. No one dared to make any big movements out of fear of touching some bottom line. Finally, the great ancient imperial families discussed and issued a notice. They said that becoming an immortal was the ultimate goal of cultivators and that there was no need to kill each other on this path. When this news was released, the world was in an uproar. The tone of the ancient races clearly softened quite a bit, as if they were no longer high and mighty and were willing to live in harmony with the human race. Regardless of whether it is the archaic emperors or the great human emperors of the later generations, they have all said that all things reinforce and subdue each other. There's a reason for the reproduction of different races, and the heavens treat everyone equally. Someone from the archaic imperial family said these words, and it shook the world. Did they change their unyielding attitude? Were they really going to treat the human race peacefully? After the sect masters of the human race learned of this, they faintly guessed at the ancient race's fear and intentions. They quickly responded, saying that a rarely seen great era had arrived, and that it should be a flourishing age and not a terrifying age of chaos. In the following period of time, the northern region's chaos eased by a great deal. Whether it was the human race or the ancient races, they all let out a long breath of relief. During this period of time, all sides were probing each other. They sent out some signals through some special occasions, and many of them were critical issues. In the end, as if they had reached a tacit understanding, the ancient races no longer said that they would go on an expedition to conquer the regions with the most spirit medicines, dragon energy, earth marrow, and other such resources. The human great sects also expressed their stance at a suitable time. The 5 regions were vast and boundless, and there were many famous mountains and rivers that could be conquered. The 10,000 races wouldn't lack pure lands. Zhang Lin's battle had shaken the northern region, and the world seemed to have calmed down. It was unlikely that chaos would occur in the near future. However, all the great sects knew that this was only a temporary calm. No one knew what would happen in the future. Ancestor, this battle of yours caused the various races of the supreme, ancient, immortal realms to fear you. Your achievements will forever be remembered by the human race. Yifan let out a long sigh. He poured a bowl of wine on the ground and offered it to the ancestor. At the same time, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Great Emperor Wu Shi's fame was truly unrivaled. This time, borrowing his name had played an inconceivable role. This might not last long. Yi Fan muttered to himself. If he wanted to continue shocking them, it would only become more and more difficult. Although there were still a few steps he could take, it wasn't time yet. At the very least, there would be a period of peace. He had to quickly grow up so that when the true dark chaos erupted, he would have a foothold. The 10,000 ancient races were inextricably linked to the 7 great life forbidden zones. This was a place that not even the ancient emperors could completely raze to the ground. If one thought about it deeply, it was just too terrifying. Had a period of relative peace arrived, everyone was rejoicing. It was just that no one knew how long this would last. "Duan, you bastard! Where did you go exactly?" Yi Fan cursed. "Ba." On this day, in the distant western desert, an ancient Buddhist chant rang out from Mount Meru, shaking all the ancient temples. On this day, a Buddha child from the western desert crossed the central continent and entered the eastern wasteland. Finally, he came to the northern region and brought a decree. Peace unto the heavens. There were only these 4 words, bold and powerful. The moment it was unfolded, the heavenly Tao rumbled. Divine sounds descended from the heavens, and Tao light rushed into the heavens. It was as if a group of ancient Buddhas were chanting. Their voices resounded throughout the world, shocking everyone. The victorious fighting Buddha had not died. This news spread out immediately. The 5 regions were shaken, and even the ancient races were shocked. All the ancient kings were shaken. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the archaic races, they didn't know what kind of feelings they should have towards him, because it was rumored that he was an archaic king, but he converted to the human race's Buddhism, cultivating on Mount Meru and becoming a Buddha. Previously, it was rumored that he had passed away in seclusion. Unexpectedly, he didn't die and was still alive in this world. Even the ancient races were incomparably powerful, but they couldn't help but be wary of him, let alone the human race. Who was the victorious fighting Buddha? It was rumored that he was a sacred ape, the younger brother of the ancient fighting sacred emperor. He had grown up under his guidance, and his cultivation was terrifyingly high. Back then, he feared nothing and could rampage through the world. His cultivation was comparable to sacred emperors of the same age, and he had killed countless powerful existences. If it was really him, even the strongest ancient king would have to think twice before jumping out. Moreover, after the ancient races came out, they all went to the ancient land of the battle's sacred ape lineage to search. They didn't sense the aura of the old sacred emperor's weapon. Many people guessed that it had been taken away by his younger brother. The younger brother of the ancient emperor of fighting. If he had an ancient imperial weapon, who could resist? It wouldn't be too much of a problem if he wanted to wipe out an entire race. He had come out of seclusion at this time and passed down such a decree. It would naturally cause a huge commotion. Was the victorious fighting Buddha trying to mediate the current conflict and make all sides calm down? This wasn't something that just anyone could do. However, no one dared to say anything against him. Yi Fan was quite shocked. Laozi, Sakyamuni, victorious fighting Buddha. There was finally still one of these familiar names in this world that hadn't gone far. Not long after, the northern region was in heated discussion. It was almost boiling because the ancient races had actually proposed to hold a meeting of the myriad races. This was definitely shocking news, and it was most likely related to the victorious fighting Buddha. At that time, all the races would have to send people to participate. Such a grand meeting would definitely cause a sensation. Many sect masters of the human race responded. They felt that there should be such a meeting. At that time, they could sit down and discuss some important issues in detail. Chapter 806. Previously, the situation had been tense. The ancient imperial family had wanted to massacre the Southern Mountains barbarian race. But now, such a reversal had occurred. Zhang Lin had succeeded in suppressing the northern region, and the convention of the myriad races was about to follow. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Half a month later, there was definite news that the convention wasn't empty talk. It was really going to be held, and it had already been confirmed. The world was in an uproar. The ancient races were too mysterious to the human race. They were all incomparably powerful. Now, they were actually going to sit face to face and discuss the future. This was truly a huge matter. That damn Duanda, let's see where you can run this time. Yifan believed that such a convention would definitely involve the unscrupulous Taoist. However, he wasn't worried that Fatty Duan wouldn't return the body because the heaven-devouring demon jar was still in his hands. The damn Fatty probably did this because he was afraid that he wouldn't return it. The convention of the myriad races was definitely incomparably grand. Where and when it was held would definitely be very particular. This was because this was a matter of great importance. The ancient races were extremely powerful. If they really wiped out the human race experts, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. In the end, after discussions between the races and the request of a human race, the venue of the convention was chosen to be the Jade Pool. This was a safe arrangement. The Jade Pool had the green gold pagoda of immortal tears, which was also the West Emperor Pagoda. There was no need to fear any unforeseen events, and it could make the races behave themselves. To show their sincerity, the ancient race agreed to this request. Because they hadn't left the northern region, they had nothing to fear if there was a war. The humans were somewhat surprised to see them agree so readily. They couldn't help but think of Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, Fire Cheelan Cave, and other places that had produced emperors. Could they all have ancient emperor weapons? These days, Yifan had been nourishing this saint body with spirit medicines. He consumed a lot every day, and what he needed was bought from the auction house of the northern region Divine City. Now, he didn't lack source power. At this level, he could turn stone into gold. Moreover, he had flattened the Wang family of the northern plains and bathed the Divine Valley in blood. He had obtained a lot of divine source. This old body, after being nourished for half a month, was sparkling and translucent. Then, he used the heaven and earth transformation art to transform it into his own appearance and reconstruct it. During these past few days, he had been cultivating his flesh shell while comprehending the Tao. The ancient scripture he obtained from the Valley of Gods was indeed extraordinary. It had its own unique aspects, explaining how to strengthen the primordial spirit. The fist-sized golden figure sat cross-legged on the immortal foundation of a sage. His entire body radiated resplendent golden light as he cultivated the divine spirit condensation technique of the ancient races. His body grew increasingly sturdier and more imperishable. Beams of divine light shot out one after another, converging together to form 9 divine halos. They appeared on the immortal platform and revolved around Yifan. After being enlightened by this ancient scripture and being remodeled, he firmly stood on the 9th minor step of the 2nd level of the immortal foundation realm, moving towards the perfection boundary. Yifan's spirit resided within the sacred shell. He borrowed the exuberant golden blood energy to refine his spirit and possessed an extremely powerful effect. Buzz! The void trembled. Yifan's spirit stepped out from the space between his brows. It was only the size of a fist, but it became more and more solid. 9 divine rings appeared behind his head, turning into undying Tao light. There was a vague sound of the great Tao resonating, rumbling about. Whoosh! Finally, with a flash of light, the golden figure once again sat cross-legged on the immortal foundation. At the same time, the sacred shell opened its eyes. There's still some time before the convention of the myriad races. Let's go see some old friends first. During these days, Yifan felt vaguely uneasy. After such a long time, he still hadn't heard any news from Pangbo. He didn't know where he was or if he was still alive. 2 days later, he crossed into the southern region and entered the Supreme Mystery Sect. Step by step, he came to the humble peak. This peak was still the same as before. There was no magnificent waterfall, no picturesque scenery, and there was no fragrance of flowers and birds. There were only a few stone halls that were about to collapse and large patches of weeds. The others didn't notice, but on the lonely peak overgrown with weeds, an old man opened his eyes and looked down. Yifan was shocked. Old man Leroyu's strength was unfathomable. He came here on the body of a sage and stepped on the row incantation, but he was still discovered. Why did you change your physical body? Leroyu asked. His eyes were like torches as he stared straight at the source. Yifan was surprised. Every time he saw this old man, his cultivation level would increase greatly. His speed was frightening. Back then, Leroyu sat on the humble peak for hundreds of years and didn't make any progress until he finally soared into the sky. It could be said that a great talent matured slowly. Greetings, senior. Yifan bowed. Back then, the old man had done him a great favor and allowed him to obtain the Bu incantation. When he was chased by all the holy lands and no one dared to interact with him, the old man recognized him as his disciple. Leroyu nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Yifan's primordial spirit sitting on the 9th small step of the 2nd layer of the immortal foundation, he was very satisfied. Yifan, within a ruined palace hall, a man walked out. He was extremely moved, grabbing his hand with a single motion. Although he had entered the sacred shell before coming here, Yifan had molded it into his own appearance. Zhang Wenchang recognized him at a glance. It's me. I heard that you entered the starry space ancient pathway and left together with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. 12 years later, you returned. What happened exactly? Did you really return to the other side of the starry space? Zhang Wenchang asked in agitation. He missed his wife and son. He couldn't forget the past. No. Yifan shook his head. He sat down and told Leroyu and Zhang Wenchang about his experiences in the past 10 years. After that, he asked about the mysterious man attacking the humble peak. If he wanted to understand clearly what kind of enemy he was, he had to have an idea. The invaders are extraordinary. Old man Leroyu spoke. Yifan started. He could sense that this old man had already severed his Tao and was definitely a king. Yet, he still had such an evaluation. This was no small matter. A badly damaged 9-orifice stone golem was the main attacker. The others didn't act and were merely spectating from afar. What? How is this possible? Yifan was dumbfounded. When had he provoked such a creature? How could it be like this? Zhang Wenchang's cultivation was only at the 4 extremes secret realm, but old man Li Ryu was very satisfied. He said that there would be a day when a dragon would soar. Yifan sighed. In this world, perhaps only this old man was willing to teach this disciple. If it was anyone else, they would have long since abandoned him. He had a vague feeling that this old man would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Every time they met, he would experience a qualitative leap. His cultivation speed was terrifying. Senior, this is an ancient scripture I obtained. I can't understand it, so I want to give it to you. Yifan took out a scroll of scripture. It was given to him by the 3rd beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Udai. She said it was written by an ancient emperor in his later years. It was different from other methods. It talked about flowers, birds, fishes, and bugs standing aloof from worldly affairs. That kind of mentality was almost impossible for humans. Moreover, there were no secret techniques or Tao methods. Yifan studied it for a long time, but couldn't find a way. He believed that this ancient scripture wasn't suitable for him. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to give it to Li Ruoyu because he felt it was too similar to the great Tao of nature. As expected, when the old man received the scroll and carefully studied it, he revealed a serious expression for the first time. He sighed and said, as expected, it was written by an ancient emperor. I hope it can help Senior comprehend the Tao. Yifan believed that this scripture was given to the right person. Rather than calling it an ancient scripture, it's better to call it a handwritten letter. I believe this was either left behind by the Grand Emperor or written by Emperor Hongyu in his later years. Li Ruoyu said. Yifan was astonished. The old man was unfathomable as expected. He could even deduce this. When the day comes when you are about to become a saint, come back here and retrieve this ancient scripture. Although there is no specific method, carefully studying it will be greatly beneficial. It can help you pass the test, the old man said solemnly. Wenchang, I'll wait for the day you soar into the heavens. Yifan stood up and bid farewell to Li Ruoyu. Not long after, he went to the Ji family. Of course, he was secretly let in. He came to the ancient cave where Ji Hao Yue was cultivating in seclusion. It was very lively here. Yin Yishi, Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others were all here. They were all very excited. Little Yi, you succeeded. The Wuxia bell rang for 3 months in a row. That's too abnormal. Li Heishui said, how did you destroy the Divine Spirit Valley? Tell us quickly, Li Tian said. Big brother Yi, was it really you who cursed the Heavenly Prince and Yuan Gu? Dongfang Man asked. Their hearts were filled with questions. They were shocked by everything that had happened recently and couldn't understand it. Yi Fan told them everything in detail. They couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned Zhang Lin's death. Zhang Lin's heroic spirit is unparalleled, and he died. However, I feel that Yang Yi might be in pain. Why is reality always so helpless? Ji Ziyuan murmured. In the end, they all went north because the convention of the myriad races was about to begin. Rumor had it that Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, the divine Silkworm Taoist, the heavenly prince, Yuan Gu, and the others would all appear. Not to mention the true giants of the ancient races. Some of them would definitely appear. At that time, it would really be a gathering of the wind and clouds. However, they separated and didn't travel together. This was due to Yi Fan's strong request. The main reason was that the bastard Duanda had caused a lot of trouble for him. He didn't know when someone would jump out to settle the score. The human race's sacred physique was too popular recently. There was still half a month before the convention of the myriad races would begin, but countless cultivators had already arrived in advance and entered this area. In the northern region, there were patches of scarlet land that easily spanned tens of thousands of miles. Not even a blade of grass grew, and most of them were barren lands. Although the Jade Lake was in the northern region, it wasn't one of them. It was located in an area with fragrant flowers and pleasant scenery. There was the tranquility of a bamboo forest, the natural nature of a stone arch bridge, and the spectacular sight of a 3,000-foot waterfall. Yi Fan had already been here during the Feast of Peaches, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this place. He didn't expect that the convention of the myriad races would be held here again. He didn't go in but stayed outside the Jade Lake, quietly waiting for Fatty Duan to appear. After waiting for 7 or 8 days, his target really showed up. Yi Fan was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. He saw another him, dressed in purple and had a heroic appearance. However, upon closer inspection, his gaze was too crafty and he didn't seem like a good person. This bastard, his other self, swaggered over without the slightest bit of concealment. Moreover, he had his hands behind his back and looked down on the world. Damn fatty! Yi Fan rushed over immediately and shouted, scaring Duanda. He then said with a smile, "Why are you so fierce? If you want to vent your anger, I'll go all out and let you beat me to your heart's content. Damn you, that's my body. Throw your skin out and let me kick you to my heart's content." Chapter 807. Fatty Duan came over as if he was asking for a beating. Hit me with everything you've got. I'll let you vent your anger. Damn Duanda, this is my flesh. Yi Fan grabbed his collar and resisted the urge to beat him into a pig's head. He actually wanted to kick him crazily. This damned fatty was too hateful. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like he deserved a beating. His smile was unlikable. Jade Lake. Auspicious energy swirled around spiritual peaks. Auspicious earth accompanied by multicolored clouds. The beautiful lake was enshrouded in mist, creating a picturesque scene. Gazing into the distance, there was no lack of majestic energy amidst the beauty. 3,000 feet of silver waterfalls, 8,000 zhang of giant mountains, grand and magnificent like a Kunlun immortal realm. Outside the Jade Lake, there were people descending on auspicious cloud from time to time. There were humans riding on flying swords, as well as ancient creatures shrouded in demonic energy. During this distinguished meeting, all of the 10,000 archaic races will come. Are you just throwing your life away by swaggering through the streets like this? Yi Fan pressed down on his head, wanting to forcefully extract his primordial spirit. Don't worry, the first rule of the Jade Lake Distinguished Meeting is that no matter how great the enmity is, no battles are allowed here. Duanda resisted with all his might. Yi Fan was shocked. This damned fatty was truly a bit unfathomable. He actually couldn't force out his primordial spirit. I'll return it to you later. This place isn't suitable. Duanda grimaced in pain. It was clear that he was under great pressure as well. Don't waste your energy. No matter what, this grandpa is still someone who will rebuild after breaking, even though I still broke in the end. From time to time, creatures riding on ancient treasures passed by. When they saw them, they couldn't help but give them a few glances. Soon after, someone finally recognized them. Isn't that the human race's holy body? He also came. Many people were shocked. Quite daring, actually daring to come here. Aren't you scared of having your tendons pulled out and your bones peeled off? An old, ancient creature laughed coldly in the distance. Duanda sneered and said, with this one here, you can just King stay where you are. Even though the distinguished meeting has rules that forbid killing, if you provoke me, I'll still blast you into dregs. That ancient creature released a cold snort and turned around to leave. He came from a small clan, so he didn't dare to recklessly take action here. Otherwise, if he really was killed by the Western Emperor Pagoda, no one would help him. You feel good using my body to show off, don't you? Yifan's expression was not friendly, but he did not immediately withdraw his body, because he was already at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. Once his spirit and shell fused together, he would definitely attract a supreme heavenly tribulation. It was truly not suitable for him to do so in the Jade Lake. This was also the reason why he had the confidence to enter the Jade Pool. Even when facing the ancestors, he dared to trigger the thunder punishment and let them suffer the great tribulation of the saints. I say, brat, you need to be honest. The heaven-devouring demon jar is with you, so why would I show my might? When are you going to return it to me? Fatty Duan said forcefully. They walked into the Jade Pool side by side. Yifan didn't pay any more attention to him. He just felt that if he really needed to go through the heavenly tribulation, he would first strike this bastard until white smoke came out of him. You don't say. The various races of the supreme, ancient, immortal realms all have their own personalities. Look over there. There's a fellow with the head of a dog, the body of a human, and a pair of pure white divine wings on his back. There's even a divine halo around him. How interesting. Duanda commented, shut up for me. If you dare to say another word, I will seal your mouth. Yifan spoke. This bastard actually dared to use his fleshly body to attract hatred here. He was truly asking for a beating. In that case, let's split up. You walk your path, and I'll walk mine. Let's not obstruct each other's eyes. Duanda hesitated. After that, he stared at a figure that resembled a fiend god as he spoke. What's the origin of this person? He's so ferocious and has 4 heads and 8 arms. I'm sure it won't be easy to slaughter him. It was clear that the ancient creature in front of them heard their words. Its black hair was thick, and it wore King Clan armor. It was a dignified divine object, its eyes as sharp as sword radiance. If you keep grumbling, I don't want your body anymore. Either way, I have an even more powerful divine shell. The heaven-devouring devil jar will belong to me. Yifan threatened. Don't. Let's just walk around and chat. If I say any more, just slap my mouth. I won't resist at all. Motherf Astris Kerr, that's my body. Hey, look, there's a deity over there. He really is ferocious and powerful. His entire body is shining. If we hang him up, he might be able to become an everlasting lamp. Your mouth really is lowly. That's a king-level expert. I'll skin you alive later. Just skin me then. I won't resist at all. Return my body to me. I'm just speaking casually. Hey, look, there's an unmatched overlord over there. He has 9 beautiful women's heads, yet he has a phoenix body. It's truly inconceivable. Those tail feathers are so beautiful. Punk. Yifan covered his mouth. This bastard's mouth was truly deserving of being trampled on. His mouth had reached the acme of perfection. Motherf Astris Kerr, don't cover my mouth. I actually just want to say that a fan made from phoenix feathers is definitely priceless. I dug up a saint's tomb before, but unfortunately, a senior had already visited and only found a precious fanstone inscription. What a pity. Fatty Duan was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. There were still a few more days before the Myriad Clan's meeting would begin, but many cultivators had already arrived at the Jade Pool. The races stood in great numbers, and their appearances were all different. Many of the creatures were like gods and demons, extremely frightening. The Jade Pool was very vast, but there were many restrictions. Many areas couldn't be set foot in. With the divine might of the immortal Tyr's green-golden pagoda covering the sky and earth, no one dared to take a step forward. However, the area that was open for the meeting was also very vast. Precious trees were verdant, and ancient trees were everywhere. There were spiritual peaks one after another, and there were lakes one after another. Clouds and multicolored clouds adorned the Pure Land. The area was vast enough just to avoid conflicts from clashing with the different races. Dang! The divine bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. Many human race sect masters and ancient creatures all went out to welcome them. A cave master of the Fire Chelan Cave's 13th cave had arrived. This kind of identity couldn't help but be respectful. This was a race that had produced ancient emperors. They were extremely powerful during the archaic years, and there was a period when they ruled over the world. The tens of thousands of races all revered them, and there was no one who didn't fear them. They had wiped out many great races that didn't obey their orders. This race's inheritance is ancient, and the most terrifying thing is that there is an ancient prince still alive. He is their bloodline's trump card, personally sealed in the divine source by the archaic emperor back then. Some people discussed. Now that the various races appeared in the world, many secrets were revealed. The so-called ancient emperor's son should be the Fire Chelan. I wonder if he came or not. I believe he will definitely come to this kind of distinguished meeting. An ancient creature spoke with reverence. Even though they were all archaic races, there was still a difference in status, to the extent where the difference was like the clouds and mud. The human race didn't know for sure, but they could infer one or two things from the sons of the ancient great emperors. The sons of the ancient great emperors, every single one of them were exceptional figures from past to present, all of them only half a step away from verifying the Tao. They possessed incomparable talent and terrifyingly powerful bloodline power. These weren't empty words, because during the darkness chaos, there were imperial sons who appeared, sacrificing themselves for the Tao, suppressing all of the great chaos. Unfortunately, those heroes were all used up in the darkness chaos. If not for the fact that they were born in the same era as their imperial fathers, they would have already verified the Tao back then. Now, even though these ancient princes hadn't grown up yet, not reaching great success, they still avoided their father's generation. Sooner or later, they would definitely shock the world. Sai, do you know why I challenged the heavenly princes in Yuan-gu and then missed them each time? Duanda was in a bad mood. Those bastards really are powerful. Even if we are at the same level, I still feel like the divine body doesn't have any advantage. Yifan was speechless. He had never believed that the divine body was number one under the heavens. The bloodline of the previous generations of ancient emperors was incomparable. There was nothing much to say, but he believed that he could compete with them. However, he knew that verifying the Tao wasn't determined by one's bloodline. Back then, the great emperor was merely immortal, but in the end he stepped on the corpses of many kings to reach the apex, becoming unrivaled throughout the ages. Comparatively speaking, Yuan-gu isn't the most terrifying because he has the bloodline of the ancient emperors. Duanda actually revealed this piece of information. Half a day later, the divine bell rang again. One of the 17 mountain lords of the Blood Phoenix Mountain had arrived. His status was illustrious and incomparably respected. This bloodline had also produced ancient emperors and ruled over an archaic era. In the following 2 days, the human race was in an awkward situation. Up until now, only the barbarian king could be considered to be able to control the situation. There were no other kings. This was indeed an unnatural scene. The divine bell rang every day, but up until now, only the barbarian king of the human race was worthy of greeting. One didn't need to think to know that on the day of the great assembly, some great races would definitely send ancient kings. However, did the human race still have saints in this era? When they thought of this problem, Many people didn't have the confidence to raise their heads. It would be great if Great Emperor Wuxia appeared. Even if all the ancient kings of the various races came, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Yeah, even if the emperor's might doesn't appear when the time comes, the human race's great sage Zhang Lin can also come personally. Many people in the human race were discussing like this to cover up their current predicament. Yi Fan and Duan had always been carefully observing. They understood the various races of the archaic era and compared their strengths. Saying that there were 10,000 races was actually an exaggeration. How could there be so many? 2 days later, a commotion broke out outside the Jade Pool. Although the divine bell didn't ring, many people rushed over to take a look. Who has arrived? Duanda was suspicious. Let's go take a look, said Yifan. Outside the Jade Pool, a young man walked over. He seemed calm, but every step he took seemed to harmonize with the heaven and earth. There was an indescribable rhythm to it. This was an extremely beautiful man. His appearance would make many women in the world jealous. He could be said to be peerless in style. His entire body was sparkling and flowing with divine splendor. There were several old servants protecting him. This was the first time Yifan had seen a man who was even more handsome than Hua Yunfei. There was nothing to pick on, and he was close to perfection. Heavenly Prince. Many ancient creatures bowed together. They were extremely sincere, and there wasn't the slightest bit of falsehood. This was the son of the undying Heavenly Emperor. He had appeared today. Yifan's eyes flickered with light. He finally saw the only bloodline of the deities in the hearts of the various races of the archaic era. The Heavenly Prince was surrounded by a 5-colored divine ring. He was like the son of a deity that descended into this world. Even his hair seemed to be sparkling as he walked over step by step. His eyes were extremely deep. Within them, there were actually mountains and rivers evolving, the vicissitudes of time, and all kinds of deductions of ascension to immortality. It was truly shocking. Yifan was astonished. This was definitely the precious inheritance left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor. It was a priceless secret. The Heavenly Prince stared at Yifan and Duanda with a single glance. His eyes swirled with radiance. An elder behind him even snorted coldly. Human race's holy physique, you came as well. This time, you finally didn't miss it. Let's see where you can run to this time. That elder sneered coldly. His killing intent was boundless. Suddenly, a long roar sounded from the distance. However, a streak of golden holy light had already arrived before the sound. It carried with it heaven overflowing blood energy as it smashed down with a large black rod. You're right. Let's see where you can run to this time. A golden figure rushed over and shouted loudly. Audacious! An old servant behind the Heavenly Prince walked up and blocked in front of him, facing this large rod. Pooh! Without any suspense. After the black rod smashed down, this unfathomably powerful old servant was smashed into meat paste. He was crushed on the spot. This was actually a golden holy ape. Its entire body was resplendent, and blood energy filled the sky. It faced the sky and roared with incomparable might. Yifan was overjoyed. The monkey was unharmed and actually arrived today. The others all turned pale with fright. The son of the Emperor of Fighting had arrived. His status was high, and he came for the Heavenly Prince. No one could compare to him. Chapter 808. After a few months, the monkey appeared in this world again. He didn't encounter a great disaster. He stood there with a large black gold rod in his hand, appearing extremely heroic. At this moment, his eyes were fiery, and the hair on his body flickered with brilliance. It was as if they were cast from gold. His entire body was resplendent, as if a deity had descended into the mortal world. The large black rod was dripping with blood. One of the Heavenly Prince's protectors was beaten into a pile of mush. Bones and blood flew everywhere. The sacred prince appeared and even faced off against the Heavenly Prince. This was undoubtedly a huge commotion, triggering a huge commotion. Then, news quickly spread, and many people hurried over after hearing the news. What is the meaning of this? The Heavenly Prince's black hair scattered about. He was surrounded by a 5-color divine ring. There were 9 of them in total, protecting him at the center. The monkey was extremely domineering. Golden holy light surged around his body, and a large black gold rod in his hand pointed forward. He looked forward arrogantly and said, "I don't have any other intentions. I just want to slaughter you." In all directions, everyone's expressions changed greatly. The inheritor of the battle, sacred ape bloodline, had arrived. This was truly a confrontation that exceeded everyone's expectations. The sacred prince against the heavenly prince could be said to be opposing each other with equal harshness. Their statuses were all illustrious, and many archaic races had to bow down to them. They were the ones with the most powerful bloodlines, and their origins were terrifying. There was no need to talk about the undying emperor. There were countless legends about him, and he was an unrivaled existence that exceeded deities. The Emperor of Fighting was the last emperor of the archaic years. His strength was tyrannical and could be said to be heaven-defying. He was known as the Sacred Emperor, and he was the only one since ancient times. Their descendants clashed, and it was like a comet smashing into the great earth. The radiance was dazzling, and everyone couldn't help but pay attention. This was a clash between the most powerful descendants. Sacred Prince, you are unrestrained, killing my subordinates in front of everyone. Do you think my temper is too gentle? The heavenly prince walked forward. His appearance was heroic and majestic, perfect and extremely dazzling. It was as if an ancient emperor had revived. I already said that I'm going to kill you. In the past, you incited many people to take action against me, yet you still have the face to say these words. Today, I have recovered from my injuries, and I'm going to kill all of you with a single strike. The monkey's aura was extremely wild. The golden battle saint's aura surged through the 9 heavens like a war god. None of the ancient creatures here dared to speak. They all felt great reverence towards these two. This was a battle between ancient princes, and normal people had no qualifications to interfere. Boom! The black cudgel in monkey's hand swung down, dripping with blood. Droplets of blood dripped down, causing the void to tremble incessantly like a rag. The expression of an old servant behind the heavenly prince changed. He walked up to face the attack, not allowing his master to advance. He activated a copper lamp, the flame of the lamp's wick burning the heavens, suppressing downwards. Crack! The dark gold rod in the monkey's hand was even heavier than a mountain. It shattered the light and extinguished the divine flames, and it shattered the copper lamp into pieces with the might of Mount Tai. Pooh! There was still no suspense. This extremely powerful old servant's head was blasted into countless peach blossoms. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape, destroyed in his flesh. I become a king. A servant behind the heavenly prince exclaimed. He quickly rushed forward and stood in front of the heavenly prince, blocking the monkey's attack. Clang! This old servant held a dragon horn mace that released a string of scarlet light. A scarlet dragon flew out and collided with the large mace, releasing waves of Tao sounds. All types of auspicious lights and auspicious colors shone brilliantly. This was a confrontation between kings. The people in the back were horrified, all of them quickly backing up. An expert of this level was rarely seen in the human race, making many sect masters suck in a cold breath of air. The great battle was fast and intense. The monkey was like the emperor of fighting, trampling on heaven and earth, the large rod sweeping out, valiant under the heavens, brandishing the world. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions between the metal rod and the dragon horn mace. Strand after strand of auspicious energy was destroyed, auspicious lights scattered. The great Tao traces were blasted apart. The monkey's power suppressed all directions, blasting this old servant until he coughed out blood and retreated. Truly worthy of being the son of the holy emperor, famous for his fighting prowess, intimidating the world. He injured me when he was just at the initial stage of severing the Tao. This old servant's chest rose and fell intensely, his entire body swirling with radiance. He was extremely shocked. Good. Yifan was sincerely happy for the monkey. Not only did the monkey return alive, it even crossed a threshold that was extremely difficult to cross. One had to understand that the third immortal severing Tao had stopped who knew how many people. Those with world-shocking talent might face even greater resistance. The Heavenly Prince's expression finally changed. He was also stuck at this trial, not successfully severing the Tao even now. If he faced the monkey just now, it would most likely be disastrous. Child of God, do not take action. What you lack is only time. A year of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. In the future, no one will be able to contend against you. That old servant spoke. Sacred Prince, you are a member of the archaic emperor race, yet you walk together with the human race's divine body, even taking action against the various clans. Are you going to betray your ancestors? The Heavenly Prince shouted. You really care too much. Who I walk together with, do you have the right to care? Also, stop putting so many hats on me. During the archaic era, the 10,000 clans stood in great numbers, fighting all year round. Blood flowed like rivers in the savage Great Earth, and as for how many clans were wiped out, no one could say for sure. I've never heard of the 10,000 clans being a single family, all of them dominating for thousands of years. Apart from this, the human race is also a branch of the 10,000 clans. Regardless of whether I walk together with the human race's divine body or the Blood Phoenix Mountain's inheritor, there isn't much of a difference. The monkey was also extremely sharp. His aura was like a rainbow as he walked forward with the rod in hand. He wanted to attack and kill the Heavenly Prince. The Heavenly Prince sneered and said, "The present is no longer the archaic era. The various clans have reappeared, wishing to rule the world once more. However, the original Great Earth has already been completely occupied by the human race. Could it be that your actions are not rebelling against the various great clans? What is the coexistence of 10,000 clans? You don't understand at all, so don't try to reason with me. Do you really think that you're the child of God? I don't feel anything special about the undying Heavenly Emperor at all." When the monkey's words sounded, the expressions of many ancient creatures changed. The undying Heavenly Emperor was a taboo existence that could not be blasphemed against. Shut your mouth. What ability do you have to dare criticize the archaic Heavenly Emperor? This is a great crime of disrespect, one that must be punished by the entire world. The old servant that was fighting against the Heavenly Prince shouted with the dragon horn mace in hand. "Even a servant like you dares to shout in front of me? Get lost." The monkey shouted loudly. The metal rod swung outwards, blasting the Heavenly Prince into retreat. Cracks appeared one after another on his body, and a streak of blood flowed out from the space between his brows. "Sacred Prince, you are going too far." The Heavenly Prince's eyes were terrifying. His black hair flowed down like a waterfall, and 9 divine rings appeared behind him. There was a total of 5 colors, as if he was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. The monkey laughed coldly and said, "Back then, when my father corroborated the Tao, he completely overturned your old man's Tao field. What kind of divine miracle is that?" He was blasted into dregs by a single sacred emperor fist. He was merely deified by the later generations. When these words sounded, the entire place became silent. This was a taboo topic, yet the monkey didn't care at all. When he spoke like this, it made the hearts of many ancient races pound. The Emperor of Fighting was an existence that didn't fear the heavens or earth. He didn't believe in the so-called gods of the past at all. Otherwise, why would he dare to have such a title? There was only one thought in his heart, and that was, with me, I am invincible, regardless of who it was. Even if it was a legendary deity, as long as he faced them, he would only punch through them and blast them into powder. The various races of the archaic era had indeed heard of these rumors, but no one dared to discuss them too much. The end of the archaic era was the world of the sacred battle ape bloodline. The sacred emperor ruled the world, so who dared to go against him? Who would have thought that today, the monkey didn't feel any restraints and spoke everything out loud, making many ancient creatures keep quiet out of fear. Yifan finally understood why the heavenly prince wanted to take the monkey's life after he emerged into the world. Turns out there was this type of secret behind it. Even if you have the bloodline of an ancient emperor, you still cannot blaspheme the unmatched heavenly emperor. Today, we will execute you. The injured old servant held the dragon horn mace and attacked again. The sonorous voice of the great Tao was like a sea. An auspicious light filled the sky as it hacked towards the monkey's head. At the same time, an even older ancient creature threw himself over, rushing towards the monkey. Yifan's expression changed. He sensed how powerful this person was and feared that something would happen to the monkey. The unmatched sacred shell erupted with brilliance, but it concealed its mysteries as it immediately rushed over. Pung! His fist smashed outwards, colliding with that even older servant. A string of bloody radiance erupted. That old servant's palm first exploded, and then his entire arm exploded. In the end, his body also cracked apart, flying outwards, but he didn't rot away. At the same time, the monkey's rod also smashed the dragon horn mace into several dozen pieces, causing that old servant's arms to split apart and fall off. In the surroundings, regardless of whether it was the ancient creatures or humans, they were all incomparably shaken. However, not a single person dared to step forward. The grudges between the ancient emperor's son was something they didn't want to get involved in. On the battlefield, Yifan and the monkey stood shoulder to shoulder. Duanda also walked over with large steps, and then they pressed forward together like three war gods. Golden blood energy linked together. Sacred Prince, so what if you've severed your Tao? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? The heavenly prince's voice was cold. The 9 divine rings behind his head quickly enlarged and released a wave of terrifying fluctuations. Divine child, calm your anger and do not forcefully take action. Your talents are number one throughout the ages, and when you succeed in severing your Tao, no one in the same generation can match you. You will become an existence like the heavenly emperor. Please enter the jade pool. We will deal with him. His protector spoke. Shameless boasting. The monkey spat coldly and said, "Back then, my father's greatest regret was that he wasn't born in the same era as the undying heavenly emperor and couldn't blast him into dregs. Now that you and I are in the same era, it's perfect for me to deal with you and fulfill my old father's wish." These words could be said to be extremely disgraceful and unfilial, but not a single one of the surrounding ancient creatures dared to say anything. They all pretended not to have heard anything. The monkey's father was the archaic era's last sacred emperor. Many ancient creatures had personally experienced the era when he ruled over the world. His battle prowess could crush the heavens. Even now, they would feel great fear and reverence whenever they talked about him. Back then, even the most powerful individuals of the various races had to prostrate themselves in worship. He was too high to reach. After all, he was a living sacred emperor. He was a bit more real than the legendary undying heavenly emperor. It was also precisely because of this that no matter how domineering the monkey was and how disrespectful he was towards the archaic heavenly emperor, no one felt that it was strange. The battle's sacred ape bloodline had always been like this. They didn't fear the heavens or the earth, destroying all legends. At this moment, Yifan, the monkey, and Duanda pressed forward together, forming a powerful blood energy storm. Golden holy light submerged this place. Who dares to stir up trouble here? Disregarding the rules of this distinguished meeting, a loud shout sounded from the jade pool. There were great figures who appeared. Many figures rushed over. A mountain lord from the Blood Phoenix 17 Mountains, a cave master from the Fire Chelan 13 Caves, and others all came. They were all imperial family representatives. When they saw that it was the monkey who shouted murderous words, all of their hearts jumped. This was not someone who was easy to deal with. The monkey's current identity was too sensitive. If he really did stir up trouble, everyone would feel restraining fear. I haven't stepped foot into the jade pool yet, so it can't be considered violating the great meeting's rules. Today, I wish to kill the undying heavenly emperor's son. The monkey held a large black club in his hands. Killing intent surged, his domineeringness boundless. Chapter 809. The monkey surged with killing intent and was extremely domineering. The heavy black metal club in his hand pointed forward as if it was going to collapse mountains and rivers within 100,000 li. A creature with the heads of 9 beautiful women but the body of a phoenix spoke. The meeting of the myriad races is about to begin. Now, all killing is forbidden. Peace is the most important. However, the monkey's large club had already smashed out, hacking forward murderously, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Even the short mountain at the side was uprooted, about to collapse. He had already taken action to kill the heavenly prince. He was incomparably domineering and didn't listen to advice at all. The lords of the Blood Phoenix, 17 mountains, and the Fire Chelan 13 caves were all extraordinary existences. Great clans that had produced ancient emperors possessed incomparably lofty statuses. The other clans all had to be respectful when they saw them. Who dared to not give them face? However, one was the heavenly prince and the other was the sacred prince. Their origins were astonishing, making things difficult for them. At this moment, both sides didn't listen to advice. The battle didn't stop here and was about to carry out a life and death battle. This made their hearts jump. If an ordinary person didn't listen to advice, they would have long killed them. Dang! String after string of sparks shot out like shooting stars piercing through the sky, drawing out dazzling radiance outside the jade pool. Several old servants went up together, strenuously blocking this shocking attack. They all staggered back with large steps, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The monkey was incomparably valiant. The great club's power was heavy and ferocious, its astral energy surging. Several short mountains at the side were uprooted from the staff's winds, rumbling and collapsing. The scene was terrifying. The hearts of many great clans' representatives were greatly shaken. This was the son of emperor fighting. He had just severed his Tao, yet he already possessed such power. Who in the younger generation could contend against him? Princes, please calm your anger. No matter what kind of grudges you have, you could discuss them in detail in the Jade Pool. There is no need to make a big fuss here. An ancient creature that was rather old spoke. Now, even the imperial clans of the divine Silkworm Ridge and Primordial Lake couldn't interfere in the dispute between the two princes. It was because none of them were simple characters. There was no need to mention the heavenly prince's identity. As the only descendant of a deity, all the races had to show him some respect. Moreover, many of the protectors of the 9 great dragon veins outside the ancient imperial mountain survived and were not eliminated by Wu Shi. Now, there was an extremely impressive force behind him. As for the monkey, he wasn't someone to be trifled with either. This was especially so in recent times. Everyone was wary of him and didn't dare to offend him. Because of the Buddha's voice from the western desert, the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru was still alive, and it was very likely that he was his uncle. This made the various imperial clans feel as if there was a boulder weighing down on their hearts. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting had avoided the era of his elder brother and lived to this day. Perhaps he could prove his Tao in the future. This was a great deterrent. Previously, when they heard that the monkey had been schemed against by some of the ancient races, they didn't think much of it. But now, things were different. Who would dare to play any tricks? No one dared to make things difficult for him anymore. If it was someone else who caused trouble before the start of the Grand Assembly, they would have been obliterated long ago. However, these two people were each more tyrannical than the other. Even the various royal families did not dare to touch them. In the end, 2 great races that had sent out ancient emperors appeared, blocking between them. Only then did the war stop. Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Chelan Caves people stood out, stopping them, not letting them get close. This could be considered an explanation to the people behind the 2 princes, not allowing them to fight to the death. The monkey was extremely unyielding, not wanting to stop at all. He cursed the heavenly prince in front of everyone's faces. Previously, the heavenly prince had joined forces with some experts to chase after him. This matter couldn't be allowed to end here. Sacred Prince, what do you plan to do? An aged ancient creature asked. The monkey insisted on killing the heavenly prince, not willing to give in. The battle sacred ape race was extremely domineering. After being chased for half a year, he had a stomach full of anger. This is indeed a serious problem. As the son of the Emperor of Fighting, he is being chased after by some servants. This is blasphemy towards the ancient emperors. The divine silkworm ridge bloodline that hadn't spoken all this time stood out and spoke like this. Their statuses were revered, and they played an important role in the tens of thousands of races. Not far out, the heavenly prince's expression immediately changed, but he didn't say anything. There were great races that stood on the monkey's side, and this wasn't a good sign. Indeed, without a proper explanation, this can't be justified. Another archaic king race individual nodded in agreement. Those that leaned towards the heavenly prince's side all felt that things weren't good. If things got bigger, could it be that the two princes really were going to fight to the death? Everything is our fault. We shouldn't have acted on our own, shouldn't have shown hostility towards the sacred prince, and even more so, shouldn't have led everyone to chase after him. This old servant is willing to use death to atone for our crimes. The old servants behind the heavenly prince stood out. Indeed, as servants, they dare to kill the Emperor of Fighting's only son. They have truly crossed the line and should be punished. The divine silkworm ridge's people nodded and said. Quite a few people's expressions changed. This was clearly standing on a monkey's side. However, they didn't press too hard, only wishing to execute these old servants. They didn't truly point towards the heavenly prince. We will use death to ask for forgiveness from the sacred prince. These three old servants were quite decisive, directly shattering their own primordial spirits on the spot. The space between their brows split open, ending their own lives on the spot. The heavenly prince's eyes were incomparably sinister. His face immediately fell ashen, his eyes releasing two terrifying streaks of radiance. If you aren't convinced, then come out and fight around with me. The monkey was still domineering, using the black gold club to press forward. All right, let's end things here. Those who want to kill the sacred emperor's son for no reason should indeed be punished, but there is no need to let the disturbance spread. Fire Chelan Cavern's people spoke, and a few other great clans followed suit. At this moment, many ancient creatures kept quiet out of fear. This was truly a battle between deities, and they didn't dare get involved. The waters were too deep, and it might involve several great clans that were opposing and allied with each other. The monkey came, beating 2 people to death with his own club, and then forcing 3 to death. The heavenly prince's 5 protectors were all killed, making many people shiver in fear. They could feel how powerful he was. For the heavenly prince, this was undoubtedly a slap to the face. This was especially the case when the 3 people behind him were forced to death in front of everyone, making even his knuckles turn green. No one dared to discuss this, and quite a few people felt a chill run through their hearts. Even though today was a confrontation between the sacred emperor and the heavenly prince, it still revealed a few problems with the emperor clan. The monkey didn't continue to pursue this matter. He knew that enough was enough. It wouldn't be good if things continued any further. The disturbance passed just like that. Many cultivators walked towards the jade pool. None of them dared to get too close to the 2 princes out of fear of being viewed with hostility by the other side. The human race's holy body and monkey walked together, drawing the attention of many people. However, they didn't dare to say too much. Before, they already dared to curse the heavenly prince as an egg and Yuan Gu as a watermelon. Now that they were gathered together, it couldn't be any more normal. They were similarly lawless and out of control. The confrontation this time ended with the monkey's great victory and the heavenly prince's face becoming ashen. Every single person had a balance in their hearts, thinking about how they were going to face these 2 in the future. Everyone says that the heavenly prince's aptitude is number 1 since ancient times. A year of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. Once he succeeds in severing his Tao, he will definitely go crazy and take revenge. The battle's sacred ape race is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. During the golden age of the archaic era, there were only 3 to 5 of them. However, each of them was heaven-defying. With such a small population, They were able to become part of the Emperor clan and rule over the world. Do you think that the Heavenly Emperor's only son's aptitude would be bad? There were still a few days before the great meeting would begin. The various clans were discussing this in private, but no one dared to carelessly side with them. This was a great era, and the ancient emperor's bloodline was like a dormant divine lion. They had all come to this era and would all awaken. Not only these two, there were also Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. The fragrance of the snow orchid wafted through the air. Its petals fluttered down like snow, creating a pure white expanse. This was an ancient forest, all of them tall and strong snow orchid trees, releasing a strong fragrance. Between the green leaves hung snow-colored jade flowers, refreshing the mind. Yi Fan, the monkey, and Duanda sat around a stone table under the ancient tree, drinking to their heart's content. Not long after, Li Tian and Li Heishui found this place and joined in. Brother Monkey is mighty. Brother Monkey is domineering. The few of them felt very happy, especially Li Heishui, who hated the heavenly prince to the core. He had once been hunted down to the point where his life was worse than death. If it wasn't for the monkey in the past, he would have died long ago. Your Highness, your race didn't even have 10 people at its peak. How did you reproduce? Li Tian was most concerned about this kind of life event and was always studying it. The monkey was quite speechless, but in the end, he still admitted that their bloodline was very domineering. They could marry other races, and the children they gave birth to would definitely be sacred apes. Duanda also said with a smile, "Your Highness, where is the sacred mountain of your race? When will you bring us to take a look? I have great respect for the Emperor of Fighting." The monkey was a sentimental person. He patted his shoulder and said, "There will be a chance. I'll bring you there in the future." Fatty Duan, you're so wicked. I think you're thinking about the cemetery of the sacred battling apes, right? Yi Fan hurriedly stopped the monkey and told him to keep his mouth shut. How can you doubt my character? I just want to test the supreme elegance of the Emperor of Fighting, Duanda said with a righteous expression. The monkey's expression was unkind, but in the end, he poured a cup of wine for Duanda and said, "I'll bring you into the origin ancient mine in the future. Help me bring something out. Don't be so ruthless." Duanda shook his head and refused immediately. "Forgive me. I'm powerless." Many people from various races had come over these past few days, and the divine bell rang every day. They were all creatures with illustrious identities and deserved to be welcomed by everyone. The human race was still in an awkward situation. Apart from the barbarian king, there was no one who could suppress the situation. On this day, there was another commotion outside the Jade Pool. Yuan Gu, who was born on a demonic mountain in the primordial lake, had appeared. It was another bloodline of an ancient emperor. As expected, Yuan Gu and the heavenly prince walked together. After entering the Jade Pool, they walked side by side and faced Yi Fan and the monkey from a distance. "This is Yuan Gu." Yi Fan looked on coldly. This was a tall young man who was very muscular. His black hair reached his waist, and his skin was bronze in color. There was a demonic mist lingering around his body, giving off a very oppressive feeling. His eyes were very special. There was a black sun in his left eye and a blood moon in his right eye. He looked incomparably demonic, and ordinary people didn't dare to look at him directly. He could swallow people's primordial spirits. He stood there quietly like a black demonic mountain. His physical body seemed to be able to crush the heaven and earth, making people tremble in fear. As soon as he appeared, he confronted Yi Fan and the monkey, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators rushed over and watched from afar. What a joke. The convention of 1,000 races is about to begin, and the human race only sent a barbarian king. There aren't many people who can show up. Yuan Gu sneered, and his face was full of indifference. When the convention begins, the ancestral king will come personally. I want to see who will appear in the human race to be on equal footing with them. Most likely, there won't be anyone who can sit at the same table. Many human cultivators present were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was indeed a fact. Relatively speaking, the human race really didn't have any experts who could deter others. Chapter 8:10. You're Yuan Gu, that watermelon. Will you die if you don't pretend to be a saint? I wanted to kill you for a long time. Why have you been running around all this time? Come here and accept your death. Duanda challenged while pointing at his nose. Li Tian and Li Heishui knew that he was a fake and immediately rolled their eyes. However, Yifan didn't stop him and let him do it. Yuan Gu's left, I was a black sun, while his right, I was a blood moon. He was tall and majestic. He immediately raised his eyes and smiled cruelly. Are you courting death? You watermelon, come at me. I'll kill you in 10 moves. Duanda boasted shamelessly. The people around didn't know he was a fake and were all apprehensive. They couldn't figure out how strong he was after seeing his arrogant attitude. So this is the human race's divine physique. I've heard of his name before. So this is what he looks like. He once led the barbarian cavalry to flatten the Wang family of the northern plains. He even threatened to destroy the Divine Valley and kill the heavenly Prince Yuan Gu. Is he really that powerful? Many ancient race cultivators saw that he didn't put Yuan Gu in his eyes at all and began to mutter. A few human female cultivators' eyes were even filled with splendor. Duanda was in high spirits and shouted, Watermelon Yuan Gu, come! I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yifan wanted to kick him. This guy was too arrogant. Reducing from 10 moves to 3 moves was getting more and more unreliable. No matter how he looked at it, Yuan Gu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Perhaps he had even severed his Tao. If that was the case, Duanda would be killed in 3 moves. You're right about one thing. I only need 3 moves to obliterate your so-called human race's divine physique. Yuan Gu had his hands behind his back. His entire body was shrouded in a demonic mist, like a demonic wall that could cut through 3,000 worlds. Many cultivators rushed over. Seeing these 2 people being more arrogant than the other, they couldn't wait for them to fight. One was the human race's divine physique, which represented an invincible physique. The other had the bloodline of an ancient emperor and was born to prove his Tao. Don't go overboard. If you make too much of a fuss, you won't be able to resolve it. Yifan warned Duanda. It's fine. The first rule of the Jade Lake meeting is that no one is allowed to start a fight here. If he makes a move, the Immortal Tier's green gold pagoda might kill him, Duanda said. On the other side, the Heaven Prince also transmitted a message to Yuan Gu. I'm worried about the West Imperial Tower. If we fight here, we might trigger the extreme Emperor aura. Yuan Gu's expression was gloomy. Human race's sacred physique. Do you dare to fight me outside the Jade Lake? You really don't have any guts. I'll let you have 3 moves first. If you still think you're no match for me, then get out of my sight and I'll spare your life. I'll hunt you down in the future. Duanda looked ahead arrogantly with his hands behind his back, looking invincible. Yuan Gu's expression became even colder. The black sun in his left, I pulsated, while the blood moon in his right, I flickered faintly. He looked like a fiend god. Too arrogant. Is the human race's sacred physique really that powerful? The blood of the immemorial emperor flows in Yuan Gu's body. Back then, his talents surpassed all the other imperial clans of the primordial lake. That's why he was sealed until now. He was born to prove his Tao. Many of the ancients felt that Yifan was too arrogant. No matter how powerful he was, they didn't think he could suppress Yuan Gu. Everyone, fighting is prohibited in the Jade Lake. Otherwise, the West Emperor Tower will release an Emperor's might. Please consider your own safety. Right at this moment, a heavenly voice was heard. A graceful woman walked over gracefully. It was a fairy-like woman. She had a slender figure and a slender waist. Her steps were graceful and soft, and her black hair was as shiny as silk. Her skin was as white as jade and flickered with a luster. This was a peerless beauty with long eyelashes. Her eyes were misty and contained a poetic charm. The Jade Lake Saintess had come and showed her true face. She was no longer covered by the fairy mist like before. At this moment, she was graceful and intelligent. A tense confrontation was resolved because she had rushed over to pass on a message. Before the Myriad Races convention began, the races could sit down and talk. Yuan-gu was called away by the people of the primordial lake and was not allowed to fight with the human race's sacred physique. Meeting the Jade Lake Saintess again after more than 10 years, even though it wasn't their first meeting. Yi Fan was still stunned. This was a woman like a real fairy. She's really an outstanding beauty, comparable to Yi Qingwu. Li Tian, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, moved forward and opened his folding fan to introduce himself. He said that he was the leader of a sect and kept trying to get close to her. Duanda walked over with a deadpan expression and pushed Li Tian aside with a slap. He looked at the Jade Lake Holy Maiden seriously and said, "Actually, there's something I wanted to say 12 years ago, but I couldn't say it out loud. So, I came back for you after 12 years." Yi Fan was speechless. He took a step forward and grabbed his neck, suppressing him with the sacred shell. The Jade Lake Saintess was stunned. Then, her eyes moved, causing the divine pearl to lose its color and the beautiful pure land to dim. She smiled and turned to leave. "Damn, this fatty needs a beating. Come and teach him a lesson together," Yi Fan said. Li Tian was the first to respond, and the others also came forward. "I'm just being kind. Since you're not willing, I'll be more careful next time," Duanda shouted. "No, I can't let a bastard like you enter my body again. If you don't come out, I'll take the heaven-devouring demonic jar and subdue you," Yi Fan threatened. Duanda grumbled and asked him to return the demonic jar first. "I can't return the jar to you first. Now that no human race saint has appeared, we'll most likely need this sacred shell to intimidate them," Yi Fan said. This saint body was genuine and only lacked divine laws and magical power. If someone tried to probe it, they would definitely be exposed. If the heaven-devouring demonic jar was stored in the sacred shell, other people's magical power would be completely dissolved. No one would be able to test this bottomless pit. In the end, in an uninhabited place, Yi Fan returned a small half of his primordial spirit to his body. He didn't dare to pour in all of it, fearing that he would attract a heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the other half continued to stay in the sacred shell, preparing to appear as a saint when necessary. Before the distinguished meeting started, the various races had already sat down to discuss. Where did Yi Fan and the others go? This was a grand hall. Clearly, there were spatial Tao patterns carved inside, and it wouldn't be a problem for it to accommodate as many people as it wanted. There were all kinds of creatures here, and many of them were of all shapes and sizes. It was very noisy, and they quarreled nonstop. The land occupied by the human race is too vast, yet a weak race has ruled over the entire land. It's time to return this land to us. Inside the Great Hall, all types of voices could be heard, and they argued continuously. It was to the extent where many great races even began to divide up their territories, wishing to divide up the various lands equally. The human race's sect masters were also arguing, but it was clear that they weren't taken seriously by those powerful races. They were almost completely ignored. During the archaic years, the human race only occupied a remote corner, and even self-preservation was an issue. They were food in the mouths of many powerful races. A certain king race was extremely domineering, speaking such excessive words in front of everyone, feeling secure in their backing. Correct. Back then, when all races stood side by side, kings contending for supremacy, the human race would sometimes look for powerful races to protect and attach themselves to. This is nothing more than a small race that can't reach the apex. The current era is already no longer the archaic era. It is now the human race's world. Yi Fan walked in, his true body in front, the sacred shell behind him. However, he didn't release the pressure of a saint. It really isn't the archaic era anymore, but now, our races have all awakened. Nothing could be like before. An aged ancient creature laughed coldly. They said that this was a distinguished meeting of all races, preparing to sit down and negotiate, but the various powerful races didn't place the human race in their eyes at all, looking down on them from high above. At the end of the distant world, on a majestic black peak, a type of unordinary aura spread out. In the eastern wasteland's central region, the sacred cliff that was close to the northern region was dyed black and red by the blood of a large success divine physique. Now, his corpse was still in the enormous coffin at the top of the mountain. At this moment, a golden, ancient scroll that was sealed on the sacred cliff released brilliant radiance. It fluttered about, unexpectedly loosening up. This was a resplendent scroll that looked as if it was cast from gold. It was refined by great Emperor Wu Shi in the past, and it had guarded this cliff for more than 100,000 years. Right at this moment, it trembled intensely, releasing Walala sounds. It was actually about to fly into the sky, and the entire Black Mountain began to tremble because of it. In the end, blazing radiance rushed into the heavens, and it finally fell down. It was divine and vast, making it impossible for others to look straight at it. They had to prostrate themselves before it. Inside the Jade Lake, the various races were arguing about how to divide their territories. They didn't put the human race in their eyes at all, and their attitudes were very high. It was as if they were looking down on a small vassal race. Ever since Yi Fan entered the palace, Yuan Gu and the others in the distance had already noticed him. The heavenly prince stood up and sneered. Everyone says that the human race's great emperor is not dead yet, and that Wu Shi's subordinate, Zhang Lin, killed the Valley of Divinity. I think there's something fishy about this, and it can't be trusted at all. For him to say such words in this kind of situation was undoubtedly very shocking. Immediately, he attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people, and everyone looked over. I only want to say that no matter how powerful a great emperor is, he can't live for more than 100,000 years unless he has already become an immortal. The heavenly prince's heroic aura was overwhelming, and his appearance was almost perfect. 9 divine halos appeared behind him, making him look like a deity. His eyes were incomparably deep as he looked disdainfully at the heroes in the palace. Who among you humans can prove whether immortals exist in this world? My father left me a mark that allows me to understand some of the mysteries of the heavens. I once slept in the ancient royal mountain for countless years, and I can clearly tell you that Wu Shi has already passed away in meditation 80,000 years ago. Although I was muddle-headed back then, I knew what had happened. He died on the Tao platform. That kind of aura was world-shaking and could even crush the heavens. It was definitely a great emperor who had turned to ashes. The heavenly prince's words shocked many people. The palace was completely silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. Human race, your hearts are filled with fear, so you use deceitful methods to destroy a great royal race of the supreme ancient era. You want to use this to suppress the other races? Such wishful thinking. The heavenly prince sneered, because I know very well that Wu Shi is dead. All the human cultivators felt a chill in their hearts, and many started to shout. Nonsense. You weren't even born back then. So what could you have sensed? Your father's grave was occupied by great Emperor Wu Shi. You harbored hatred in your heart and slandered his supreme reputation. How could great Emperor Wu Shi be dead? He was the one who sent people to kill the Valley of Divinity. Meanwhile, the thoughts of the various ancient races were stirred up. Many of them were excited and asked loudly, Your Highness, is this true? Did Wu Shi really turn to ashes 80,000 years ago? The grand ancient palace was immediately thrown into chaos. Many ancient existences' emotions were fluctuating intensely. The heavenly prince nodded seriously and said, That's right, everything I said is true. It is because I was too close to that Tao platform back then and personally sensed everything. The moment these words were spoken, the Jade Pool was in complete chaos. Many ancient races couldn't help but laugh. The human race, on the other hand, was gloomy and incomparably worried. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the Jade Pool. Then it quickly spread inside. It was clear that something big had happened. Wu Shi, great Emperor Wu Shi, is still alive. There were ancient creatures who were terrified, breathing heavily as they entered the palace, revealing this type of news that was like a bolt of lightning striking down from the heavens. What happened? Even the Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Chelan Cave couldn't remain aloof. This was the first time their expressions changed as they personally asked. The outside world is already in chaos. Great Emperor Wu Shi has revived. The investiture of the gods he refined has crossed the great lands of the northern region. Endless golden light has illuminated the world. Chapter 811. An ancient scroll traversed the northern region, illuminating the great earth. The radiance was spiritual, as if it could illuminate the past, present, and future. It was as if it was cast from gold. Its entire body was resplendent and dazzling. It turned into a streak of eternal holy light that arrived from the central region. It weaved through the vast northern region, its speed exceeding everyone's imagination. A single flash of radiance covered tens of thousands of li, tearing through the mortal world. This was a type of divine miracle. It traversed through 3,000 realms, piercing through the 9 heavens. It emitted an undying divinity that existed eternally with heaven and earth, competing with the sun and moon in splendor. This is the aura of an ancient great emperor. On the great northern region, it was unknown just how many creatures were alarmed. They couldn't help but kneel down. A heaven-shocking miracle. This is the manifestation of a deity. Many people were trembling. Blood flowed from their cowdaws as they knelt down. Their expressions were filled with fear. Immortal divine light pierced through the northern region. Every single trajectory was like a heavenly moat splitting apart the heavens. It was incomparably brilliant, as if it had swept through 80,000 years. The divine seal decree was branded with the imprint of great Emperor Wu Shi. It seemed to have turned into a large golden hand that swept through the heavens just like that, shocking the entire northern region. This is too terrifying. Is there really a great emperor still alive in the human race? Within an ancient nest, a group of ancient creatures looked towards the horizon, their expressions filled with fear. The speed is too fast. This is the incomparable aura of a deity. Could it be that we have returned to the prehistoric era? Within another ancient race tribe, there was a group of powerful existences that were horrified. This golden divine list radiated tens of thousands of streaks of Tao light, covering the 9 heavens. Its trajectory was astonishing to the extreme. Auspicious signs filled the sky, as if time was reversing and returning to the archaic past. The divine seal decree was like a streak of ascension light that illuminated every inch of the northern region. It was as if someone had ascended to immortality. It was shocking to the extreme. Divine Silkworm Ridge, Primordial Lake, these forbidden lands were all illuminated. An unmatched emperor's might rumbled downwards, leaving these great clans that had produced ancient emperors shaken. The ancient scroll fluttered about, streaking across the fire-chilling cave. After a brief pause, chaotic energy covered the heavens and covered the earth. This ancient emperor clan was all horrified. Boundless divine light rushed out from the 13 ancient caves. What is this? Is this really the manifestation of a great emperor of the human race? As the golden ancient scroll flew off into the distance, the fire-chilling cavern and the ancient imperial family all had dignified expressions as they looked into the horizon. Wu Shi wanted to refine the immortal subduing role and seal immortals. However, there were no immortals in the world. Instead, there were ancient living beings that were suspected to be gods. Hence, he changed the name to Investiture of the Gods. It was that immortal item. It rushed above my fire-chilling cave. Is this a warning? He really is alive. It really makes one feel uneasy. Not long after, the Investiture of the Gods entered the 17 Blood Phoenix Mountains, and it similarly emitted the light of the great Tao that drowned the mountains and ravines, causing the imperial family members below to be horrified. Don't revive the ancient imperial weapon. Don't act blindly without thinking. An old ancestral king stared at the sky and ordered in a deep voice. The divine seal, decree, flew far away. It didn't stay for too long before it vanished into the endless horizon. That day, in various parts of the northern region, the most powerful archaic king clans were terrified to the extreme. They found it hard to calm down. A golden ancient scroll tore through the heavens, appearing above their clans. On the boundless great earth, It was unknown just how many human cultivators were kneeling in worship. They knelt down without getting up. Meanwhile, the various ancient clans were panicking, their hearts full of fear. Within the Jade Pool, when everyone learned of everything that happened in the outside world, they were all petrified. Soon afterwards, they became a boiling cauldron of voices. The heavenly prince felt as if he had been struck by a fist. The 9 divine rings behind his head were almost destroyed. This truly was a resounding slap to the face, leaving him stupefied. Did great Emperor Wu Shi revive? Impossible. He didn't believe it. Back then, he had indeed sensed something, sensing the abnormalities on the Tao platform. Someone was ascending. So how could he reappear in this world? 80,000 years ago, he was still in the divine egg, but he still had a trace of perception. The type of world-shaking aura wasn't too far away. How could he be wrong? Within the Grand Hall, everyone was discussing this. This time, the human race's momentum rose greatly. The various clans were all comparatively bitter. If there really was a great emperor still alive, then it would be useless even if all of their clans joined hands. Unless they enter Origin Ancient Mind to pray. However, that place is different from the archaic era. No one can enter anymore. Great changes unknown to anyone have happened. Will it still belong to the various clans? The various clans were all clamoring. They were all arguing and discussing. Now that such a major event had happened, it would affect everything greatly. Right now, if one were to talk about who was the most dejected and tragic, it would undoubtedly be the Heavenly Prince. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles were about to break. Not long ago, he went to the Divine Valley to lobby, saying that Wu Shi died early and couldn't appear in this world anymore. In the end, a few days later, Zhang Lin appeared out of nowhere, saying that he had received Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree to suppress everyone in this clan. Now, he even said in front of everyone that Great Emperor Wu Shi had long ascended to ashes, and as a result, the Divine Seal Law immediately flew out to suppress the northern region. This was truly a slap to the face, moreover one that continuously rang out. How could he endure this? His lungs were about to explode. The Heavenly Prince had never felt as depressed as he did today. He really wanted to roar towards the heavens. These were truly 2 tragedies. Without a doubt, this was a huge blow to his prestige. Even if his father was a deity, the undying Heavenly Emperor, he still couldn't endure this kind of squandering. Moreover, not long ago, he was suppressed by the monkey. Comparing the past and the present, it was clear that the Heavenly Prince was a bit stronger. This made him feel extremely depressed. In the distance, Duanda was extremely unkind. He stared at the Heavenly Prince and laughed in a seemingly fearful manner. This Heavenly Prince is actually quite sharp, hitting the crucial point each time. If not for Zhang Lin stunning the world and the Divine Seal Law appearing at the right time, he really might have poked a huge hole in the sky. Li Haishui sighed and said. The people on the side all nodded. Even Yi Fan had no choice but to admit that this Heavenly Prince could only blame himself for being too unlucky. The 2 words he released had great destructive power, yet they were always mysteriously met with tragedy. No one knew better than Yi Fan and Duanda that Great Emperor Wu Shi was definitely no longer in this world. They had seen traces of his ascension. It was just that why the Divine Seal Law would fall off by itself and enter the northern region with lightning speed to intimidate all the ancient races was hard to explain. One had to know that every step in the Holy Cliff was filled with danger. There was a killing formation personally laid down by Great Emperor Wu Shi. As for taking down the Divine Seal Law, it was even more difficult. It was an immortal item refined by an ancient emperor and could be used to seal gods. Could it be that the Taoist suppressed in the Holy Cliff has escaped? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He then shook his head. It shouldn't be him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped the human race to intimidate the northern region. The blood of the grand completion, Saint Physique, dyed the stone cliff red. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, but there were still many holes that had turned into pools of blood that hadn't dried up yet. That was a crucial step in Yi Fan's intimidation. In his plan, he would bring people to take down the Divine Seal Law and use an imperial weapon to destroy the last wisp of the Taoist primordial spirit. However, he didn't expect the Divine Seal Law to fly out by itself. On this day, all the races in the northern region kept quiet out of fear. The Divine Seal Law had cut through the vast sky of the northern region, and the pressure of an ancient emperor was surging out. Who wouldn't be afraid? There must be a trap. The heavenly prince gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. However, who would listen to him now? Only Yuan Gu was by his side, advancing and retreating together with him. The others had all gone off to discuss countermeasures. In the northern region, all the human cultivators were overjoyed and seething with excitement. There was no news that could be more inspiring than this. In the eyes of the ancient races, the human race was like meat on a chopping board, a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, among them, a divine lion had been resurrected. This was a heaven-defying change. In the Jade Pool, the human race had enough confidence to face the other races. Yi Fan and the others also let out a sigh of relief. They walked out of the ancient palace and strolled by Shoshan Lake. They saw many familiar faces and all nodded to greet them. Now, even the Saint Masters were afraid of Yi Fan and didn't dare to be arrogant. "Isn't that the Alcade Saint Child?" Li Heishui asked. After not seeing him for so many years, the Alcade Saint Child seemed to have returned to his natural state. He didn't have the dazzling holy light of the past, and only had a sense of reality. He was like an ordinary person with flesh and blood who had blended into nature. They didn't say much. The two parties only nodded at each other across the small lake. They brushed past each other and went on their own ways. "This fellow isn't simple," Duanda said. Even without him saying it, everyone present knew that the Alcade Saint Child was extraordinary. Up until now, no one had tested how strong he was. The main reason was that he was very low-key and no one had heard of any world-shaking battles. Not long after, Yi Fan saw the golden-winged old Peng King. He was even older than before and less domineering. Instead, he looked more melancholic and desolate. Yi Fan went forward to greet him. He admired this old Peng King quite a bit. This person had run amok in the world and was honest. He didn't shield his shortcomings back then, otherwise he might not have lived until now. "Is little Peng King brother here? He's been dead for 2 years. The old Peng King looked at the falling leaves and felt a bit sad and lonely. His turbid eyes became even more gloomy. Little Peng King brother is no longer in this world. Yi Fan was stunned. Life was really unpredictable. Such a strong demonic genius had actually fallen. Back then, the golden-winged little Peng King had forced him into desperate situations several times and was once his strongest enemy. The Golden Taiji Circle had made a great breakthrough under the celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art. Compared to those who schemed, the golden-winged little Peng King was more unyielding and direct. He had always fought fair and square and had never ambushed or schemed against him. Such a strong little Peng King, who was known as one of the few with the greatest potential in the Eastern Wasteland, died just like that. It could be said that he died young. He was too strong. In order to pass the 9 heavenly trials set by the great sage of the Sky Peng race, he forced his way through. In the end, he failed. The old Peng King let out a sigh. He was incomparably lonely. He had lost his most beloved blood descendant at such an old age. This was truly unbearable. Yi Fan didn't know how to comfort him. The path of cultivation was just this difficult and cruel. Time was too merciless. The talented little Peng King had fallen just like that. It made people sigh. As the date of the Myriad Race Convention approached, the ancient ancestral kings finally appeared. The Jade Lake shook and the divine bell rang. Everyone went out to welcome them. Many people guessed that if it wasn't for the appearance of the investiture of the gods, there most likely wouldn't be any ancient sage-level ancestral kings here. This was because there really wasn't anyone in the human race who could suppress them. It was difficult to alarm them. Where's the sacred prince? Do you really think that you can blaspheme the gods with a victorious fighting Buddha supporting you? Since you dared to insult the undying heavenly emperor, you must atone for your sins with death. No one would have thought that the first batch of ancient ancestral kings would directly denounce them and kill the monkey. They were incomparably domineering. This was a very beautiful woman with snow-white skin that seemed as if it would break with the slightest breeze. Her figure was graceful and peerless, but she was also incomparably terrifying. After entering the Jade Lake, she directly found Yi Fan and the monkey. She sneered and said, "I don't care if you are the human race's sacred physique or the battle lineage's sacred prince. Since you dare to insult the undying heavenly emperor, you must pay the price in blood. What do you think this is? What's so great about the ancient kings? We can kill them all the same." Yi Fan entered the sacred shell and went forward to block the way. Not far away, the heavenly prince sneered. He stood together with some ancient race beings and didn't say a word. The monkey was very straightforward. He held the jet black club in his hand and said, "When I reach the Saint Realm, I'll blast all of you into dregs." Chapter 8:12. I can tell with a single glance that this is a protector of his children. Duwanda muttered. She was clearly here to stand up for the heavenly prince, purely to denounce him. This queen was extremely beautiful. Her body was slender and graceful, almost translucent like jade. 7-colored light surrounded her body, and her beautiful hair was smooth and soft. She walked over step by step like a goddess. Her eyes were sharp as she pointed at the monkey and said, "So what if you are the heavenly prince? Blaspheming the deities of the myriad races means death." Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to step forward to persuade her. Even though she was delicate and beautiful, she was a true and unrivaled ancient monarch. There was no need to talk about the human race. It was absolutely silent. This was an ancient saint-level existence, too high for them. She had always only appeared in legends. Pung! The monkey stabbed his rod into the ground. His fiery eyes emitted golden light. He was wild and untamed without the slightest bit of fear. Right now, there was simply no way out. He could only fight to the death. Even a firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. I'll give you a chance. Apologize to the heavenly prince and repent in front of all the races. This way, I can spare your life. Otherwise, even if the victorious fighting Buddha is still alive, I will still take action. A piercingly cold, murderous aura and cold words came out from the mouth of such a beautiful and moving woman, adding a strange atmosphere to the atmosphere. You want me to lower my head and break my emperor's heart? If you don't have any misgivings, then kill me. At that time, everything left behind by the undying Sky Emperor will also be blasted into dregs. The monkey didn't lower its head. Right now, he couldn't rely on his own strength to contend against this queen. Only his uncle could intimidate her. The surrounding people all shivered. According to the temperament of this race, this was truly something they could do. Emperor of Fighting's own son was killed. As his uncle, even if he became a Buddha, he would most likely turn into an Asura and massacre the eastern wasteland. A cold light flashed in the queen's eyes. She reached out a slender, jade-like hand and waved it forward. At this moment, everyone was horrified. The pressure of a saint engulfed all directions. Most of the people in the Jade Lake trembled and then knelt down. Just now, the queen had restrained her aura, but now that it was released, it was not something ordinary people could endure. Pudong sounds rang out incessantly. There was a large expanse of people on the ground. There were people from all different clans, all of them shivering with fear as they trembled on the ground. This wasn't like facing a body of flesh and blood at all, but more like worshiping a deity. The terrifying aura was incomparable, and not many people could stand still. Bang! The huge rod in the monkey's hand was immediately sent flying. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open, causing blood to flow. All the golden fur on his body stood up. This was the might of a sage. That slender, jade-like hand hadn't even brushed over. But the monkey, who was at the initial stage of severing the Tao, was already heavily injured. Blood seeped out his mouth. Buzz! The fair and alluring jade-like finger finally brushed over. Even a king-level expert would be scared out of his wits. This kind of power was too terrifying. Anything that was touched by it would be turned into ashes. This queen seemed determined to kill the monkey. Her face was incomparably cold, and she had no intention of stopping. Boom! Yi Fan finally took action. The void trembled. The divine shell he occupied shone with endless radiance. It moved horizontally in front of him, a fist dominating heaven and earth. All of the brilliance wasn't released by him, but rather because his body was absorbing spiritual essence from all directions. He didn't want to expose this divine body secret. This was a ferocious and tyrannical fist. He used the flesh shell alone to break through the saint's barrier of light before smashing towards the female ancestor. It had to be said that this was a terrifying queen. She immediately sensed that something was wrong and didn't face it head on. Instead, she borrowed force to neutralize it a bit before shifting outwards. Despite this being the case, her slender, jade-like finger still spasmed. That fist brushed past her, causing blood to drip out and her finger to break. Everyone was shocked. The human race cultivators were the most shocked. What kind of person was this? To be able to stop a queen, when did a saint like this appear? Everyone was stupefied. They all looked over in disbelief, staring blankly and speechlessly. This person had entered the jade pool a long time ago, yet no one sensed his divine might. What a powerful physical body. I truly underestimated you all. There was actually someone like this here. However, this isn't much. This type of voice sounded from the back. Two middle-aged men walked over shoulder, both of them extremely valiant. They wore pure white battle clothes, facing Yifan together with the queen. No one dared to say anything. The heavenly prince actually had these ancient kings behind him, all of them descendants of his father's troops. They were truly valiant, a power that made one have no choice but to consider carefully. Seniors, the great meeting this time has rules. Fighting cannot be carried out within a jade pool. The jade pool holy lady spoke. Her voice was extremely gentle, not cowering in the slightest, clearly entering everyone's ears. In the sky dome above, the immortal tears green golden pagoda released streak after streak of green energy, every single strand thick like a mountain, heavy and majestic, making everyone here feel suffocated. At this time, someone from the divine silkworm ridge walked up and said, "Seniors, please calm your anger. He is the son of Emperor fighting after all. Even if he is in the wrong, please show some leniency." There were people from other ancient races who agreed, pleading for leniency for the monkey. They were afraid that if the three ancient kings attacked together, no one would be able to stop them. I've already said that he must first apologize to the heavenly prince and then repent in front of all races, kneeling before the undying heavenly emperor. Otherwise, he definitely won't be spared. The queen's slender hand returned to normal as she spoke coldly. Before the great meeting of all races, we had already reached a consensus that we cannot fight here. Do you think you all can stand above all races? There aren't just the three of you saints in this world, said Yifan. Is that so? Then let's go out and settle this. This queen made up her mind to take action against the monkey. She stretched out her hand to grab him, preparing to drag him away. You all are too unbridled. Yifan walked up and took action to stop her. The monkey was even more furious. All of the golden fur on his body stood on end as he once again picked up the large club and swung it down, hacking forward murderously. Human race, it's rare to have a saint. Cherish your life, because we know that the so-called investiture of the gods is also fake. The two ancient kings wearing silver battle robes behind him sneered and moved forward to deal with Yifan together. It was obvious that they had the same opinion as the heavenly prince. They believed that great Emperor Wushur had passed away on the Tao platform 80,000 years ago and couldn't possibly still be alive. Yifan frowned. These were three genuine ancient kings while he was just an imposter. If he really fought against them, he would definitely die with a grudge. He did have some powerful trump cards, but it wasn't suitable for him to reveal them at this time. They would still be of great use in the future. Little monkey, your father is unpardonably evil. He destroyed the Tao field of the only god of all races. Do you think you can do anything? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson and let you understand the consequences of blasphemy. The queen was very vengeful. It was obvious that she had long been resentful. Back then, when the emperor of fighting oppressed the heavens and the earth, they could only endure. Now, they wanted to find revenge on the monkey. At this moment, all races didn't dare to make sound. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. To them, the three ancient kings were like gods. Peng. Yifan took action, clashing against one of the ancient kings. His flesh broke through several layers of light barriers, but in the end, he was stopped by the power of the divine laws. Little monkey, let's see who can save you today. With a wung sound, the queen flicked away the dark gold club in the monkey's hand. However, it didn't break. She revealed a shocked expression and said, "This is that vicious weapon from back then?" The monkey released a long roar, but he couldn't struggle free. He was lifted up by the queen and flew out of the jade pool. When facing this kind of existence, not being a saint was still not enough. He was no different from an ant. There was no suspense at all. Let's see who can save you. A little monkey dares to be disrespectful to the undying heavenly emperor? Today I'll slowly pull out your bones and peel off your skin. The queen laughed coldly again and again. She lifted the monkey out of the jade pool. Many creatures followed out. They all wanted to see what was going on. Kneel or not, life or death is up to you, the queen said. Even though she was alluring, there was killing intent pervading the air. The monkey would naturally rather die than submit. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. That would be even more unbearable than killing him. Yifan knew he couldn't delay any longer. He secretly activated the heaven-devouring evil jar and dissolved the incoming divine laws. He broke out of the encirclement and avoided the ancestral king who was confronting him. He then rushed towards the monkey. "If you don't kneel, I'll personally break your legs. I'll make you kneel with your head on the ground." The queen was cold and was about to take action. In the back, the heavenly prince, Yuan Gu, and the others sneered. They didn't utter a single word and watched quietly with a hint of ridicule on their lips. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding slap resounded. It was so abrupt that everyone's expressions froze. A young lady had appeared at an unknown time. She looked elegant and moving. Her jade-like skin was pure white and tender. Her purple hair fluttered gracefully and covered half of her immortal face. She gave the queen a slap and pulled the monkey up from the ground. With a flash of light, she helped him wipe away the bloodstains and heal his wounds. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of existence was this? She had slapped an archaic queen as soon as she arrived, as if she was in an uninhabited land. Outside the jade pool, the spiritual spring was gurgling and the green grass was like a cushion. This was a pure land that was extremely quiet. No one was talking. Everything was too sudden and terrifying. Just how powerful was this young lady? She dared to slap the female ancestral king's mouth. Everyone was shaken by her appearance. The queen herself was also dumbfounded. How many years had it been since someone dared to humiliate her like this? However, when she saw that immortal face, her heart couldn't help but jump. Boom! At this time, Yifan rushed out from the jade pool. He didn't know what was going on and threw himself at the female ancestral king. His fists were ferocious and domineering. Astral energy surged, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. Several small mountains nearby were directly uprooted and collapsed in midair. The queen came back to her senses and hurriedly blocked. With a pu sound, one of her arms shattered and turned into a lump of mud. Her entire body flew out and was almost torn into pieces. Yifan didn't show any mercy and continued to chase after her. An ancient king wearing silver battle clothes chased after him and shouted loudly, wanting to block his path. Meanwhile, when this person saw the spirited young lady, he was also stupefied. He was just like the female ancestral king, and then he staggered backwards. "You are still alive." Boom! On the other side, Yifan and the female ancestral king collided again. This time, half of his body was split open, and he flew backwards while covered in blood. The queen released a long roar. Boundless divine laws surged forward and were about to drown Yifan within. At this time, the young lady took action. With a light brush, the boundless divine laws and heaven overflowing magical power all came to a standstill and were then destroyed. Only now did Yifan stop. When he carefully recognized the appearance of the ethereal young lady, he was stupefied. It's her, who came back to life. In the past, there was a strange stone in the divine city called the blood sacrifice altar that contained a goddess. At that time, she was pierced through the chest by an exceptional vicious weapon and nailed to death within the divine source. She was then snatched away by the monkey that had just been born. It was actually her. In the distance, a young Taoist with disheveled hair, a prince wearing a 9-dragon golden battle robe, and a little nun wearing snow-white clothes were currently walking over together. Among them was a little spirit that resembled a little phoenix. It was gorgeous and dazzling as it flew here and there. When it saw the purple-haired young lady outside the jade pool, it was immediately stupefied. It was extremely perplexed, and the tears in its large eyes couldn't be controlled. They fell down in pairs and then flew over with a sound. Woo-woo. Even this little creature didn't understand what was going on. It felt an indescribable sense of intimacy towards the young lady. It landed on her shoulder and began to sob loudly. Chapter 8:13. The purple-haired goddess had a calm expression. She gently stroked the little life form on her shoulder. Her jade-like fingers were sparkling and sparkling with an alluring luster. The elf that looked like a small phoenix was crying loudly. Her eyes were filled with tears and were completely blurred. She kept rubbing her head against the young girl's cheek and even reached out a small claw to grab a lock of her hair. She refused to let go even if she died, afraid that it was just a dream. That divine silkworm! Li Heishui's eyes almost popped out. After that, he stared at the beautiful young lady and felt that this was inconceivable. Back then, when this goddess was cut out from the gambling den in the divine city, the divine silkworm cried nonstop and even fainted in the end. Now that they met again, it had already transformed several times, yet it still hadn't forgotten her. This is truly a silkworm that cares deeply about relationships. They were separated by life and death in the supreme, ancient, immortal realms, and now they are finally reunited. Yi Fan sighed. On the other side, the princess and the other 2 male ancient kings were incomparably shocked. They didn't expect to see someone who should have died long ago here. They no longer dared to act recklessly. All of them slowly retreated with unnatural expressions and even some fear. The purple-haired young lady's hair covered half her face. Her lips curled up, revealing a gratified smile as she stroked the little divine silkworm. Be good, don't cry. Didn't we meet again? It must have been hard for you to retain your imprint and not forget about me. When the time comes, I will give you a divine origin as a reward. She smiled lightly. Her snow-white teeth were even more sparkling than pearls. Her smile was extremely radiant, infecting the hearts of others. It was precisely such a woman that caused the 3 ancient kings to feel trepidation. They didn't dare to do anything and even wanted to retreat. From afar, the 3 of them walked over. The young Taoist with disheveled hair was recognized by someone. It was none other than the divine silkworm Taoist who had always been wandering around the divine city. As for the male in the golden battle robe, it was Grand Xia's prince, Xia Yiming. As for the white-robed nun, it was Grand Xia's princess, Xia Yilin. Little Guai, don't cry, the white-robed nun called out softly. Seeing the divine silkworm crying so sadly like a cat with a painted face, she felt very sad. It's fine, it just saw its kin and is crying tears of joy. The true divine silkworm royal clan has some things that are hard to erase. They won't forget. Divine silkworm spoke. Xiao Guai. The girl in the middle of the field was surprised. Then she smiled and said, "What a nice name. I'll call you Xiao Guai from now on." The divine silkworm squirmed and cried while rubbing its head against the young girl's cheeks. It whimpered as if it was trying to say something. In the distance, divine silkworm Ridge's people all rushed over, incredibly excited, bowing respectfully, saying, "You are Her Highness still in this world." Everyone was petrified, especially the ancient races. All of them were in awe and shock. This was an earth-shattering piece of news. Many people knelt down and bowed. Divine Silkworm Ridge had previously produced an unrivaled existence in the heavens above and earth below the 9 transformations, sweeping through the heavens without an opponent, becoming known as an emperor of the world. Even though there were many experts in the divine silkworm ridge, most of them were golden silkworms, silver silkworms, jade silkworms, and so on. There were very few with sovereign bloodline, never exceeding 15 in history, only slightly more than the battle-sacred ape race. As the princess of the divine silkworm ridge who had shaken the world in the past, there were many legends about her. Naturally, she caused a huge commotion. Greetings, Princess Divine Silkworm. Greetings, Battle King Concubine. Almost all of the creatures of the great races knelt down, all of them incomparably respectful, all of them shouting loudly. This made many human cultivators shiver, not knowing what was going on. All of them watched in a daze. Get up, just call me Princess. The young lady's voice was very gentle, pleasant to the ears. She is also the Battle King Concubine. What's going on? Duanda prodded the fully recovered monkey. She almost became my aunt, but she was killed during a great chaos. The monkey said, What? Duanda rolled his eyes. Who was the monkey's uncle? It was very likely to be the Western Desert's victorious fighting Buddha. If that was the case, then this young lady's origins were truly terrifying. At this moment, the people of the other ancient races also began to discuss. All of the great races knew some things of the past, but the smaller races knew very little. Princess Divine Silkworm had heaven-warping talent. In the past, countless outstanding talents of the various ancient races went to propose marriage, but they were all beaten out, returning in low spirits. Only Emperor of Fighting's younger brother passed her test. It could be said that not only was this princess beautiful, but her cultivation was also world-shaking, far exceeding that of ordinary ancestral kings. Unfortunately, during the end of the primordial era, Emperor of Fighting passed away, and the land lost its supreme ruler. Immediately, there was chaos, and the various races fought each other. No one knew what kind of shocking change happened, but even Princess Divine Silkworm had fallen. When the news spread, the various races were greatly shaken. Back then, the monkey first entered the Jade Pool to seek the Peach of Immortality, and then went west to the Qinling Mountains to fight for the dream Divine Marrow, all to save her. Yi Fan was enlightened. No wonder the monkey was so hard-working. Strictly speaking, this was his future aunt. It's all thanks to the holy fruit you gave me back then. It was born from their divine silkworm race's holy medicine. The monkey said. Yi Fan had also heard that the 9 holy trees in the primordial abyss were actually formed from an undying medicine, and they belonged to the divine silkworm race of the primordial era. Could it be that everything was predetermined? That was originally something of the divine silkworm race. Taoist divine silkworm was also present. Strictly speaking, his seniority was higher than everyone else in the race. He was the son of the 9 transformations emperor's ancestor, and his status was extraordinary. He didn't come over. He hugged a wine jar and drank until he was drunk. He seemed out of place with the surroundings, and it was obvious that he was also someone with a story. After Princess Divine Silkworm comforted little Guai, the smile on her face disappeared. She turned around, and although her expression was still very calm, there was an additional kind of might. She looked at the primordial queen and said, Just now, I heard that you wanted the Saint Prince to kneel and repent in front of the 10,000 races. You also wanted to kill him. I want to ask you, why do you dare to be so arrogant? Her voice wasn't very loud, but it made the scene quiet down. Everyone held their breath and watched quietly. This beautiful and intelligent young lady was someone that even the old Saint Emperor of Fighting was very satisfied with. How could the kings of the various races not be afraid of her letting her younger brother propose? He blasphemed the gods and insulted the heavenly emperor. He should be punished, the primordial queen said, but her tone was clearly not as firm as before. Blasphemy? When the Emperor of Fighting was still alive, why didn't you argue with him? He overturned the dojo of the undying heavenly emperor, so why didn't you stand out and say a thing or two? I think he bullies the weak and fears the strong. Princess Divine Silkworm said calmly. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to punish him so that he would be more respectful to the gods. The queen was clearly very afraid, and she was no longer as strong as before. The divine silkworm princess was calm. She touched Bab on her shoulder and looked forward, saying, "As the sacred prince, he has a fiery temper. Yet, you want him to apologize to the sacred prince and kneel in front of everyone. Is there anything more vicious than this? You want to break his legs and kneel in front of the 10,000 races. Are you trying to destroy his Tao heart?" At this point, Princess Divine Silkworm's expression did not change, but her tone was a little cold. She said, "I'll also give you two choices. One is to kneel in front of the 10,000 races, and the other is for me to break your legs and kneel in front of the 10,000 races before apologizing to the Saint Prince." Everyone present felt a murderous aura. As expected of one of the most famous female experts in the last years of the Primordial Age, she was rather straightforward and unyielding. "You've gone too far." The Primordial Queen was furious. As an ancestral queen, she could command a large royal family. Anyone who saw her had to be respectful, but she had to kneel to a junior. It was worse than killing her. Even if this person was a prince, she could not do it. At her level of cultivation, she was a top-notch existence in the Primordial Age's strict world. Apart from the ancient emperor, no one was worthy of her kneeling. "You also know that you've gone too far. Why did you make the Saint Prince kneel and repent in front of the 10,000 races just now? Are you targeting him, or are you trying to humiliate the old emperor fighting?" At this point, Princess Divine Silkworm's tone became heavier, and her expression was no longer as indifferent. Everyone in the Primordial Age knew that the Divine Silkworm race and the Sacred Battling Ape race were on good terms. In particular, Princess Divine Silkworm had respected the old Sacred Battling Ape race the most back then. She naturally had to question him now. "He's just a junior. Even though he's the Saint Prince, it's nothing for me to make him kneel and apologize," the Primordial Queen said. She no longer had much confidence. "All right, then I'll ask you to kneel and make your own choice now," Princess Divine Silkworm said calmly. Princess Divine Silkworm said calmly. The little living being on her shoulder nodded as well, and its large eyes that were still filled with tears kept blinking. "Your Highness, isn't this a little too much?" The other two ancient kings stepped forward and said, "The two of you disappear as far as you can. Otherwise, kneel down as well." At this moment, Princess Divine Silkworm displayed her domineering side. Her voice wasn't loud and was very calm, but it was rather terrifying. In the surroundings, the experts of the various races didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Indeed, if one wasn't a family, one wouldn't enter the same door. Although Princess Divine Silkworm was a woman, she had the domineering aura of the Battle Saint tribe. "We are the descendants of the undying emperor and have a respected status. No one can make us kneel," the Primordial Queen said. "Undying emperor, what a great reputation. This time, you're mainly standing up for the Heavenly Prince, right? Do you believe that I'll directly kill all the so-called princes behind you?" Princess Divine Silkworm sneered and walked forward step by step. The Primordial Queen's expression changed. Facing the #1 expert of the Divine Silkworm race, she ultimately didn't dare to say anything for fear that she would really be ruthless. Behind them, the Heavenly Prince and Yuan Gu were both shocked. They felt that this woman was someone who would do what she said. Even if they had the primordial royal family supporting them, Princess Divine Silkworm would still dare to kill them. "Egg, watermelon, behave yourselves. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately." Duanda flaunted the Heavenly Prince's might. The Heavenly Prince and Yuan Gu glared at him fiercely, remembering this strange fatty. Damn it! As soon as Duanda finished speaking, he slapped himself and scolded himself for being muddle-headed. Now that he wasn't here with his sacred body, it was too late for regrets, and he cursed his bad luck. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? You made the Heavenly Prince kneel. What's going on now? Are you forcing me to make a move?" Princess Divine Silkworm sneered. "You?" The Primordial Queen's expression changed. Princess Divine Silkworm attacked. 7-colored divine light flew out from her slender, jade-like fingers, turning into a rain of light that scattered out. Boom! The Primordial Queen displayed all kinds of divine laws and blocked with all her might. However, After dozens of collisions, she finally let out a loud cry and let out a miserable groan. Crack! No one could see how Princess Divine's silkworm attacked, but the primordial queen's legs made the sound of bones breaking. She was completely deformed and fell limp. She was suppressed by a divine might and knelt on the ground. You. Her expression was ferocious. Princess Divine's silkworm waved her hand and pulled the monkey closer. Facing the queen, she said, "Apologize. Treating me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll—" The primordial queen was furious. Princess Divine silkworm smiled. The other half of her celestial face that was covered by her purple hair was revealed. She was very delicate and beautiful. She stretched out her jade-like hand and said, "Since that's the case, then die." Bang! She was very straightforward and decisive. Her slender, jade-like palm pressed on the queen's head, shattering it on the spot. Even her primordial spirit couldn't escape, and she died a violent death. The scene was dead silent. Everyone almost stopped breathing. This was a primordial, ancestral king. She killed her just like that. It was too sharp and domineering. Even the monkey was shocked. Killing an ancestral king was a huge matter that would trigger a war between races. At this moment, Princess Divine's silkworm raised her head and stared at the heavenly prince and Yuan-gu. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was very beautiful, but it was terrifying. The other two primordial kings felt a chill down their spines and quickly blocked in front. The royal experts of the primitive lake also flew out and blocked there. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 8:14. The divine silkworm princess's slender fingers brushed her purple hair. Her pure white face was very calm, but it made the ancient race members in front of her shudder. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. The hearts of the two ancient kings were beating nonstop as well, and they even had the urge to escape immediately. "Your Highness, please calm down. You've already killed an ancient king, so let's end everything here." One of the ancient kings forced himself to persuade her. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. A queen had been killed, yet they actually endured it and were so low-key. From this, one could see how powerful the divine silkworm princess was. The people of the primordial lake also came forward and protected Yuan-gu, separating him from the heavenly prince. They were afraid of being implicated, so they were incomparably respectful and said, "Your Highness, please be magnanimous." In the surroundings, everyone held their breaths. The divine silkworm princess's might was even stronger than they had imagined. Even the royal family members had no choice but to lower their heads in fear. How many ancient kings could a great royal family have? It was very difficult to have more than 3. They had the word ancestor, which was equivalent to representing this great family. Their status was incomparably high, and killing them was equivalent to starting a war with this royal family. And the divine silkworm princess had killed that queen with a raise of her hand. She didn't hesitate at all. She was decisive and had no scruples, which made people's hair stand on end. "Your Highness, please calm down." At this moment, the royal family of the Fire Cheeling Cave also came forward to help plead for mercy. When Your Highness roamed the ancient world, the kings all retreated. Why bother about this? Just forgive them. The people of the Blood Phoenix Mountain also spoke. The divine silkworm princess's purple hair hung down, covering half of her face. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she looked a little cold and arrogant. She stared at the heavenly prince and Yuan-gu and said, "Don't be arrogant because of your noble birth. Relying on your father's shadow is nothing. If you anger me, I'll kill you all." The heavenly prince felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The 9 divine rings behind his head almost collapsed, and his body shook. Yuan-gu trembled even more. The black sun in his left eye and the blood moon in his right eye almost melted. "Your Highness!" At this moment, the people of the divine Silkworm Ridge also came forward to help plead for mercy. They were also a bit worried. Even though their family's divine might princess had great achievements, she was still not unrivaled under the heavens. If she really killed the 2 ancient princes, the divine Silkworm Ridge wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Those archaic ancestral kings would go crazy and they might even use the same method to get rid of Taoist divine silkworm. The divine silkworm princess glanced at them and had no intention of attacking again. This made the others heave a sigh of relief. This was really a sharp goddess. She was fresh and beautiful, but she was rather domineering and powerful. The storm passed just like that. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. Even though the monkey bloodline was sparse and almost extinct, just one of them was enough to scare people. They all began to show him respect, truly acknowledging him as the illustrious sacred prince from the bottom of their hearts. Princess Divine Silkworm expressed her gratitude to Yifan. Then, she asked about the situation of the 9 divine medicines in the desolate ancient abyss and frowned. That was the divine silkworm race's immortal medicine. It originally grew on the divine silkworm ridge and contained fragments of the Great Path. It was the race's supreme treasure. How did it end up in that abyss? She thought of some past events, but it was difficult to connect them together. Back then, the ancient medicine flew away on its own. Even the divine silkworm race's great sage couldn't stop it. "I'll go there when I have time," said the divine silkworm princess. "Princess, be careful. An ancient king from another race went there before, but he returned in failure. Advise the people of the divine silkworm ridge." "I understand." The divine silkworm princess nodded. The little creature on her shoulder also snorted and rolled its large eyes. It had a mischievous look on its face. "Little guy, do you still remember me?" Yifan asked with a smile. Beside him, the others were silent. No one dared to speak loudly in front of this goddess. However, he wasn't one of them, which made many people envious. "Humph, humph, 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 humph." Little Guai rolled its eyes at him. It grabbed a lock of divine silkworm princess's hair with its little claw and carefully guarded against him, as if it was afraid that it would be taken away. "You have no conscience. I was the one who helped you pass through the tribulation." Yifan wanted to touch it, but it groaned. In the distance, the ancient races all frowned. Was the human race's holy physique trying to rope in divine silkworm princess and make divine silkworm ridge stand on their side? It was chaotic enough with a monkey, and with those divine silkworms, everyone had to be wary. "The human race's path is under our own feet. Others can't help us," said the divine silkworm princess. She didn't want to get involved in the disputes of the races. It would be a lie if Yifan, Li Heishui, and the others said that they weren't disappointed. They couldn't win over such a super support. However, they also knew that the relationships between the races were very complicated. The divine silkworm princess had to consider the divine silkworm ridge and wouldn't easily get involved in the chaos. The appearance of the investiture of the gods intimidated all races, but there are still some ancient kings who believe that great Emperor Wu Shi has already passed away. They will personally come to this meeting. In the end, the divine silkworm princess floated away with little Guai. She left just like that, light and unrestrained, leaving only this sentence for Yifan and the others. All the large tribes present were relieved. As long as the divine silkworm ridge princess didn't stand on the side of the human race, everything would be fine. Otherwise, they would really be afraid. Yifan and the others' hearts sank. This wasn't good news. Even the investiture of the gods had come out, but there were still ancient kings who didn't believe it. The situation wasn't good. There wasn't much time left. When the meeting of the 10,000 races truly began, these powerful ancient kings would descend. There would probably be chaos and even a great disaster. Even great Emperor Wu Shi's investiture of the gods can't suppress them. Yifan and Duanda were at their wits' end. This was the most powerful trump card they could use in the near future. There was no other way in the short term. The Heavenly Prince wasn't the only one who knew about the ancient Emperor Mountain. There were definitely others who knew some secrets. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe that great Emperor Wu Shi had turned to dust. However, the human race, other than Yifan and the others, all believed that great Emperor Wu Shi was still alive. In the past few days, the human race of the northern region was like boiling water, and there was a clamor everywhere. They didn't know that some ancient kings were sneering. There were still a few people who hadn't been suppressed. This was a great disaster. It was the same in the Jade Pool. Many sect masters of the human race thought that they had the initiative and had a lot of power, but they didn't know that there were ancient kings looking down on them. What should we do? Li Heishui frowned. Seeing the emotions of the human race in the jade pool, he was filled with worry. Who is controlling the investiture of the gods? Will he appear? When the time comes, will he come out to intimidate us? Yi Fan asked. It shouldn't be that dog, right? According to its identity, it should be an existence that has been wandering between destruction and reconstruction. After all, it has followed Wuxia before. Duanda muttered. Could it really be Black Emperor? That's not possible, with his greedy and shameless appearance. How could he be an expert? Yi Fan rubbed his chin. It was really hard to imagine Black Emperor as an expert. That bastard's eyes were opened when he saw a treasure. He even stole someone he knew. He was even more wicked than Duanda. Now, the human race was extremely lacking in powerful experts. Once the conference was held, the situation wouldn't be optimistic. Let's hide this Saint Shell first. Since a powerful ancient king will appear, he will most likely establish his might. Since they don't believe that great Emperor Wuxia is alive, they might directly kill your only saint first. After careful consideration, the monkey said such a serious question because he understood the ancient king too well. That's right. A saint shell is hard to subdue. After all, it's not a true living saint. If the heaven-devouring devil jar were to be shaken out and found to be a dead shell, the consequences would be even worse. Duanda also said. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others felt a cold chill. It was like an autumn wind had swept past and thousands of leaves had withered. It was a desolate scene. Brother Yi, it's been 12 years. We won't go back until we're drunk. Not far away, the great Xia Prince walked over. After a long time, he had a sincere smile on his face. Yi Fan temporarily put down his worries and went up to greet the great Xia Prince. After greeting the great Xia Prince, he smiled at the little nun in white beside him. Little Master is becoming more and more beautiful. Are you married? Li Tian opened his folding fan with a pa sound and shook it 3 times with each step. Little Master, how old are you? Are you willing to comprehend the wondrous principles of Buddhism with me? The little nun, who was as delicate as a porcelain doll, had grown up, but her big eyes were still clear. She was still very dependent on her brother. Hiding behind him, she said angrily, "None of you are good." The group of people laughed dryly. They felt guilty for blaspheming a young Buddhist nun like this. The great Xia Prince smiled. He was not angry because he knew that these people would not dare to do anything to his sister. They were just taking advantage of her with their words. Brother Yuekong, over here. Li Heishui saw the group of people from the Sky Demon Palace who had just entered the Jasper Lake and called out to their young master. Yao Yuekong was full of heroic spirit. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was many times stronger than before. His essence, qi, and spirit were almost boiling. Yi Fan, Brother Heishui, I didn't expect to see you again. Yao Yuekong was very excited. Where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you? The great Xia Prince asked the young master of the Sky Demon Palace. I have been in seclusion for more than 10 years. My body has finally recovered. Yao Yuekong said. Everyone knew that with the Sky Demon body, he should have been able to look down on his peers. However, before he was born, he was schemed against by someone in his mother's womb. As a result, he had always been weak and could not display the power of the Sky Demon. Congratulations! A group of people sent their blessings and congratulated him. Not long after, Ji Haoyue and his sister also arrived. They entered the Jasper Lake with the old antiques of the Ji family. They did not go north with Yifan. The Jade Lake Sanus had brought the 2 of them over. It was a lively gathering of old friends. For the time being, they had forgotten the perplexity of the future of the human tribe and the worries in their hearts. They toasted each other under an ancient tree and drank heartily. Some old acquaintances joined them. When the Southern Demon and Qi Haoshui arrived, they also brought the Central Emperor, who they were not very familiar with. Is it him? Why do I feel like I am seeing an old friend? The Central Emperor's words made Yi Fan and Duan to quiver. Only the 2 of them were paying attention, so they heard it vaguely. These people gathered together. It was undoubtedly a small gathering. The monkey pulled the divine silkworm Taoist to drink. The southern demon and the central emperor used Tao techniques to refine qi to drink. Yi Fan grabbed Duanda and stuffed his mouth with a wine jar. The divine king body Ji Hao Yue and the sky demon body Yao Yuekong discussed physiques. The saintess of the Jade Lake, Qi Hao Shui, Ji Ziyue, and the little nun each had their own celestial beauty. They competed with each other and drank. Boom! Finally, what should have come had come. A powerful ancient king descended. The divine bell rang continuously. An overwhelming saint aura surged into the Jasper Lake without any concealment. An ancient king with a dragon head and divine light circling around his body walked in. Everywhere he passed, all the living beings uncontrollably bowed down. This was the pressure of a saint-level expert. Ordinary cultivators could not withstand it at all. He walked straight toward the group of humans. In the end, there were endless thuds. They all knelt on the ground because of his aura. The might of a saint was irresistible. He clearly did this on purpose. He walked forward with large strides and sneered. I heard that a saint appeared in the human race. It's really rare. Come over and let me see if you live up to your name. He was loud and had a hint of killing intent. What the divine silkworm princess and the monkey said was true. The powerful ancient king wanted to kill the only saint of the human race. Chapter 8:15. The ancient tree was like a horned dragon. Its branches were bold and upright as they stretched towards the sky, sprinkling a layer of shade on the ground. This ancient king had a dragon head and a majestic body. He was born with an unusual disposition and looked tall and sturdy. There was a dazzling ring behind his head. A large number of humans and ancient creatures knelt on the ground. Their bodies were trembling and convulsing uncontrollably as if they were facing a deity. He possessed incomparable might, and the natural aura he emitted made it difficult for others to endure. This was the pressure of an ancient saint. As he stood there, everyone knelt down. Where is that saint? Tell him to come and see me. His face was full of coldness. With his hands behind his back, he stood proudly in the center of the field and looked disdainfully at the Jade Lake. The ancient trees swayed and their shadows danced. This place was very quiet, and still no one answered. Which human cultivator dared to step out? They didn't have the strength to fight against the saint. At this moment, this ancient king's expression was very cold. He swept his gaze over everyone and then laughed unrestrainedly towards the sky. You actually ran away? How laughable, huh? Humans, you are just as cowardly as before. He charged in alone with an air of supremacy and looked askance at everyone present. This kind of oppressive aura made people's primordial spirits about to split apart. This kind of laughter was very ear-piercing. The expressions of the human cultivators all changed. This was a type of humiliation and was equivalent to slapping them in the face. Not far away, in the ancient forest, Yi Fan and the others all had ugly expressions. This ancient king was too excessive. He wanted nothing more than to take out the saint shell again. An old human cultivator with an unyielding personality barely resisted the saint might and said, "He might have left because he has something to do. You don't need to humiliate the human race like this." Left because he has something to do? I think he escaped. As long as he comes back, I'll kill him immediately. The dragon-head ancient king placed his hands behind his back, and the ring behind his head became even more dazzling. His fearless laughter was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into everyone's heart. He was incomparably disdainful as he faced everyone alone. At this time, even many ancient creatures were astonished. This ancient king was obviously looking for trouble and had no intention of sitting down to participate in the assembly of 1,000 races. Not far away, the heavenly prince revealed a sinister expression. The two ancient kings beside him looked at each other and smiled. They knew that a good show was about to begin. Not only them, but other powerful ancient kings also did not believe that Wu Shi was still alive. They would definitely come to the Jade Pool personally to demand an explanation. What a disappointment. The human race is still as useless as before, never daring to face us, and can only be reduced to vassals. This ancestral king's expression became even colder, his words not leaving any face at all. Damn it! Even an outsider like Li Tian couldn't endure it any longer. His heart burned with anger, and at the same time, he regretted coming to such a freakish ancient star. The ancient creatures were just too terrifying. The others also felt aggrieved. This ancient king had come purely to humiliate them. That kind of dominance was specifically aimed at them. At this moment, everyone was furious but did not dare to say anything. This was a saint. Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 of them, they would not be able to withstand a single hand of his. With a press, they would all be turned into ashes. So boring, so boring. The dragon-head ancient king shook his head with a hint of disdain. He walked forward in large strides in an incomparably calm and composed manner. On the side, the reactions of the various races were different. Some were surprised, some were worried, but most were excited. The influence of the investiture of the gods on the northern region seemed to have been diluted by this ancient king. His words and actions stirred up many tribes. Where is the human race's sacred physique? Let me see it. This ancient king strode into the depths of the ancient forest and walked straight over. His eyes were somewhat cold as he stared at Yifan. Oh no, Duanda's expression changed. This person was clearly here to find fault and most likely wanted to eliminate Yifan. After all, the human race's sacred physique was not ordinary. Most of the great races in the ancient times did not wish for him to grow, so it was best to kill him in the cradle. It's no big deal. If it really doesn't work, I'll throw caution to the wind and use that sacred shell to smack him to death with the heaven-devouring evil jar. Yifan said fiercely, "Try not to act recklessly. There will be big problems." Duanda's expression was solemn. In that instant, they quickly exchanged opinions in secret. The dragon-head ancient king walked over step by step. The powerful aura of a saint flowed like hazy primal chaos mist, causing everyone to tremble in fear. "It's you." He stood high above and looked down at Yifan behind the stone table. "That's right, it's me." Yifan stood up and looked him in the eye. He was calm and fearless. In the distance, the spectating humans and ancient races were all astonished. Facing the might of an ancient king, he was actually able to stand up and not kneel. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Somewhat interesting, the dragon-head ancient king looked down at him. His aura suddenly became much denser, and the ring behind his head became even more dazzling. He was like a god. Yifan felt a powerful pressure, and all the bones in his body were creaking. If it wasn't for his special physique, he might have already collapsed. Even so, his body was in intense pain. A powerful force surged toward him, forcing him to kneel. This was the aura of a saint. What kind of ability is it to suppress with the power of a saint? What's there to be proud of? A cold voice rang out. The monkey stood up and confronted the ancient king. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Not long ago, Princess Divine Silkworm had stood up for the monkey. The scene was still vivid in their minds, and now he was going to provoke another ancient king. "Sacred Prince, as a member of our ancient race, it's inexcusable for you to be so close to the human race's sacred physique," said the dragon-head ancient king indifferently as he retracted his might. "My father once said that all living things reinforce and counteract each other. There's a reason for each race's existence," said the monkey. "You're the descendant of Emperor Fighting, so I don't want to criticize you. However, you don't have to worry about the human race's sacred physique. No one can stop me." The dragon-head ancient king's expression turned cold. He had the urge to kill the monkey as well if there was any disagreement. In the distance, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. An ancient king had arrived in person. Ordinary people couldn't compare at all. The difference was too great. All the sect masters attacked together, but they couldn't stop a single finger of his. "Are you trying to bully others?" Yifan pulled the monkey back and didn't let him go forward. He wasn't afraid, and his expression was calm. It was as if he was questioning him. "Are you talking to me? I can kill you tens of thousands of times with a single finger." The dragon-head ancient king was cold. "That's right, I'm talking to you." Yifan nodded his head fearlessly. Behind him, everyone was astonished. All their gazes were focused on him. He actually dared to speak to an ancient king like this. This was equivalent to knocking on the gloomy gates of hell. The Southern Mountains barbarian tribe leader couldn't watch any longer. He was afraid that Yi Fan would be killed with a single finger, so he said loudly, "The investiture of the gods has suppressed the northern region. Great Emperor Wu Shi has manifested a miracle. Today, the convention of the myriad races is about to be held. As an ancient king, you don't have any self-respect. Why are you so overbearing?" The surroundings were quiet. Everyone held their breaths. To dare to question an ancient king like this required great courage. They were all sweating for the barbarian tribe leader. "Ha!" The dragon-head ancient king laughed at the sky. He looked down on everyone and simply didn't put anyone in his eyes. There was only endless contempt. A bunch of ants. Even now, you're still pinning your hopes on that dead person. He has long since rotted into bone dregs. To tell you the truth, I've come this time to shatter your daydreams. His attitude was arrogant. These words were not only humiliating the human race, but also great Emperor Wu Shi. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. "What, you're not convinced? I'll stand here and let that ghost Wu Shi come out to suppress me." The dragon-head ancient king sneered. "How can a person live for hundreds of thousands of years? That's simply a joke." "That's right. Not far away," the heavenly prince echoed loudly. Yuan Gu also nodded. At this moment, the ancient races were in an uproar. Everyone began to discuss, and their minds became incomparably lively. They were all very excited. "You're humiliating us, the great emperor of the human race. You'll definitely turn into ashes soon," the barbarian tribe leader shouted. "Ha ha, how naive. Wait until that ghost crawls out of his grave." The dragon-head ancient king's expression turned cold after he finished laughing. "You're the barbarian chief of the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe? I've heard that the Valley of Divinities wasn't able to eliminate you. I'll do it." Boom! He shot a cold glance, and a monstrous saint's aura surged out. The barbarian tribe leader coughed up blood and was sent flying. The scene was dead silent. This was the barbarian tribe leader, yet he couldn't even block a wisp of the aura released by a saint. The gap between them was simply too great. Yi Fan was enraged. "What about me? You're just a little sacred physique of the human race that hasn't matured yet. How dare you disrespect me? Hurry up and kneel." He shouted again. "You're going too far." The barbarian king appeared from behind. He stopped the barbarian tribe leader's bleeding and handed him over to his tribesmen to take care of. The dragon-head ancient king turned around and sneered. 3 immortal slashes. You've achieved great success. Interesting, but it's still not enough. I only need 1 finger to kill you. Do you really look down on the human race?" The barbarian king's expression darkened. The other human cultivators also had ugly and furious expressions. "Human race, you're not good enough." The dragon-head ancient king shook his finger with an indescribable disdain. "Wu Shi is already a dead man. What else can you hope for? You really haven't improved at all. You're just like the primordial era, just a small subordinate tribe under an expert. If you say that, I'll find someone to deal with you." The barbarian king was furious. All the hair on his body stood on end, and his blood vessels surged. He wasn't the only one who was angry. All the other human cultivators were enraged and wanted to burn the 9 heavens. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. The dragon-head ancient king had gone too far. "Is that so? You bugs think you're worthy of fighting with me? I'll send you all on your way with 1 finger." The dragon-head ancient king said sinisterly. He extended a finger and pointed at the barbarian tribe. At this moment, the barbarian king only had one action. He took off the bee skin hat on his head and said, "I'll find someone to deal with you." Buzz. The void collapsed as a large black claw reached out. It was as if it came from an ancient land that tore through time and space. Crack. Fierce and terrifying, the large black claw grabbed the incoming finger. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as blood splattered everywhere. The ancient king's finger was broken off. "Ah!" The dragon-head ancient king let out a blood-curdling scream and fell back. He couldn't believe his eyes. The finger that contained the divine law of the great Tao had been broken. Everyone was flabbergasted. They felt that it was inconceivable and incomparably shocking. On the barbarian king's head was a small black tortoise. To be precise, it was a black tortoise because it had a true dragon's head. After clearly seeing what had injured him, the dragon-head ancient king was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. A slow black tortoise was shaking a small claw at him. He couldn't take it anymore. This was a type of humiliation. He said in a low voice, "A tortoise? I've actually been injured by a tortoise. F*CKU. You're the tortoise. I'm the black tortoise." The slow black tortoise on the barbarian king's head said sharply. Everyone was dumbfounded and almost petrified. Why did this strange black tortoise have the same temperament as the barbarian tribe? They both belonged to the crude and crude type. The dragon-head ancient king roared angrily. He activated the divine law of the great Tao and charged forward. Bang! However, a large black claw stretched forward and slapped him over. F*CKU to death. Remember, I'm the black tortoise. Chapter 816. The dragon-head ancient king roared. As the ancestor of a race, he had moved unhindered throughout the ancient era and rarely had a worthy opponent. Yet he was knocked down by a single slap from a turtle. He had almost gone mad. Hei Wu laid on the barbarian king's head and was relatively calm. He tilted his neck and slowly said, "It's useless even if you shout your throat hoarse." Dragon-head ancestral king was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were like two sharp knives, cold and flickering coldly. After standing up, he pressed forward step by step. His godly rules were like the sea, like a rainbow, interweaving into a path of Tao. All the light struck the turtle shell, and all kinds of divine laws struck the black armor, interweaving with patterns. All of them were silently annihilated. Pow! Moreover, at this moment, the black turtle stretched out a large claw. It was as large as a dustpan and directly slapped the dragon-head ancient king, causing him to fall to the ground once again. Crackle! All the bones in this ancient king's body exploded. It was unknown how many pieces they had cracked into. His entire body was covered in blood and almost disintegrated. He turned into a blazing light and escaped, standing several hundred meters away. The dragon-head ancient king's face was ashen and as ugly as one could imagine. Just now, he was still looking down on everyone, but now he was almost smashed by a turtle. How could he endure this? "Do you remember who I am?" The black turtle slowly landed on the barbarian king's head and shook a small claw, saying, "Black tortoise, I'm the great black tortoise." The dragon-head ancient king was almost going crazy. He felt that this was a type of humiliation. The two dragon horns on his head flickered with radiance and emitted boundless radiance. They wanted to slash apart this part of the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of the great Tao. Boom! Suddenly, the aura of the great ancient emperors pervaded the air, and the sound waves of the great Tao were deafening. Strand after strand of green and hazy air currents descended from the boundless sky. Every strand was as thick as a mountain, grand and heavy, and they were like strands of heavenly rivers that were pouring down. In the boundless sky, there seemed to be an independent small world. Primal chaos surged, and the earth, fire, wind, and water moved. Within it, a green pagoda was faintly discernible. This was an aura that covered the heavens and the earth. It was righteous, auspicious, and vast. It didn't have an overbearing might, but it had a type of inviolable holiness and solemnity. Forget about ordinary cultivators. Even the bodies of the dragon-head ancient king and the black tortoise went rigid, not daring to move recklessly. Even they felt that if they acted rashly, they would definitely be destroyed. West Emperor Tower. This was also the Immortal Tier's green gold pagoda. It was personally forged by the Western Empress back then, and after experiencing the endless great eras, it remained imperishable. It had been passed down to this day, and it could suppress everything in this world. The Jade Lake Grand Assembly has a rule. No one is allowed to start a fight here. I hope the Hidden Dragon River's ancestor king will abide by this rule. The Jade Lake Queen Mother's voice sounded from the sky. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon itself was an invincible existence. It was an alternative continuation of the ancient emperor's lives. Who in the world would dare to resist it? Once the monarch weapon awakens, even the ancestral king would have to face it head-on. However, the process of recovery was a little slow. It was difficult to control the extreme path emperor weapon, and it would take a long time for many almighties to use it with all their might. Their essence would be sucked dry at any time. Otherwise, with a monarch weapon in hand, it could be said that he owned the world, and who could rival him? Apart from the ancient emperors themselves, no one could truly fully activate the monarch weapon, not even the sages. Even if they could use it, it would be quite strenuous. Of course, within each mountain gate, there would definitely be formation runes personally laid down by the ancient emperors, which could speed up the recovery of the extreme path emperor weapon. It wouldn't consume too much essence, so the immortal Tyr's green gold pagoda appeared at this time. The Western Empress words were only directed at the dragon head ancient king. Even a misty green pillar of air only fell on the top of his head, causing him to feel great pressure and even a hint of fear. In the pure land of the Jade Lake, the West Emperor Tower surpassed everything in the mortal world. Any sages that entered this place would lose their freedom. The black tortoise was quite satisfied that there was no pillar of air hanging above its head. It then stretched out a small claw and hooked it at the dragon head ancient king, saying, "If you're not convinced, come over, and I'll carve the two words black tortoise on your face." The dragon head ancient king's nostrils spewed out white smoke. Not long ago, he was in high spirits, pointing at the world and looking down on all living beings. His transcendent attitude was completely gone. "Come out and fight with me if you have the guts. I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's go. The great black tortoise will carve a piece of history and write a grand epic on your face." The black tortoise said, "Good." Duanda, Li Tian, and Li Heishui secretly applauded and jeered. Many human cultivators also revealed a smile. They felt that this tortoise had a good temperament. His actions were akin to stomping this arrogant ancient king from the sky to the ground. No one stopped him, and in fact, no one could stop him. The dragon-head ancient king didn't want to stay any longer and rushed out first. The black tortoise landed on the ground and grew to the height of a human. It stood upright and looked like a strange man carrying a black walk on his back. With its hind legs on the ground and its two front claws carrying the weight on its back, it walked out slowly, not much faster than a snail. The ancient king who was standing outside the Jade Lake waited for a full 15 minutes. His eyes were spewing fire, and his eyes were about to roll back when he saw the tortoise bastard slowly walking over. Without any superfluous words, the dragon-head ancient king directly used his most powerful divine technique. The halo behind his head was dazzling and suppressed the sun in the sky. The halo enlarged and turned into a dazzling disk. It devoured the essence, energy, and spirit of all living beings and plundered the vitality of heaven and earth to forge an immortal treasure wheel. Dang! A clear and leisurely sound resounded throughout the world. The divine wheel behind his head became more and more dazzling, making him look like a deity. His entire body was sparkling and translucent. Boom! Finally, the treasure wheel shone and rumbled. It was like a wheel of reincarnation, shining on the black tortoise and striking out with the power of reincarnation. Heavenly path, reincarnation. The dragon-head ancient king shouted in a rather domineering manner. He took a step forward, and the entire sky trembled. The treasure wheel pressed down, causing the sky outside the Jade Lake to almost return to primal chaos. You dare to compete with a great black tortoise in terms of domineeringness? See how I break you. The black tortoise's entire body shrunk back into the turtle shell. No matter how many divine laws or techniques he used, they were all useless. All kinds of laws turned into blazing light, and all of them landed on the black tortoise shell. There were mysterious and ancient patterns flickering on the surface, neutralizing the endless divine light. It was difficult to break through. In the distance, the people were astonished. There were probably not many people in the world whose defensive power was more abnormal than his. He was able to take on the strongest divine race of the ancestral king head-on, without being damaged. Where did this black tortoise come from? Yifan moved closer to the barbarian king and asked in a low voice. He only knew that this was the protector of the barbarian race, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. Who raised it? Let me think. It should be my grandfather's grandfather. The barbarian king said a long string of grandfather's 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 grandfather. Even he found it hard to tell how many years this tortoise had lived. A conservative estimate would be more than 6,000 years old. Normally, this tortoise did not pay attention to anyone and only occasionally spoke a few words with the barbarian king. He did not expect to see an ancestral king so talkative today. Go to hell. The dragon head ancient king shouted. The disk behind his head became even more dazzling. It blazed like the sun and descended, suppressing the black tortoise. With a single roar, the mountains collapsed, and even the clouds hundreds of miles away were scattered. His aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. You can't compete with me in terms of aggressiveness. Then let's see who's better. The black tortoise was not afraid and similarly shouted. It stretched out its head from the shell and brandished its old black fists. It directly smashed the heaven and earth and roared. Overlord Divine Fist. It could be said that its movements were very comical, and its name was also not very good. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like a tortoise divine fist, but its fists were indeed ferocious and powerful. The first punch of the black fist directly blasted open the disc and shattered it. The second punch directly broke the dragon head ancient king's two arms, and the third punch smashed through his chest. The dragon head ancient king exploded and then turned into a beam of light in the distance. His face was ashen and extremely unsightly as he reassembled his corporeal body. Tortoise Fist. I've actually been F*** defeated by Tortoise Fist. You don't learn from your mistakes. This is the Overlord Divine Fist created by the Great Black Tortoise. Today, I'll make you remember it forever. The black tortoise stood upright and charged forward. Its two old black fists swung about like two large millstones, creating whistling winds. The surrounding mountains were all uprooted like they were made of paper and flew into the distance. The people were horrified. The two black fists were densely covered with all kinds of divine laws. No wonder they could shatter all the ancient king's secret techniques. There was the power of the heavenly Tao circulating within them. Boom! The two saints clashed once again. One had to admit that the black tortoise was ridiculously fierce. Its two old fists shattered the vacuum and destroyed everything in its way. It struck out 108 punches in one go. Even though most of them were neutralized by the desperate dragon head ancient king, there was still a large number of fist shadows that landed on his body. Remember, this is the Overlord Divine Fist. The dragon head ancient king's body was disintegrating. Whether it was his flesh or broken bones, there were indelible jet black marks left behind. Especially on his face, there were more than 10 patterns. All of them were jet black and shaped like little tortoises. They were left behind by the fist imprints. When they separated once again, the dragon head ancient king was about to go crazy. Not only was he defeated, but he was also engraved with a mark of humiliation. The black light flickered and couldn't be erased at all. Everyone almost laughed out loud. Even the ancient races were no exception. They were intimidated by the ancient king's divine might and were forcefully holding back their laughter. The dragon head ancient king's body was covered in cuts and bruises. His face was the worst. There were more than 10 little tortoise imprints on it that couldn't be erased. Remember, this daddy is the black tortoise. If you dare remember wrongly again, I'll also engrave your primordial spirit. The black tortoise said seriously. Its face was solemn, but it made people want to laugh. The dragon head ancient king had truly gone mad. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Previously, he had displayed his martial prowess and humiliated the human race, suppressing everyone until no one dared to make a sound. But now, he was beaten to death by a tortoise. Tortoise imprints were engraved on his body and face. Moreover, they were engraved with great power and couldn't be erased. He faced the sky and roared continuously. "You tortoise fists!" The dragon-head ancient king said through clenched teeth. "I'm telling you very seriously that the great black tortoise is furious. It is going to blast you into dregs with the Emperor Tyrant Divine Fist." The black tortoise's expression was serious. Then it brandished its old fists and rushed over. Great Tao divine laws flickered in all directions, magical force like a sea. Earth, fire, wind, water rotated. The two fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The dragon-head ancient king was about to explode from the black tortoise fists. In the end, he released a great roar of disbelief. He was flustered and exasperated. Then, he turned around, covering his head and scurrying like a rat, starting to escape without a trace. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. What face? What dignity? They were all empty. The most important thing was to survive. Right now, he was truly scared of this tortoise. In his panic, he didn't care where he was going. He turned into clouds, wind, and lightning, fleeing all the way. Remember, this daddy is the great black tortoise. The tortoise chased after him with a deadly, earnest expression. He didn't want to let him go at all. This was clearly a gargantuan matter, the consequences extremely serious. After all, they were chasing after an archaic ancestral king. However, everyone laughed. It was difficult for them to feel that type of urgency. Meanwhile, the various archaic clans were like this as well. They wanted to laugh, yet they couldn't, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. This was too crazy. Even a tortoise raised by the human race was a saint, beating a powerful ancient king until he covered his head and scurried like a rat. How are the various races supposed to continue living? In the end, the human race's cultivators all laughed, feeling great satisfaction. This ancient king who looked down on the human race and wanted to suppress and kill a saint deserved to be chased down by a great black tortoise.